here and watch for 2 minutes while everyone's dead.
That's right, and
What's
Fire
plan
Toad,
then?
he has control of everything. So if one team is winning and he just misclicks, he could bring it back. Huge rubber band effects in this move. We're actually testing things out for the 7.29 patch. IceFrog is watching in anticipation to see how balanced some of these. That one wasn't too balanced though. That was a very powerful effect, let's say, because let's put it this way: there are effects that can affect both teams, both positively and negatively. And there are effects that can just be for one team or the other. As the second question apparently is coming up, is Seb attempting to run away. Remember, it's going to take some great micro to answer these questions, but luckily for him, he's dead, so he can type in the fountain. What is the name of the elf which Invoker protects?
It's A.
Okay.
It's A.
So do we click it or do we like
It's
write
A.
it? Say it on the last second, maybe.
His daughter, right?
It's the other one. It's the
It's the
Fimmer?
Fimmerin that helped the...
Fimmerin is the Fimmerin then.
how do I click it?
Fimmerin.
Type,
Hey,
type A.
right, type
Oh,
A.
right, right.
Type A.
A is the answer from everyone. That, oh, actually, that might be correct. Okay, that was correct. I was thinking, I looked at the word protect, and I jumped to conclusions. So both are correct. All right, well done.
Dire is affected by Elder Dragon Flight. Oh, they all get it.
That's right.
Oh,
Everyone
I
is
mean-
an elder dragon. Very fitting.
Everyone's just slow.
As Snake King is going to get
Oh.
dropped after the arrow connected from the Marana/Dragon, which is not part of the anime, by the way. Spoiler alert. As Seb looks, this is going to be able to help finish off one more player, so it's a 1-for-2, turning into a 2-for-1 in favor of Dire. And with
Everybody's
all the
just
effects
battling.
going on, yeah, it's still very even in terms of net worth. As Dendi in the mid lane, getting hit by Waga, playing his patented TA that we haven't even mentioned yet. And it looks like Bulldog fed in the bot lane, but Shad's going to end up trading to the right click of Fear.
Well, they get tower damage with this, right? With this is just like Elder Dragon for
Oh, yeah.
level 3. Waka could hit tower here.
Yeah,
He
indeed.
gets splash and side blades. Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I see.
he
how it
is-
Dendi.
He is level 6 versus Dendi's level 5 right now, so
Yeah, I mean,
Waga, he's playing very seriously as well, Jenkins. He picked his one hero that he spams in every pub. Is he going to get Shackle to start things off into the cold snap from the Invoker Dendi? All right, the MP will connect, but not a whole lot of damage done because the mana has been depleted already. There. Shad getting chased in the bot lane as the Terrorblade at half HP right now. Bulldog. And they don't have that much damage to speak of, but Breathe Fire really good in terms of mitigating the damage of the Terrorblade because of the stats-based hero that he is. It looks like TA ends up dying in the mid lane, but Shad gets an early level of Sunder onto Bulldog. Cinderin with that position 5 Luna. Useless as always, Cinderin. Thank you for joining us.
I mean,
Okay,
to be
guys.
fair, he did just kill Waga mid. I mean, that.
No, useless.
Okay,
Third question
sorry about
coming
that,
up
Cinderin,
as
embarrassing.
Bulldog is
pathetic.
getting chased. What do the exiled elves that worship the goddess Mene call themselves? All right, this is your turn,
Mene.
Jenkins. We're both
Okay.
0-1, actually.
Of course, as this team fight is going on, we will
Yeah.
say this is the this would be the Dark Moon Order.
Okay,
Coming
I
in
actually.
hot here.
All right, we'll see if you're correct, Jenkins. I have no idea.
I
I'm gonna say A, just for fun. It looks like
I
the
mean, that-
teams will agree.
really.
Well, let's see if it's correct or not. Shadow Shaman takes a tumble along with the Marana from each respective side. Both teams correct. So what buff shall they receive this time around? They've
Primal
received
gift.
a primal. Ooh, so everybody gets a little random Brewling. Now,
Huh.
would you say that there is a good Brewling to have at this stage of the game? A lot of them were the Storm Pandas. Unfortunately.
I mean, yeah, the Fire Panda does 180 damage.
For some reason, not sure what the deal with that is. I think he
He's-
forgot that
I was healing it.
that was there. It's going to run out soon, young man. I think that might be the only Fire Panda in this game. So a little
Yeah,
bit
it looks
unlucky there. Yeah, Waga getting lifted repeatedly in the mid lane
Seb is
with his
really-
actual hero. Shad gonna lift him again. As a lot of this damage being applied to this tier 1 tower because these Earth Pandas do a lot of damage to that.
I see. That's what they're going for. They're trying to siege with these. That's what they're doing.
Yeah,
They're
that's actually a
attacking
pretty
with
good
the purple
strat.
one.
And it looks like they're going to finally disappear as Waka has spent the last 30 seconds in the air, essentially. But Bulldog in the bot lane now is a dragon, officially, for fair this time. He's going to get cold snapped, so Dendi trying to apply as much pressure as possible. Shad going to continue on. Doesn't look like they'll find Bulldog, though. He'll walk away safely. Did require a couple TPs, though, for the Radiant. As
Oh,
they're going to see
Dendy.
Dendy gets breathed
He's gone
fire by
down.
Bulldog. Wow.
Just like
So
that. He walked
10
into his
to
entry.
4. Only a 1k advantage, though, Cenk. If you'll find in this game mode that, like I said, rubber band effects, I would be surprised if any team runs away with this. As
Ooh,
Arrow's
nice
going to
arrow.
connect to Seb, and No-Tail should be able to finish him off, although the Burrow Strike does come. Waga, a little bit too late there, but they'll focus their efforts on Snake King instead. He's going to get shackled, is Waga. No-Tail leaps into the Mud Golems, will get denied. Beautifully done. Big Wyvern ult, though. Looks like Cinderen's going to take a tumble in all likelihood, and Shad might be next. No Sunder available. So great turnaround. 1 for 3. All it cost was No-Tail, who denied himself to neutrals. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, nice little start there from Seb with the bait. You see him do this often in his pubs on SK, but follow-up was not there.
All right, as we see some action in Knickers, it is you. Which god of the Dota universe is missing from the sentence?
Let's see if answering instantly throws the other team off and they pick another one.
Was that a guess, or do you actually know?
I know this.
Okay.
The barkeep says that.
What?
What?
I know. It's B.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
That's
That
right.
rings the bell when I say it.
It's a
I think
Tidehunter
only
one, isn't it?
No-Tail answered here. So, I know
Yeah, we're gonna
Cinder
see a
answered as
Sundering?
well.
Okay.
Both teams correct. All right, looks like I was correct as well, Jenkins. So if anybody's keeping score at home, Jenkins is losing horribly. Everyone has received Nature's Help. 3 waves of tree ants spawn in each lane and rush the enemy ancient. Wow. This is
3?
your kind of buff, my friend. Look
Oh
at
wait.
this.
Oh, just 3 trees. Oh no, 3 waves of trees. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. But I guess since they
Dendy
both got
mid.
it.
He's gonna sidestep the arrow, but Fear's gonna continue on with that bounty hunter. Ends up destroying him, and will attempt to get away, but he might be the sacrifice made. Oh, almost disjoints that, but sadly in his case dies. So 1 for 1. Yeah, the trance against like a TA, not super helpful, I will say. And bot lane Bulldog's gonna pop his dragon form and apply a little bit of pressure to that tier 2 tower.
Yeah,
Force
same thing
Dendy
there, right?
over.
Trance just tanking.
Oh, arrow
Nice arrow.
connects onto Dendy. Bulldog still with the dragon tail into the breathe fire, and it looks like they will find another kill on Dendy. Now, that is the 5th of the... Wow, I did not think he had died 5 times already.
Ooh, Cinderin.
As No-Tail giving the answer for a future question in the form of Celamene, but incorrectly spelled. So we'll see if that ends up being correct for any future question. Shad's getting tracked here by Fear. We didn't really talk about the lineups, Jenkins. I know you don't care, but do you like a particular lineup if this was a normal game of Dota? Oh,
If this
Bulldog.
was a normal game of Dota.
Cinderen's dying, so this is a regular game of Dota. So continue on.
You know, I would probably say the Radiants, looking at this fight here, we got a bounty hunter going down.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 trade in terms of supports. Boom. Applying a little bit of pressure to Shad, but he'll be able to walk away with that really high armor. But TA, Waga, destroying 6k net worth lead. As the 5th question, I mean, the Radiant really need to get a question correctly. What is the name of Dragon Knight Squire? This one's really easy. You know this one, right?
Bram.
He's called
B.
Bram, right?
Yeah.
Easy one.
It's Stoic, isn't it? It's not Mars or Caden, for sure. It's 2 other characters.
Bram, I think.
I think it's Bram too.
Oh,
I think it's
Yeah, Bram.
Bram.
Bram or... Yeah, it has to be that.
I'll be it in the last second.
Bram is definitely the answer. And both teams get it correct, so both teams shall get a buff. I'm hoping that Mr. Firetoad will end up punishing the Dire here, just for existing. As... Oh, this one is awesome. All right, let's watch this
Attacking
first
an
duel.
enemy. Well, you can duel buildings? What do you mean
Yes.
you can duel buildings?
You can duel buildings, as we're going to see the first duel on bot, but Snake King is going to take a tumble, and Bulldog will get 10 damage. Seb, getting off his ult, needs to
Yeah,
right-click.
he's-
There's the duel.
he's ulting
Bulldog.
Oh,
Yep.
yes.
Unfortunate for Bulldog, as Seb will continue to stack up damage here.
Oh,
And more
Waga
damage
got
going there. That's a double duel there for
Yeah, he
Waga.
got 40 damage. He's
That
going
was
to get more.
nice. Yep. That is 50 damage in the... That's 5 duel victories? Wow.
That is indeed 5. Yeah, he
So,
killed 5
Extending the
people.
lead. Goodness.
We got 1 double
it-
duel, I think.
It is so funny when you attack barracks and duel them. I have to say, as Shad, he might be next on the list, but it looks like he's gonna be the beneficiary of this time around. Will finally fall towards the end as Snaking gets up the shackle a little bit too late. I believe the buff has ended, and here comes Syndra's enormous ultimate as the position 5 Luna will not get a kill. We'll have to scurry back to base. Very sad, just like all our pub games where Luna is support. Seb
Usually how it goes.
initiates in, gets the burrow strike off, but he's basically alone right now. He's gonna get blown up. And now Dendy's gonna be next. Goes invisible, but not gonna save you when there's a sentry right next to you. 7K net worth lead, Jenkins.
Fire Toad, there's got to be some like god.
There we go.
Oh,
There it is.
I see.
All right. Radiant, get Moonlight Shadow and track, essentially. And the Dire are all ruptured. But half their team is dead, so it doesn't really benefit them very much.
They are indeed just standing still right now.
Very poor timing.
It
Very
does
poor
look-
timing. In fact, they've gained net worth leads since that buff.
They have. They have. It's not so good. It's
And
not
Bulldog's
going
gonna try to
well.
turn this around. He's gonna get that Dragon Form off, but will they be able to get this kill? He's still tracked. All right. Radiant gets something out of
A
that.
little bit of gold. A little bit of track gold. Okay. Not so bad.
Now the real track from Fear comes out though, so keep that in mind. I wonder if that stacks if they have that buff.
Ooh,
So
Seb. He
at
sees
the
him
center.
At the top. Oh.
And yeah, he's just gonna use it to farm the jungle here. Understandable.
Oh, that's not so good. Oh, Bulldog.
Very sad indeed. There's actually a smoke here from the Dire. Doesn't look like they're gonna find anybody off the bat. They're gonna pop the Moonlight Shadow, and they're gonna wrap around to try to squeeze in this push coming in from the Radiant.
Radiant's middle tower
This could spell trouble for Synderen. I'm just gonna call it out now that he will die here. Dire has been here to start things out. He has to stand still because of that rupture, so a huge rubber band comeback mechanic here, Jenkins. This
Very
is what you were
balanced.
asking for.
Great. This makes a lot of sense that they got the benefit of this.
I mean, they need a
Bulldog.
lot of help, buddy. They need
They
a
do.
lot of help. Wyvern comes out. Everybody's a wolf, though. Actually cannot wait to... Shad as a wolf is pretty freaking scary. Cinder's going to pop that ult finally, but dies shortly after. So it's a 2-for-1, despite the buff, still losing this engagement. Shad? I believe he's not metamorphed as a wolf. I would like to see what that looks like.
Is a bit of a troublemaker.
He's
We'll
dead.
just say that. There he goes.
He has died again. After arriving at the inn in Hauptstadt and getting drunk, what object did Davian throw up? Is this my turn, Jenkins?
Well, I mean, this is an easy one.
Yeah, this is easy. It's B.
It's a ring, of course.
Yeah, of course.
It is. For fair play, I mean, Denny,
They should.
Okay, to be fair, you did just get Lycan ult.
Ah.
Entire enemy team ruptured, so
Yeah, they're both going to copy each other now, so both get it correct. So both shall receive a buff. Both teams correct, but Radiant has Cinder, so they need all the help they can get as we're going to see the cookies. This is the best effect in the game by far.
Whoa.
What the cookie cataclysm?
I believe in you. Oh, whoa.
I'm going for a kill in this cookie madness. What this?
Keep your illusion on, keep your illusion on.
Guys, come on. This is so hard to master, actually.
I can't move.
Oh, I got Synderen. It's cool. I got Synderen.
Get it.
Run, Fear! They're
I'm
coming.
telling you, the help button didn't work.
What the hell is going
Dude,
on?
the Illions are so broken, actually.
Oh my, he's dead, he's dead. More.
They making TP.
How did you get every kill during this shit?
what? Why
Yeah.
are there ranged creeps getting cookies?
There's
Those
no-
aren't heroes.
There's no rhyme or reason. Jenkins, just accept it as it is. You're a Dota player. You don't ask
Okay.
questions. You just accept things.
This is true.
The way
it's
they
still
are.
going.
Oh, they're going to get the bounties, too, so this should help their net worth. The tier 1's going to go down as well. Shad is going to get orchided by Boom. Don't think he can find the kill, although there's the Wyvern ult.
Oh,
You have
that's
to
not
actually
bad.
kill him. Yeah, he might actually get this kill. Sunder on cooldown, but the Arctic Burn ends up not being enough here as Snaking comes to the rescue.
Ooh, there's a trap. Waga didn't use the trap.
Not paying attention. He needs to play TA a little bit more, I think. As Dendy's going to get a kill, but he gets tracked and brought down immediately. I mean, this is a 4K net worth lead only now for the Dire, and this is with a Bounty Hunter in their team, so not too shabby. Synderen getting tracked now. Chased. Has the Veil of Discord. Here comes the Epicenter, but Synderen dies immediately. Seb will get at least a trade of sorts, but Waga now going to be focused by the fully healed Shad. Golden Embrace going to keep Waga alive for just a little bit longer. Sunder's still on cooldown. He's in a lot of trouble here. This is a right-clicking boom, keep in mind. So Terrorblade ends up dropping, and Seb looks like he will survive. As apparently NoTail thinks this is rigged.
The Epi was great, and I think it is rigged. I mean, it's obviously rigged. You could see Synderen intentionally, clearly using the ult early, not comboing it with Seb. Clearly, once again, resentful towards his teammates.
To be fair there, he died after like one proc of the ult. It wouldn't have mattered, my friend. I know you really hate Synderen.
But you know Synderen, he's meticulous in his griefing ability. He knows what he's doing.
Luna was once known as...
Let's see.
Yeah.
Easy.
She said she was known as the Plague, the Scourge.
Yeah, the Scourge. Yeah. But isn't that what the others called him?
I'm going to go with C on this one. I actually don't 100% know. I don't know why I don't know. Should watch it with subtitles next time, maybe. That'll probably help. Both are going to go with C, which I believe is what I went with.
Subtitles.
So both are correct.
Why? Why subtitles? Isn't it?
I actually watch
in
most
English?
things in subtitles. Yeah, but it helps with dialogue, just remembering it and appreciating it. All right, Guardian Angel buff for the creeps and summons. It looks like Invoker, Mr. Dendy. Looks like this will be his 10th death of the game, and Synderen's going to follow suit as well. The Synderen death count, just for those that are wondering, is now at 10 as well. So just trying to make sure that Dendy keeps it even.
He's going to try to be out doing that soon, though. I can imagine.
Snake King disconnects as he's on the cliff. Will they bad manners kill him? Looks like that will be the case. Oh, wait, that was Seb.
Yeah.
Looks like Snake
Oh,
King's
there,
back.
he's
Never
back.
mind.
He's back. Yeah.
All right, good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That would have been the
I
first
can-
rage quit in All-Star match history, so glad to not see it.
Yeah. You know, I can understand why he's a bit disoriented. Needs a minute to clear his head there.
I think we need a massive sundering again, just to bring things back into the fold.
Yeah. Okay. How long does this Guardian Angel last? Because I do believe there are
was
creep
wild.
waves of about 50 creeps right now on both sides.
It's gone. It has ended.
there
Yeah, it takes a while. Of course, Guardian Angel, any magic damage will still be able to kill them. Very helpful late game. I will say this from personal experience playing this. As, oh, Dandy's dead again. Oh, dear. They're just picking on the poor guy. He probably just woke up to play this match. Just crawled out of bed. Very sad. And he's going to actually buy back into the game. Snake King. Not able to do much with that. Lotus Orb applied to Boom. He's going to take the Burrow Strike. It's going to be the double Burrow Strike, in fact. They will find the 1 kill on Boom, which is very helpful because he is a core. And Bulldog looks to be next, so likely a 2-for-1, and all it cost him was a support. Although Bulldog staying alive thanks to that Dragon Blood passive. Brought to you by Netflix. Oh, he's going to blink and TP, and he actually gets away after all said and done.
Here on Waga for ignoring team fights.
Personal Sunder, as the 8th question is coming up, apparently Seb popped the Ghost Scepter, missed the Burrow Strike initiation. Not sure they're going to be able to find him. Marcy is... Oh, this one's super easy. How are they going to get this one wrong?
Paralyzed here. I believe all the pictures I've seen of her, she is standing still. So we'll go ahead and go with C here.
All right, I'm going to go with D, just in case you're wrong there, Jenkins, just in case.
Okay.
I would be surprised if anybody gets this one wrong. As they're going to wait for the last second to type, and yeah, both will go with D. Bit of C.
Okay.
Yes, it was too easy, Firetail. We need to punish it. Oh my goodness! The creeps are
Black hole spamming.
It's a huge team fight. Start off with the Burrow Strike, Invoker combinations as well. The Dire are being decimated. Bulldog's gonna be next on the list. TA, the last remaining member of the Dire. A huge comeback. All skill for the Radiant. As the Shackle will be used to finish off TA, but that's just the Aegis. Buyback onto NoTail. He's going to try to get the arrow off here, but here comes Seb with the Epicenter. Waga able to blink out. Thanks to that refraction, Burrow Strike will disconnect again. That's the opposite of connect, in case you were wondering. Waga, the Lotus is applied. They do see him, though, so another kill for Radiant. What a comeback. That was a huge black hole, Jenkins.
Great comeback. Amazing play from Fire Toad there. Really bringing it back here in this game. Seb actually goes in, and he gets a burst right onto No Time. They're going to get him. Almost
They're going deep. That is more than a team wipe. That is 6 dead with 0 lost.
That's his
for
die
Radiant. Into the tier 2 tower. And the net worth lead starting to swing in their, well, not in their favor, but they're not losing by quite as much anymore. As the Rosso War is going to go down, so this is a potential tier 3 tower. As No-Tail begging for a question.
It does look like we're going to need a personal sundering here on the Radiant squad to even this out.
What is the name of the dragon which Dragonite transforms into? This is really easy as well. Come on. Come on, Jenkins. You got this, buddy. Just pick and choose.
I will go ahead and say Divine. This will be the Davian Dragonite that he turns into.
So Davian turns into a dragon named Davian. That's quite the coincidence, I have to say. I'm going to go with B.
To me, it doesn't matter what you change into. Your name is just your name. It just represents you as a person. And so as a dragon, he's still a person to me.
Oh,
Jenkins
that's very nice. Oh! Sacred arrows from all over the place. Getting perma-stunned. This might be the death of everyone. Looks like, oh, actually, Shad will survive thanks to all those stats from Scotty. So it's a 2-for-1. Very nice.
My B,
Good
boys.
try, Jenkins. Good try.
Not going for BKB and getting the Sags. That's the way to go.
Shadow Bulldog initiates onto Dendi. We're going to follow it up with potentially the initiation from Boom, but he gets Hex on the sideline. Invoker does die at the beginning. Epicenter onto 3 heroes. Boom. He's going to Cold Embrace himself, though, as it's a 1-for-1. How many Eldworms are still sleeping by the end of the show? I believe that's... Is that spelled correctly?
Eldurms is...
Eldurms?
Is okay, that's the trick. That's the trick question. If you don't answer, it's 0. You don't answer. No answer.
Yeah, I would accept 0, and I'm gonna say 6. I have no idea though. I have absolutely no clue. All right, looks like somebody's gonna get it wrong, if not everyone. I'm gonna finish off one more here in the meantime. So it ends up being a 1-for-3. Radiant bringing this back very nicely. Radiant is correct. So they get the shrink ray. So they're smaller now. Their HP is not reduced, so it's not like the actual shrink ray from Tinker. So now keep in mind, this is a buff because it's harder to click them. Like tracking them is going to be very annoying for Fear.
Seb still has the really expensive item though. He's got the aura thing. So pay to lose in this situation. It's very easy.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Well, they can see them, but it's just still hard to click them. You know.
So their actual model size is smaller.
Yes, correct.
And
Bulldog gonna have no trouble with that single target stun onto Cinder and into the arrow. All right, so much for the buff. No buff can save Cinder at this point.
How can you target me?
He's wondering himself. Goodness gracious.
The thing is, I think people feel so much visceral hatred for Cinderin that it's like an aura that's larger than any, like, you know, the aura just brings you to him. All people on YouTube know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Snake King gets brought to half HP with 1 click from Waga, but we'll be able to get out just fine.
Dude, Snake King's cute. Look at him.
He's very cuddly.
He's adorable.
Until you look at his portrait, then not so much.
Yeah, that's
all right.
stuff.
The net worth advantage is basically even. Caden makes his home in.
Is that just Dragon's Keep or is it a bait?
Hauptstadt? No?
I gotta look for it now.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Hauptstadt. Yeah. I remember that word. I was like, okay, I think it's A.
I could be wrong, but...
Is it just baiting with Dragon's Keep? Hopefully they're prepared.
It's B.
Yeah, it's possible. All right, Cinderin, I believe, has the correct answer. We'll see. I don't actually know the answers to these questions, if you haven't noticed.
I've definitely,
like ahead of time, that is.
I have noticed. Just it's even though you binge watch the show and wouldn't stop spoiling me.
Yeah, sorry, Jenkins.
You still don't know.
Radiant is correct.
Okay.
Wait, who? Radiant answered B. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the rupture comes out, and the dragon form for each respective member of the Radiant. So this should. Get an easy kill onto Boom at the very least. Cinder Salamania is disgusting. Cinder's performance.
Okay, to be fair though, that was ruptured and wolf buffed. Not so good. Not so great.
Yeah, this is a difficult one for sure. No, he's a very fast chicken. Is Waga. He's gonna get shackled though. They don't have a whole lot of damage to speak of, but there comes the epicenter into the Sunstrike, and that is more than enough to basically even this game up in terms of net worth. Appreciate that. Looks like Shad's gonna get the Aegis for himself and the cheese for a future time. Good thing they didn't give that to Cinder. And it's Boom. Looks like he's gonna get Sunstruck. It's not enough for the kill quite yet, but it looks like he'll just get Burrow Struck right after and into the Tornado. More than enough again. It's still 10 seconds for TA to come back. No tail. Has the Lotus Orb, so keeping true to the anime, but now the Radiant are just dumpstering the Dire. Looks like we might need some comeback mechanics for the Dire once they're up, as they're going to get a tier 2 tower, and they're going to look for more in all likelihood.
Yeah, at this point, I think the momentum is heavily in the favor of the Radiant squad. Of course, we see Shad still has his little mini-me buff.
Yep, this is true. The buybacks will come. The Dire have asked for help. They get to ask for that one time. So we'll see what ends up coming to fruition here. They get a random Bruling, and the duels will come out as well. And they're in the midst of the enemy base, so this could be advantageous for the Dire, but we'll see. Into the cookies, it's mayhem, Jenkins, mayhem! But the Dire are being decimated again. 3 dead in the blink of an eye, as this is going to be a lot of dual damage for somebody on Shad. That is just the Aegis, however, as Cinderin dies as per norm. Looks like TA, Waga, trying to focus on people on the outskirts of the fight here. They're able to use their Brewmaster Brewlings in the meantime. The Burrow Strike, I can't even tell what's going on. There's just too many cookies to consume. And the Dire will completely be team wiped as Wyvern finally back from the dead, but I don't believe he can hold this, as only Cinderin has perished for the Radiant. I don't think he can defend this at all.
Breaking down this team fight, if you could be quiet for a second here and do my professional analysis.
Please take it.
What's still going? Continue playback.
No, you interrupted me for a reason, Jenkins.
Okay.
The cookies, they actually help out the Dire a little bit there. Is it going to buy back into the game now? All right, now would you like to give analysis?
Yeah, I think the reason the Dire squad is actually coming back here is Boom buys back and is going to probably be able to take down Shad here. Does not have the mini-me buff, is because they focused Cinderin at the start of the fight.
Yeah, of course.
That would be my professional analytical breakdown of that. When literally everybody is dying, having a bounty hunter on your team is quite nice because you very literally get more gold for everybody dying.
Yeah, and so Fear has had a lot of experience in All-Star matches, so he's actually very meta right now. Oh my. Is that a Luna Aghanim Scepter? He actually was able to get an Ags this game, despite the 13 Cinderin. Such a pro gamer. This is why I'm such good friends with Cinder, because no matter how far behind he is, he'll always find a way back. As help is asked for again, although they already asked for help, I'm sure they'll get it regardless.
This is not how the show is.
That's true.
I mean, I don't think Dragon Knight's dead at the end of the first season, if I do recall myself.
Spoiler! Yeah, they're going to take
survived.
Cinder down yet again. All right, Fear. Continue to get these track kills, so that's going to be helpful for them. But they're still 10k net worth behind. They have the advantage in terms of numbers right now. See if they can actually use this to get a kill. Orchid doesn't look like... Yeah, Dendi doesn't have a BKB or anything, so he will just stand here and die.
Yeah.
Back to square one. Oh, which of Davian's family members were killed before he decided to become a dragon? This one's easy. Too easy.
I think it's his dog, right? Isn't it? Like,
if somebody says D, please let them be double correct. That's a double correct answer.
he goes on like a killing spree after his dog dies.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know if it's C or B. That's actually a tough one. I couldn't remember if they mentioned him having siblings or not. Okay, I retract my original statement. That was a little harder than I thought. Thank you, Firefly. Appreciate that. Oh, the treepocalypse! All the trees are dead, and the tidal waves. Cinderin doesn't even understand what to do right now. Can't fathom what is going on. He's being right-clicked by Bulldog. The arrow is coming. Ooh, just misses there. Yeah, but he is mega dead. Very good.
That's good. Did they get a track on him there for that? No, they didn't. He was Fear was defending base.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Very sad indeed. Oh, Waga does have a level. This could come in handy later with the buildings. No tail.
Dire's bottom tower is
Dendi.
under attack.
You know, Dendi's died a bunch, but he's actually gotten a bunch of kills now. He's gotten up to a little bit better continuation from the beginning of the game. Oh, looks like he did have the cheese, so he's going to pop that and stay alive. Waga, though, stuck inside the Rasta wards. Right-click to that double kill for Shad. And both of those cores are dead for a very long time. Looks like Bulldog's going to be next, and all Fear can do is track from a distance. Still not done with his Aghanim Scepter yet. Relatively close, but the game might just end here without some potential interference from
this
Fire
should be
Toad.
it. This should
My
be
goodness.
Dire's top
In theory, the game should be over right now.
it. Yeah, they could
What?
just thrown, I believe.
Yes, they
Shad,
could.
though, Shad is actually being good-mannered. He's going for the barracks first. Oh,
Yep.
there he
Oh,
goes.
boy.
Straight for the throne.
There's the initiation onto No Tail. The buyback onto T. He just got buyback right now. Looks like a bunch of duels coming out. That has been activated yet again.
He's dueling Bulldog's finger in the ace pedestal. Very good Bulldog. Great stuff from him.
That's not safe for Netflix, I don't believe. Oh, the hooks!
Oh,
the hooks
what
from
the-
every which way!
Fountain!
Will they
Shad-
get hooked to Fountain? Shad is in there for just a moment. And the duel's going to force the illusion back in, but unfortunately it's not the real Shad. And it looks like the game may end here, ladies and gentlemen. Team Radiant, a.k.a. Team Netflix, despite Synderen died 15 times, as well as Synderen, or as well as Dendi and Snake King, but they will.
Undead. Not dead, undead.
That's a
That's all I'm saying.
great point. That's a very good point, Jenkins. Thank you for joining us again. So the throne is at 71 health. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that the game is over now, as the Great Sundering is upon us. But it's too late. Nothing can stop the Radiant. So congratulations to Team Netflix. Thank you so much, Netflix and One Esports, the major. Good stuff. This was a very enjoyable All-Star match. Thank you to Firetoad, Slacks, everybody for putting this together. Suns fan and Jenkins signing out for now. Goodbye.
Coming up next, Evil Geniuses versus Invictus Gaming.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Get the best deals this Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Come on, let's play. Ain't nothing gonna hold us down. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the keys, we're running this town. Come on, let's play.
This is not your grandfather's apprentice. The winner will receive the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work for me as my protege. You bombed, and you bombed. I've fallen a million times, but I get back up and I fight, and that's what you guys will do. This is the toughest apprentice in history. May the best warrior win.
We all have different adventure stories to tell. Different paths, different choices. I chose an unusual path, a choice that is not for everyone. you are constantly moving from place to place. You have to sacrifice a lot of time. You have to focus to be on top.
Ice does have 4-star for Valve. Oh, Ice, he's in trouble.
Every journey has ups and downs. All you need is to focus on your goal.
Just eating them all alive. GG, let's go!
We all have different adventure stories to tell, and mine is just getting started.
It is grand finals time here for the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major, and we are going to dive straight into our pre-match. We have Evil Geniuses and Invictus Gaming. They're going to go head-to-head in the best of 5, and I am joined by Lizard and Gods. And Gods, there is so much to talk about with these two teams, but I want to set the scene a little bit first for IG. This tournament's let's start with that. You know, there is obviously a whole run that the team has made over the last, like, what, 1.5 years since they were with this roster. But this tournament as a whole, how would you describe IG's run?
We've only seen IG for, I guess 3 or 4 days. I think for IG, it's been very solid, playing around Emo especially. Emo's been their big superstar. I would kind of just describe it as clinical at times. They came in as the best team of China. I think, LGD, put their name up saying, hey, maybe we can beat you, but IG, continued to maintain their dominance over the Chinese teams.
Yep, in the region as well. You could see in the regional league that they were always the dominant ones from the beginning of the league up to the end. PSG LGD definitely made a push towards top 3, top 4 at the end of the league, which resulted them being in the tiebreaker, in the wild card, in the group stages, and now here, sadly, IG are the stronger ones, sadly for PSG LGD, but for IG, they've just proven their dominance in the Chinese region and very deserving of this grand finals.
Absolutely. Both EG and IG actually also coming from tiebreakers in this case, specifically to be playing in this upper bracket, straight up seeded into that upper bracket, meaning that on the other side of IG, there's EG. They've only played 3 series so far, Lizard.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of them, right? Like, because they came so well prepared. Every single series that they've taken it very seriously, and you can see the way that they drafted. I would like to note the draft versus PSG LGD versus the Monkey King drafts with the Viper Razor combination, of course, plus Puck, something that we don't necessarily see very often from EG, and Parker would agree. Not only because of the heroes, but the playstyle they adapted.
Yeah, it feels like, EG's like playing this game of preparation. It's almost like this game of chess where they didn't play many scrims coming in. They didn't get to play the group stage, the wild card. So instead, they're just playing against their opponents in their heads. They're watching the other teams, what they're doing. They're figuring out how they're going to draft, how they're going to play, because they haven't had the same match experience as many other teams. But, IG themselves also not playing that group stage.
So is Arteezy, when he goes to bed, he sees Dota heroes on the ceiling, moving around?
Bulba, maybe.
I think yeah, that would be the better guess, and Fly probably as well. Both of these teams also having quite the history with each other. Now, both organizations go way, 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 way back, and we'll save you all the details of that. But with these rosters, slight tweaks here and there, but IG last year, in the first major of the year, the Chengdu major, they came 4th. If I remember correctly. 4th or 3rd? Oh, no,
I think it was 3rd, right?
They came 3rd, indeed. And they actually were the team to knock out EG in that major. They were able to do so after EG knocked them to the lower bracket in the first round. Sound familiar? Happened here as well. And then there was another major, the Leipzig major. Both teams were playing there as well. And this time, EG knocked IG out of the tournament, where EG moved all the way to the grand finals, but we're not able to take it. For EG, this is a big one. This is a big title to get. If they get it, it will be the first major taken by an NA team ever.
And
that's mad.
That's crazy.
Especially with how good EG has been for the last 7 years, basically. They're always in the top 3 to 6 in TI.
They're consistent solid, standard, but never really breaking it through. Not in the last, 4 years or so.
And you can't even say, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, because that would mean that they were second all the time, and that's also not true.
The last time they were, though, right?
Last time they were second.
Yeah.
That's the only time they've been in a major finals.
The kind of ongoing meme was they'd always get third, like Arteezy third place curse, and I think, they had a lot of third places where, it'd be like Secret, VP, or PSG LGD finishing in that top 2, or Vici Gaming, if you go back a few seasons, and, it feels like EG here have finally made that breakthrough.
And considering the last major, we haven't seen a lot of international dotes, right? Since then, they looked very strong. They really did. They don't look any weaker at the moment.
Yeah, EG look incredible. They come here also with the easy road. Quote unquote easy. I don't know if you can call it easy. It is upper bracket. It is the toughest Dota, the best Dota being played, and EG has made it look easy. Let's put it that way. They have played, Gods, you say it time and time again, they have played the cleanest Dota here.
They really have. Like, it looks very clinical draft-wise and just play-wise. They're playing aggressive when they're stronger, but they're playing very conservatively when they need to. They understand when their item timings are, whether it's the Alchemist games, even though that was their one loss. Like, they know when to fight. They are really good at controlling Roshan when they're playing that Radiant side. Like, they use the Beastmaster really well, these Vision heroes, and they're just picking and choosing their battles, not worried about playing this, super fast pace. We got to run at them, and we're going to play our game, is what EG say.
Yeah.
Speaking of the team on the other side, they obviously did lose to Evil Geniuses already once in the tournament, but history repeats itself, has that tendency, and we interviewed them. They said, yeah, we didn't really prepare, we had no time. I sincerely find that very hard to believe. As they probably expected themselves to be in the grand finals. So we'll see if they have maybe a different set of bans for the opening or a different approach to the game, because IG, they're extremely versatile team.
Yeah, they are, and I can't wait to see their opening as well of the drafts. Of course, that's what we're talking about. To be able to have a draft, though, we need to have those players on stage. So it is time to give a warm welcome to our grand finalists.
Welcome on stage, Evil Geniuses. Welcome on stage, Invictus Gaming.
Invictus Gaming and Evil Geniuses both looking to solidify themselves as the best team in the world currently, because obviously TI is the goal also for these two teams. And I think it is very important for this series particular that we focus away from TI, because both teams kind of already secured TI mostly for themselves with the points that they're getting from being in the finals, and of course securing the top seed from their region. It is about the title. There is so much pressure on it. We know EG, they've never won a title on the major stage before. The region hasn't. On the other side, IG, they come from a region where, yes, we've seen Chinese teams take major titles before, but it's been a little while. The last time was at the end of the 2019 DPC season, 2018-2019, and that was the Vici Gaming that everybody had super high hopes with, and then they ended 6th at TI, which, yes, good, not good enough for them. But I think the region is looking for a new king. We heard Emo say they're hoping to take down EG. Not for themselves, not to get the title to IG, no, to get the title
to the region.
For the region.
Yeah,
very big.
It's been, 3 years in a row where a European team has won TI, and I think for China especially, they're used to being the region that's either on top or at least on the same level as the European region. So a lot of fans there have higher expectations to win those titles. So yeah, I think it's a really good point for IG. They're doing it for their region. They're competing, and I think NA same thing, but also for themselves because they need to prove they can win titles.
Yes.
EG, despite how amazingly consistent and dominant they've been, particularly in the NA region, I think just for their mentality, their psyche going to a tournament like TI, they need to remind themselves, hey, we can win tournaments, because they haven't done that really. They've won minors, they've won smaller tournaments, they haven't won a major ever.
One minor and one summit, that's it. And yes, they have won other things with different rosters and all that.
And much like the expectations were different for Thunder Predator, let's say, or SCA Neon coming into this tournament, same goes for IG coming into the regionals. Maybe not necessarily to the same extent. Everyone expected this powerhouse of Elephant to come in, sweep everything away, and be the team that comes out on top, and perhaps the team that gets here to the finals because of all the superstars. However, IG said no, we have something different planned out, and they're here in the finals. Looking forward to seeing what they have in store for us in this game one.
So let's start talking some Dota. One of the things that I want to point out is, yes, we've seen EG only 3 series so far, 7 games in total. Both Arteezy and Fly have played
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Evil geniuses turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Evil geniuses turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
We've seen that banned out against them quite a bit. The Timbersaw especially. They go for the Phoenix here, first round. They have played it on both Kaka and Ollie, so having a little bit of a...
Radiant team pick. Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Mars! The hero that deals with the egg, they pick it up, but because of that, they give away the Mars. And
I think they had no plans to pick the Mars themselves. So that's where I'm totally okay with this. I think their plan is to go for more their style of offlaners, the Beastmaster, the Timbersaw for themselves for Ice. I don't think they just saw that Phoenix pick too. They're like, okay, we're gonna get Mars Phoenix. What are we
there you
gonna
go,
play?
the Beastmaster.
We're gonna play the Ice Beastmaster. They're on the dire side this time. Usually they're picking this on Radiant, but either way, it's this hero that pushes lanes, gives them that map control, and a very strong pairing with the Mirana, which typically is played in the 4th position when EG are running this. Very kind of NA/DPC meta. Mirana was one of the most picked 4s because Earth Spirit was just getting banned every game. 4th position players love to play this greedy 4 Mirana.
And on the other side, we have the Phoenix-Mars combination. We see that it is still strong. However, it is not the end-all be-all that it used to be. Now you have to buy BKB. You're fine.
Yeah, and you can see that Invictus Gaming, they realize exactly that. Because of that, Jug is going out. You don't want to be playing versus these heroes that already have a BKB with them. So Jug, possibly one of the better bans. Maybe they can look towards the Troll.
For a second time now.
My biggest question is which one of the cores on the side of Invictus Gaming will be playing that true win condition, because they can flex things up. We've talked about this. Emo with some Morphlings or something similar that in the past have been banned out against them.
His TA has been amazing.
TA, the Storm Spirit as well, pretty formidable.
And I gotta say, Storm Spirit, one of those heroes I think both teams have to worry about. That's what Abe did. You've got Beastmaster, that hero that can give you all that vision, and you want to jump that backline, jump a hero like Phoenix before he can get his spells off. So I like Storm a lot against this Phoenix Mars because they don't bring that reliable lockdown or disable to kind of deal with.
Yeah, and talking about growth, there are 2 heroes that have grown pretty much on every single team in the last couple of days. That's Phantom Lancer, that I expected way more at the early stages of this tournament, and the second one is Phantom Assassin.
Yeah.
So maybe one of these 2 will go out through.
And if you're speaking about 2 cores there, let me throw 2 supports in the mix. Shadow Shaman and Lion, both still available for picking.
Ooh. Both of them very much available. Lion, if he's picked into Invictus Gaming, I don't necessarily like him way too much into Beastmaster. Boars are hitting you, Necros are hitting you, you're scouted by the Hawk and whatnot. But if you are Invictus Gaming, you have Kaka, and we've seen what he can do on the hero.
Yeah.
There you go, the Phantom Lancer banned out by Evil Geniuses.
It's going to be interesting to see what Fly and RTZ get to play this game. We got a bit of a heavy focus on getting cores out of the way.
5 seconds.
With the Phantom Lancer banned out, maybe Evil Geniuses are looking towards that Morphling. Haven't seen it, but it's possible. Terrorblade as well, that's in the pool that they've played. They actually played in this matchup on the side of EG, right, and won with the TB.
And the other carry that I think I maybe prefer is something EG succeed with, which is fast-paced Dota, is Weaver. We've seen Weaver look really good, just not against the games where it's looked bad is when it's against a hero, a carry match like a PL, where it doesn't have an answer for all the illusions.
And don't be fooled, even though IG banned out the Tidehunter, it's mostly because they play it on 5 on EG. Right?
Yes.
They flex it completely on Fly. And I'm not sure. I've seen a couple of teams ban out like Enchantress versus EG, ban out the Tide, and I'm not quite certain if the value of those bans.
It's hard because we haven't seen Fly dominate on Enchantress here at the major. It's been banned against him, but it was his go-to if you go back to the leagues. And I think that's where it's really hard to draft and prepare for these teams that started in the playoffs, because you have to look at the leagues. Yeah, you have to look at the leagues and be like, this was one of their best heroes. Like, it doesn't matter if they haven't picked it yet. We just kind of got to ban it probably. But it looks like, you know, that nice thing with the best of 5 is you do have that wiggle room. So maybe Edgy's saying, look, they haven't really proven they can dominate lanes with Enchantress yet. Let's give it to them game 1 and just see how good it is, because we don't rate this hero as highly as they do.
Yeah, one of the strangest things for me here is that Prophet, Void Spirit, all of these heroes completely untouched, and Evil Geniuses actually still ban out the Timber.
They're worried about something.
They're worried about Mars mid, because we have seen it. Even though I think it's exclusive versus the Puck pick, which has already been banned, it still can be drafted in the mid lane versus other heroes.
Yeah, and we've not seen Emo play it either, but yeah, you know, it's a threat. You want to make sure that Timber Saw is not going to come out.
When you have 2 superstar players, Emo and Avid, I just don't want to see Mars mid. I don't want to even see Dead Prophet mid, nothing like that. I want to see Pucks, Storms, Void Spirits, Ember Spirits. For fun.
Death Prophet ignored, by the way, so far.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think that this has been like a first pick, first ban hero, but these 2 teams decide, actually, maybe not so much. And each you get an Abaddon, a hero, you know, you're against this big team fight, well, Abaddon doesn't die in it. He can just go in, run in first, tank some spells, and generally, if you're IG, you don't want to throw spells at an Abaddon because it's just a waste of time.
Yeah, and they banned out the Oracle, so that's the only, let's say, big saver remaining from the position 5 that Evil Geniuses have snatched for themselves. Plus, if Phoenix is 4, you could have taken the Abaddon on IG. You would be playing versus Mirana and Beastmaster. It's a pretty solid pickup.
And now the Timber ban makes sense. I feel like EG knew they were going to be picking heroes that don't address Timbersaw, like a 5-position Abba. Maybe even Arteezy's carry of choice is just not going to have any way of dealing with Timbersaw. So they're just like, if they pick Timber off lane and flex this Mars mid, we can't beat it. So
yep. By the way, the TB that we mentioned earlier, Phoenix and Mars already are a bit difficult to play into. It's still possible, but not quite confident with that pick, let's put that.
And of course, we can't forget with EG, this first pick Mirana, we expect it to be a 4, but just last series, it was flexed in the mid lane. So potential for it to go there, but you really do need to see your matchup before you can choose to send Mirana mid.
Yeah, I would still give it to Crit, right? He's just such a strong Mirana player. And you want to have this position 4 that can jump on top of the egg and kill it.
Or switching it up. The Disruptor coming out, it will be IG's first Disruptor of the tournament.
Kind of funny to see it picked into an Abaddon sometimes. If you never lane against each other because both are 5. But,
here's the Storm pick. We were talking about how this could be so good for both teams. They have mid players who can be the win condition that can win the game. You don't need to rely on just Arteezy becoming that super late game carry when you can have Abed playing the Storm Spirit. And a hero that synergizes so well with what Beastmaster brings to the table.
If you're IG, do you want to pick up your counter to that Storm right now? Because you know that there's going to be 2 bans coming out to focus.
Two bans coming out to focus the mid lane or the safe lane. So you're kind of looking at the drafts, looking at the bans, how many more heroes do we have left in the pool, and what do we do with that right now?
Let's see, it's the Naga Siren coming out.
Oh, damn.
So far, I think it's only Arteezy that's played a game of Naga Siren.
Yeah, versus Techies.
Yeah, a bit of a weird game we saw. It was picked once or twice in the group stage. I know Quincy played in one of their games, so...
The team fight from IG is ridiculous. And now one thing though, if this Naga plays the way Arteezy played it, I'm loving it. The Orchid, the SNY, I believe, Manta early on, and then you just fight. If you go for this AFK style Naga that just roams around the triangle and
jungles, takes all the farm on the map.
It was so bad during the leagues. This was the one hero that would lose for anyone if played like that.
And I think that's also just the carry in general right now is like you cannot afford to be playing this passive farm your jungle style. You have to be linking up with your team early to make game, even before you get your farming items.
So why is it picked up here? Why fourth pick Naga Siren?
Your team fight is ridiculously strong. You have set up for Disruptor, and also it's one of those heroes that has very high armor versus the Beastmaster, but you don't really care about the boys. You can just send the illusions on him, so overall the laning stage itself should be pretty solid for the Naga.
I don't love it against the Storm, but I don't think there are carries that match up well against the Storm. There's not many that have that insta-catch or kill potential other than the obvious Anti-Mage, but this is not an Anti-Mage game. You're playing against Beastmaster, Anti-Mage is completely fallen off, so they're probably just looking at this like, okay, what hero is going to work without draft? Storm doesn't like destroy Naga, Naga doesn't destroy Storm. You do have the ensnare if you ever catch the Storm, which is kind of hard to do.
You get that upgraded ensnare as well through Pierce's spell immunity could come in handy.
But IG still right now they're all in that team fight, and I feel like Storm in general is a hero. His playstyle does well against these heavy team fight lineups because you can just kind of play the outside of the fight. You can hit and run, you can cut waves, you do a lot of annoying things which Abed is so good at, and none of these heroes I would say are great against Storm Spirit.
It's IG actually that ban out the Anti-Mage versus Evil Geniuses. They do need that one hard carry that matches up against Naga. My question is, will they go for that route, or will they put Abed on that big winning condition of Storm and then give something that just fights early on for Arteezy, like that Bloodseeker that we've seen yesterday?
Could be they're taking their time here. They still have a lot of their bonus time left compared to IG. IG only has 5 seconds remaining in their bonus time. They used most of it to think about their Disruptor pick. And if I'm Disruptor right now, I'd be quite worried about Abed Storm jumping me because he's gonna be first focused, most likely.
You can see that they banned out the Queen of Pain, and even though that's a matchup that can really go out of control for Swap. But same goes for Storm. If you do well enough in the laning stage, you get that Orchid before Queen of Pain gets used, or the Orchid, you're just hunting her throughout the whole matchup, so... Let's see what the other ban is. Most likely another mid laner, right?
So Void Spirit is still in the pool, Death Prophet still in the pool. And to be fair, all spirits are still in the pool.
Yeah, I kind of like it. I mean, Co-op brings the Orchid, but having a hero like one of those spirits that maybe doesn't lane amazing against Storm, but gives you a way to catch and kill Storm later on, like the Ember particularly for me.
The ban that they did was my favorite. I think that Prophet would have been the best for Invictus Gaming, because you don't necessarily have to think about the laning itself, but your objective taking capabilities, and if Naga will be the AFK farmer, who's going to do anything on the map for you? You need...
That's so true. And even when Naga joins up, that's not a hero that particularly takes Roche or pushes towers that fast or effectively, so Death Prophet would have kind of filled that gap.
Let's see what they go for. Oh. Ooh. That's some next level greed coming from IG. Now they have done it before, but it's usually Bloodseeker safe lane, Weaver safe lane, something similar. And
all
then
the things we said before, in terms of lanes and how well the lanes do normally set you up for a win or a loss, how would you rate that, the laning stage for IG, Lizard?
The laning stage for me necessarily isn't the problem. The problem is when this Storm pops off and just starts hunting the Morphling and the Naga. Disruptor is difficult for him, but the laning stage should be fine for them. And they go with the Lesh.
I love it. I was thinking, okay, who's the heroes that deal with illusion? And you mentioned fast pace.
Yeah.
Leshrac for Arteezy. This is something I don't think IG's ready for. It takes objectives, it pushes the tempo, it deals with those Naga illusions.
Completely different playstyle. This is... You may...
Could be, you know, but the EG, they ran something similar with the Razor draft, where they like didn't really have the super late game, because right now they're playing against 2 Agi cores, and both of their cores are intelligent, so they need to have a good advantage. After the laning stage, 10-15 minutes in, they need to have an advantage. Leshrac is a good pick, you know, to deal with the Naga Siren. OD, you got anything to add, anything smart?
I mean, I'm just sort of blown away by how greedy IG's got. I mean, Morphling and Naga, I've got to be honest, I'll be completely surprised if EG aren't able to punish them. I think EG's going to be able to run them over. I just don't see this level of greed, you know, teams getting away with it in the grand finals of the Major.
You are looking good coming!
Thank you very much. But yeah, Lacoste, I mean, obviously a lot of greed with the final 2 cores of IG. They do have that phenomenal setup and team fight around it.
Yeah, I remember the old cheats, you know, greed is good. You know, sometimes I think in this game, it could be punished. Like, EG, they have a really good, they have a fast lineup, they have a maneuverable lineup with the Storm Spirit, with Beastmaster. I want to see if Arteezy once again gets like an earlier bot so that he can be moving around the map, something that he did on Razor, just to put some more pressure, like you're going to bring that one extra hero.
Yeah, and you like the way that EG ended up, you know, going for the Arteezy Lesh when you can pull. This was pretty much
a lot of the carries were banned out, like those Radiance type of carries. Also, like you had a really good point, you know, maybe it would be a good lifesteal game because they had really nothing, but then they picked Morphling and they're like, maybe we do not want to go for it, so they decided to go for Leshrac, something that deals well with the illusions. Right now, Leshrac just the jungle, jungle left.
He's checking out the lanes, making sure that they get the matchups that they want. Arteezy will continue to head down bottom.
Something that they've done before, multiple times already throughout this major. Must leave Ice on the safe lane, especially when they were playing Alchemist with the Acid Spray. And the Tusk, this time around, they don't have that strong of a tri-lane, but it's still super strong. I remember historically, you know, Disruptor, he was not considered. Like every single time, like the tri-lanes were a thing, everyone was playing it. You see a Disruptor, you want to aggressive tri-lane, because what he brings is pretty much just a Thunderstrike.
Top lane with setup now, ISO side. Deal with Fly and Kaka putting the pressure. Got to find some yes underneath the tower. It's a mid lane matchup. Definitely eyes on how well Emo is going to be able to do against Arbet. How he's going to be able to get up lane, bottom lane. Ollie. Just slightly off the mark, stun, but it doesn't matter. G will be the ones to claim first blood with the tribe.
Right now, they're thinking, do we help Kaka on the top lane? Made a big pull, will deny some of the creeps, will get level 2 by that. The way EG is playing, like they're sacrificing his Ice Farm, he's one of the craziest players out there. You know, he will eventually do something that might sound or look stupid, and like EG will get the advantage from it. Like remember the Pangolier, when he was playing Pango, just rolling inside the base, going near the tier 4 towers, and then you see like 1 or 2 people rotating, trying to punish that, which opens up more space for EG.
Lane Emo. And get up aggressive onto Arbet. Heroes just baiting each other. Arbet still with Verifiers to play with.
Using the healing salve, has a bottle coming up to him, so that's gonna be good. Emo, ooh, that arrow.
Careful. It's over from Crit, and we're seeing already in the mid matchup, Arbet is just having a phenomenal time against Emo in the 1v1, 11 for 6 against the 6 for 4. Arbet, so that there's no rotations or any input from the rest of the members of IG around this mid lane. We're going to see Arbet get some very quick item timing.
He will be. Also, Mirana without Marcy doesn't seem that strong. He does not have anyone to guide the arrows. Arbet just playing very aggressive on a mid lane with 1-1-1 build. You know, it's a Morphling, very hard to kill, but Arbet so far doing a really good job. 15 CS, 8 denies. He has more denies than Morphling has CS. Pretty impressive.
Top lane, they do get the kill onto ISO. So see if Crit can get the return kill onto Kaka. Stick charges. Crit running him down. Kaka can get away from this. He catches into the trees. Crit won't be able to follow. Done up top, of course, this is the lane where we do imagine EG are going to have the time of where it's been set up. See how much Fritz around, make it a little safer for Ice.
When you have offlaner on the safe lane and he gets a bottle, like I want to see if they will be able to like contest the 5-minute bounty rune. If you don't get it, like there should be crit also pressuring the bottom lane 5 minutes in, just securing the bounties, especially since JT picked up that bottle, you know, so that they don't get any value from the bounties.
Goes for the rune, but for the quick waveform, Emo in. Stop Arbed from getting the bottom. It's to 21-11 against the 8 for 4. Emo pretty much having no game at all so far in this laning stage as Arbed has completely demolished him.
He still needs 50 gold to finish off his bottle. Level 4, Storm 5.25. Looks really good for Arbed.
Now bottom flight. You're right here with RTZ by his side. JT and Ollie not going to try and dive anymore. CS at the moment down on the bottom lane. JT 24-1 against RTZ 18-1. Easy try and turn, but as soon as spells come out, JT's able to push him away. Against Sumo's now he's gone with the Edict. Up top, Kaka. There, the jungle.
Oh, the glimpse. He does not want him to refill the bottle.
Shield, but JT's gonna have another God rebuke in a couple of seconds. Fly.
He got him. Now that was such nice done by Oli. Using glimpse just to secure that Arteezy's not gonna pick up the bounty, refill his bottle, and the spear. They get the rune. Meanwhile, Arteezy is getting some free CS on the bottom lane, uncontested.
Goes on up top. Ice. He's back to getting quite a bit out of this lane. Seeing, of course, still the edge for Fly at the moment. He's the top farmer on the board. Fly. No pressure onto the Naga Siren with its lane set up, like another space in the world. It's line. I mean, is it going to be up to EG to make any sort of rotation up towards the Naga Siren? I mean, when are we going to see EG start to group together and go? Is it? How early is that going to happen?
Once these matches get level 6 and get book 1, they could potentially threaten a kill on Naga with just one hero rotating. Naga will still be invis. Like mid laners, they like when there's a lot of action happening on the side lanes as well, where like people die and then they get their bottle refilled, especially if they're not controlling the runes, like if they're not we've seen like both supports coming in, taking the runes instead of get bottled. No, playing a bit aggressive on the mid lane.
Yeah, they're really pushing the limits here, two of them. Ben and Emo really testing each other's capabilities. Themselves alive. We're going to see Arbed go for the reset.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's a bottle bounce rune still preserved for him to stay out on the map. So Simon's got a creep wave away from hitting the 6. Side JT just about to level 6. And at that point, RT is going to have to be very careful down here. Move from Arbed sort of knows that JT's about to, he knows that JT's going to look for an aggressive play, so he's going to be here ready and prepared to back RTZ up.
He's having a really nice look what's happening. Easy.
JT beat him. Arbed zip in onto JT. He's going to pop the 6 charges. He'll separate Arbed for now, but Arbed's ready to come back in. Closes the gap. Gets the kill done, and now our team is going to dive in onto all of his work.
We get the courier. Yeah, that's such a big move. Like, they didn't get too much out of XP while all this was happening. Like, there was no one in the mid lane. Fritz kind of connected the lost one full creep wave. He was pulling the top lane, but the nice move from Arbed. You know, he's back to base, refills his bottle, comes back to the bottom, secures 2 kills, a courier, and some damage on the tower.
Doesn't get much better than that from Arbed's early rotations. Makes back over to the mid. Able to pick up some XP while this was happening. The 8-minute rune come into play. Emo and Ollie looking to protect it. Ollie's actually going to take the arrow. Here is Fritz able to find the connection. Arbed, if you want to convince this, he gets caught in the vortex. We'll be able to get the Emo start one out there. Arbed, he's out to the side. Now the regen being pumped, he's going to be able to get back in. He wants to do his RTZ and Fly. They're running down Emo. Emo's away, and Arbed doesn't want to zip in too aggressive. They don't have vision over there.
Sometimes are just blind. You know, he picks up that region, he finds the jelly straight away, still has that region up and running.
So wants to make a move on JT. JT goes. Be a little spooky for him, JT. Goes something up. Arbed. Might be able to find him. JT plays it safe. We'll also have Emo coming down here. Emo making his way over. See if the two of them can get some sort of a play going. JT doesn't have the arena, but EG, they've got 3 here.
Radiant's bottom tower
Back
is
up a
under
fly.
attack.
Arbed, an incredibly tricky hero to set up on.
IG has 2 farming cores, like Morphling can't make those aggressive moves, both supports kind of need level to be able to rotate, so it's gonna be a lot on JT's shoulders to make the moves. Arena is online, he's level 7, but so is Beastmaster. Necrobook 1 done, Roar available, like they could just set things up where there's still no song, he didn't even save a point on Naga Siren, so very killable, but there is a rotation. JT plus Phoenix making a move.
Yeah, it's definitely easier of the cores to take down right now. There's no chance for Ice. Rotation onto Beastmaster, same time around mid though. Arbed, there we get the jumping onto Ollie.
This is going to be such a good timing on Orchid from Storm Spirit. Something that the Storm does not like to play, Morphle does not like to play into, where like Deathman's itself is a very costly item, and they don't have like a real save. There is Song of the Siren, but most of the time Naga and Morphling will not be the same spot for the map.
Focus around the mid lane, That's us. With the Roar, if anyone steps up too far, space is made for the bottom tier 1 tower. Travatizi, of course, now Max Diabolic Edict. Takes his objective very fast. Set up top, Fly being left alone. Tier 1. In return, Crit sitting up here, scouting out some activity in this. Not going to initiate anything though, as he is purely on his own. Lane, Arbed, Ice and Fly trying to set up from the side. Ice will be trying to go for the Roar opportunity. It's about it there, but Emo able to zip out the waveform and stop right behind. Tricky of a move to be made. Top Crit continuing to get more information. Remained with that invis room will now come to a finish, and Arbed lead up here. Maybe we see if they can start something off. It's hard. Fly around. We don't know if he's got the song or not, so they are going to respect the Naga Siren.
Smoke from IG. Disruptor's still level 5, Phoenix is 6. They might, I mean, they have enough damage. If they go with Arena, once again, Ice, careful. Let's see what Q3 is. Radiant using the scan, you know, someone is in triangle. Yeah, Ice, he looks pretty dead.
Oh! I mean...
A bit of Kale.
I mean, let's see. It was at this moment he realized. I mean, Ice.
They're also laughing. Yeah, they're tipping Ice. You know, just giving that money so he can retire earlier. Just keep collecting it. What I like about EG is like warding. Like these 2 wards that they have on the bottom part of the map are pretty much the exact same wards that they had when they played Alchemist offlane when he had the 9-minute Battle Fury.
Yes.
And those 2 wards did not get the ward. You can scout the rotations, possibly like also smoke rotations when people are coming to tier 2 tower, any rotations in the lane, TP rotations, and the deep ward inside. Like this area, but still did not get rewarded. So probably Ice. Ready to stand. Pretty dead.
They're on the door there as well. They don't achieve anything with it. Or maybe it will actually. Ollie is set up very low. Crit and RTZ able to come in and get Ollie in return. Be able to chase for more though. Can't get JT if it's medium card. They're out there.
I talked about the itemization on our DZ, like the earlier Boots of Travel. You can kind of see the patterns in what EG is doing, pretty much the similar style of playing. Picks up Boots of Travel when he was playing the Razor. Like he needs to do this time around because he is the core. Like able to scale. Morana ulti. JT, no dust.
Oh! There's him there. RTZ. Not going to latch on to anything as he goes straight through the trees. Mid, Arbed, very close to see Emo responding to that build. He's going to be getting the duels first.
Okay, because it's a cheap way of dispelling things. They have no save whatsoever. So he needs to be able to remove those silences. I've seen it a couple of times. It can work.
Interesting direction, but definitely a necessary one. In the jungle, gonna be straight in the middle of them and lead them to his death. Obviously, no real chance of getting away with the 3 points on Glimpse. Ollie would always be able to bring him back, so Crick just has to get in and do as much damage as he could before he goes down.
Dire are scanning.
Beastmaster, he's really struggling this time. He got caught 3 times. Start early game wasn't really good because he was playing in the dual lane against
No for JT, but JT did get the arena down. What's over from Arteezy, but the arena wall still holding back EG. Not able to set up anything off the back of that Roar attempt. Also likewise,
Dire's middle tower
is also on cooldown.
He has enough money to buy a Blink Dagger to just go to up that Blink Dagger. No arena, but he can always make those street plays to the towers, into buildings or cliffs. Storm just finished off the Orchid. 13 minutes in. Does anyone have a smoke? There is one smoke on Crit, but oh, Emo. Like, he's super close. Like, he just needs one CS to be able to actually get that Yule Scepter, and then he will have a way of dispelling this
Radiant's bottom tower is
Storm.
under attack.
He definitely needs to keep pressure. Moment in time, IG with the greedy line with a Morphling and a Naga Siren. They are 2,000, 3,000 gold.
They feel, you know, much safer going into the late game. Their team fight is much stronger. EG, they are the ones who need making stuff on the map. With the Orchid on the Storm Spirit, like, they should try to look for a pickoff. But IG seems like they're having a really good read what's going on. Just going together, also smoking up. Arteezy just showed on top.
They're closing on him on time. Going straight towards the mid lane. Jump's going to be made onto Emo first, though, by EG. EG does stick down the ball, Arteezy on top of the spear, and missing. That's some timing for the rest of EG. The TP over, Arteezy will still go down. Fly, unable to help us with the high ground. Push back on Firebet. Firebet will be taken straight back to the mid.
Fly. There's a Phonic shield on himself. I don't think it would matter. I believe he was already hit. But nice move rotation. They still lose 1. IG should be careful when the rest of the team is using a smoke like that. You need to be very careful, like what you do with the actually as the Morphling. Which said that ISSI is kind of struggling this time around. Has a good 15 minutes.
Gonna get the grab on side, still gonna look down the Roar. The arrow follow. Crit jumps in with the burst, but they got they do. JT.
And now they can start putting pressure on this tower. This tower's down. They have 4 points of eating, but they're easy. Like, you need to be a bit more careful. Yes, you have a battle behind yourself. You're still very good. The only item you have pretty much is Kaya, so you don't have that much HP.
Radiant structures are fortified.
For a chance to get in on this.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The high ground. And IG's trying back on track to take the towers. He'll yet to slow down the farm really of Fly. 9k net worth coming
is under attack.
Fly has been having an amazing time most of the time on the top lane. Has that Manta style, which will increase his farming capabilities. Going into Scotty next. Just wants to be able to tank up. He understands most of the damage comes from the flash track.
Song set up. Ollie has got Static Storm. They could look to drop everything on Arteezy. They will. Static Storm, zipping over down. Ryan Arteezy down the edge, and then just the zipping up successful. Arteezy goes down. Mike, himself a bit of time in the borrowed time. Chasing down and bring back they can. Ollie with the clip. Gets back in the reach from Genji and Kaka. And Fly will slowly be burned down.
Now that was such a clutch Yule Scepter coming out from the Morphling there. Yes, you heard that correctly. From the Morphling, who wanted to have something to dispel silence coming up with the Storm, and he uses it just so that he secures and manages in the team fight. Philosopher's Stone, found by EG. Every single time I see that item, I'm like, yeah, this is good, you know, because your position 4, your position 5 will hold that item.
Playing Arteezy. Alone at the moment. Gonna try and open up on Emo here. Wuzu with the stun, he's gonna be able to find him. Emo was not ready for that one bit. Arteezy strikes from the shadows and gets solo kill on the Close to the triangle. Arbed getting in with the back of the right side. They drop the ball down to get the ball. Firefly trying to go for Arbed, but Arbed still with mana to play with. He's out there.
You can see damage coming up from the Naga Siren. Good two pickoffs, especially the one from a TPC, pretty much the solo kill. Now he starts to put some pressure on the top tower, eating such a powerful ability against the towers.
Buildings ready in a second. Coming up to 18 minutes in. Taken 4 towers away. I'll say themselves, they've only lost the one tier 1 top. Right, protecting Arteezy here with his positioning of Devo. Try and lead it on to Fly. Get the glimpse back onto Chris. That is still shots as well. Fly trying to do his best to keep clear alive from outside of the storm. A cripple still full. Emo moving on to Arteezy. This set of cages. Look up, let's clean it down. Looking at the spot. Able to silence. Stops the combo. Top 16. Arbed, the savior. To turn it around. And Fly and it also falls. As EG, they're able to take down 4 of IG. They're going to go straight for the pit.
Yeah, try to get that Aegis. Some people's running low on mana, managing to get the arcane range, just a bit more damage. And you said it, Arbed just stops the combo. He understands where the most of the damage is going to come from. They have Fly on his head and keep them alive. Arrow inside the pit. Can't connect. And they can't respond to this. They did not have Naga Siren for 20 seconds. Song will be available. And this is exactly how EG needs to play. Like, they need aggressive, they need to make stuff happen. Right now, get some advantage with their lineup.
I think definitely going to be a little shaken up after that last move. Okay, lead at the moment for EG. In a very close position here between these two teams where EG are getting these objectives, but it's not like IG's cores are falling behind in palm. Both Emo, especially a lot out of the game right now. Ready halfway towards Skadi. Fly. You see that fight, that turnaround again, as it really did look like it absolutely could have gone IG's way. If AT was able to get in and get that combo down onto Arteezy, taking the left down, it would have looked a whole lot different.
Arrow.
Do the ult of IG. I could look to send something up. A lot harder now, but there is that Aegis on Arteezy. He's got Emo. Boy, gotta be careful, Emo. You can see Arteezy's also got to be careful. JT's able to get in there. Arteezy on the water. Now Arbed. He's in the backside. To put them around. Emo stabling up. Arbed puts himself to the side. He's going to be successful this time. Catching the three of them. Arteezy pulling on Arbed just like in Overwater. He puts the disruptor. Set up from Fly being used in action now. He can back away.
Oh man, this was such a big move. Like, he caught Morphling, but there was no follow-up. They just needed one extra stun, either an arrow or Storm Spirit jumping in. Then Storm jumps on the Phoenix, who manages to get the Supernova off. And once again, those Yule Scepters, just keeping them in the air so the egg can't go off. Like a bit of a throw there. Arteezy, like, he lost his stone charges. On top of that, but Emo's not there.
No, not at all. Just a little too far forward, away from the rest of the squad. Not the usage out of the Aegis that EG kind of need to get when they're running a lineup like this. It's sort of a death slowdown to the process of the landfall, their draft. It's going to hurt.
I was kind of like shocked Pikachu face, or what's going on? Where's the rest of the team? And this will slow them down. Like, still, Morphling doesn't deal that much damage. He didn't get the Manta style, you know, so you don't get the stats. Yule Scepter is a cheaper way of dispelling things. Now going into E-Blade, so that's going to help out a lot with dealing the damage. But still needs some more time. You know, he's not carrying this game.
They go for Emo, hold on to him with the Roar and the arrow. Everything left being laid down on Sweet. They've got it. Not enough strength being built up. Emo will fall. Molly will as well. EG make moves here with the 4 of them. Arteezy will also come over to start bringing in this top. Tier 2s again. EG just continue to make these moves, enable Arbed. Arbed very close to BKB, just a recipe away.
Double damage.
Still having a flawless game. 6-0-5 on the Storm Spirit.
Arbed this time around, like, he doesn't want to go for any greedy items. He needs that BKB. He wants to be able to jump backlines, does not care about Sog. They have literally no ability through Magic community other than Supernova, but I bet jump is just gonna be like, I'll try to go get a jump for Phoenix. It's not gonna be that easy because Phoenix has Yules right now, so they need some follow-up.
Progress-wise for IG Fly. Skadi is going to be done for the next fight. It's going to be huge. EG, they're going to have to be really prepared to deal with from Fly. If they get any lockdown onto the cores, Fly will tear them apart.
Fly also for coordinated build. Everything is kind of greenish, bluish. I really like that. Like even the neutral item is also greenish.
Out of fashion Fly. It looks good.
Yeah, after seeing her teeth, you know, bringing out the fashion, it's like maybe I can't do it in real life, but I'll do it in game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Talking about fashion on Naga Siren is what did Naga Siren wear to the maps test?
Radiant's bottom tower
An
is
algae
under
bra.
attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
All right.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Morphling, you know, still put some pressure. He's not that easy to kill, but if they try to one time, there is always going to be this sun ray right now. Also, Phoenix going, he's getting a ton of farm. Yule Scepter going for that heavens.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Fly. He's got the song set up close to each other. Ice and Crit, they're looking pretty tasty here. Ollie, he lays down the storm combo. They're calling it a target. The arena's down. Evo comes in, blows up. Takes down Ice.
Oh yeah, that was such a beautiful song on Mirana. The thing that comes to my mind is they actually got Mirana there, and a beautiful song. Nice setup. JT getting closer to the BKB. Like he gets the Beastmaster Roar. I still feel they will need to they have a problem right now in PG because they feel like they're under pressure. They need to be doing stuff. You're playing into two edgy carry heroes. You have your Leshrac, your Storm, their intelligence. So IG's lineup is much better in the late game.
Aggressive. Fly. Kind of just in air around the boundary ridge. We'll be able to get the pickup on it. Coming in done. Straight over. Looking towards the Mars. Mars will be healed up by the side. RCZ looking towards Fly. Arbett's into a little low mana, Arbett. They can continue to chase down from Fly will be fine because he comes with the spear to push Fly back.
Fly just a bit too speedy. Fly has one fly, you know, so it makes a lot of sense.
Fly equals...
Fly it's like, you know, 2 horsepower and the other, I have 1 horsepower. It's has all the amounts, so it's going to be more speed, which makes a lot of sense. Oh, does not connect. Damn it.
On the blood stone here. BKB pop by Arbett. Arbett trying to JT. He's all mana. Whatever comes down, he's got to back off. Actually, have to make some damage for the side. The arrow. That's the arrow. Beautiful. Quick for the side. Fly. He's got to really get the shot off in time. Fly. He will live.
Oh,
but he has to run.
So unfortunate. Like, just got KB delivered on the Leshrac. If he had that, like, 2 seconds earlier, he would probably be able to chase down Naga Siren Hole. It was like maybe 2 hits from the Pulse Nova. But what an arrow from Crit. Like, Crit just
that
like...
was pretty much max arrow. Yeah. Ollie needs to change his underwear after that one.
So next, Sean may respawn in 20 seconds. We'll see, it's gonna be a long respawn. If it's like early respawn, EG should just try to go inside. They know that the song is on cool. Also want to have that level 18 on Naga Siren. It's a big difference, 40-second difference between level 2 and level 3 LT.
Now we'll check this fight again, as you say, just getting on RTs. You didn't quite have the BKB delivered yet, so struggle to really take that fight to its full protection.
Look at this.
I mean, it was the combos for the raw from Ice actually pushing the Naga Siren into the arrow. So I've got a real combo play between the two of them.
Yeah, the combo was actually overlapping. So unfortunately, it was a 6 arrow, but they needed to a bit damage.
getting on here, already back in the action on the backline. Carmen jumping over towards Maka. Can't die in time. Emo, he's been caught on the front. Emo, EG with those two kills. They have to continue to push and take this tier 2 tower.
And Emo, he does not get the shift off. This is like third or fourth time already that he was not able to get it off. E-Blade is done. 2 tower also gone. Roshan, long respawn. It was like full duration respawn, 3 minutes. Fred has also a Spirit Vessel, so that's going to help quite a lot against those heals, the overtime damage. The 5k gold lead for now.
Likely to get a lot of value out of the Vessel this game. Against the more sure he's got to wait to dispel it, but as we're seeing most of the time, you know, he has to use them to sort of silence if he gets jumped upon by Abed.
It's also need to be careful of Yule Scepter. It's a great setup for Rana's arrow. They have 2 Yule Scepter. It's a good item. Kaka this time around just changing things a bit. You know, he wanted to get the Hex against the Storm Spirit. Decides to go for the full fight. He was extremely farmed. I think it's correct. You know, playing into Lashrak, playing into Storm Spirit, there's going to be a ton of magical damage. You want to be able to tank up yourself and your own team.
Looking to wait around the Roshan timer. Minute to dub high post. And only here with the army flying right back. Yes, Mythos. Fire thing. Down. Abed, crit, nice, tanky, but he's not tanking nothing. We're sitting the damage here from 4 members of EG. The IG just nowhere close enough to pop out.
And Beastmaster this time around also has a BKB ready just to be able to go in. Like they don't have abilities that go to match community. JT.
RT's found him with the help of Fly. He's going to drop the arena. And there's no way for JT. He's going to try and team the BKB up on RTZ. Down as that was a bit of an unnecessary loss there for IG after they'd already lost 2 out on the map.
JT stance was just TP, but this time around did not work out. It was, you know, that most of the time that's not gonna work out. Damage coming out from Lash is just a bit too high. They're also controlling the outpost at 30-minute mark.
Yeah, that hurt. That's for sure now. He's gonna get some space. Back in my day, JT was bringing Sexy back, and nowadays he doesn't even know how to get back.
He needs that BKB. He's also a bit like under level. Like he's level 14, 30 minutes in, while Beastmaster's almost level 20.
See, RTZ they're having a bit of a giggle.
The prize is mine.
7-3 spin hit. Time. I think RTZ. I think he's taking all the times this RTZ.
I see no difference. Like I played Dota for 15 years. You know, for not that long in Dota, but every single time it happens, like someone just steals my throne.
No, there is. No,
if this was a pop game, you know, RTZ getting over, but this is an Overwatch game.
I mean,
sure.
if RTZ was in my pub, I'd be like, Ahmed, look, they're leading on to Kaka. I'll get just look at this, they do it. The BKB gets sprayed off to Nicky, JT drops. Try like on the JT's down. But the high gun is not going to get the counter off the side. We'll drop the super over the front. Nicky poking out. There's no help for him. Come back into the mic, but there's no left right. But get ready. Make it pop the count on him. Come on, don't call it. GG as EG will take game 1.
Man, this was their timing. Like, they grouped around, they just want to take off. Even without going for the second approach, they didn't kill themselves. You know, the damage coming up from the last track, he was super farmed. James caught the arrow. Like, that arrow was pretty much straightforward. He catches it, and just it feels like the game's over after he catches that arrow.
Yeah, a bit of sort of, for IG at least, a bit of an anticlimax again for them. You know, they're having this whole time farming very well against EG. You know, Fly having some excellent gains in terms of the items. And then those last few moves, getting caught out with the 2 of them over on EG's half of the map. And then in the mid, JT going down, and then it just all crumbled from there. And against the lineup that EG had, you just could not allow that to happen, because exactly what we saw end up occurring here. It was going to happen every single time. EG was just going to be able to close it out completely.
You also need to be careful about vision coming up from the Beastmaster. That is Necro 3 units. They will be able to devour most of the stuff. There is a Hawk. Like, it allows you to get some really good pickoffs. Like, Isaiah did not have a really good laning stage, but man, he landed some really nice. You know, just controlling the Hawk. Like, that's pretty much the... but man, he landed some really nice, you know, just controlling the Hawk. Like, that's pretty much the most important part of the Beastmaster. So some crisp stuff coming out from EG in game number 1.
Absolutely, excellent draft, and I would be surprised if we see IG try as greedy of a route as they did this game with the Morphling and the Naga Siren, as it was, as we saw, just very susceptible to a few mistakes, and then boom, EG is going to be able to close the game up. As EG, they'll take game 1 here at the Grand Finals.
A very dominant start for Evil Geniuses here in the first game of a best-of-5 Grand Finals. And they looked so good. We were going to start with the laning stage here with Gods and Lizard Gods. Laning stage, I think we should talk a little bit about Abed versus Emo in the mid lane.
Yeah, Abed, the first 5 minutes was doubling his CS, having a great time. And that allowed Abed to just kind of transition into this really fast Orchid and make lots of move around the map. Morphling caught up and was kind of similar net worth to Abed for a lot of the mid game, but because of the good start, Abed was able to make so many plays around the map.
It looked really good for me, for IG at the beginning. Even though, that lane didn't go too well, I felt like they had this game because of the lack of action coming from EG. Let's put it that way, maybe significant action. They took tier 1 on bottom lane and mid. However, every time cooldowns were off for IG, they would get multiple kills. They would really utilize them properly, and seemingly every teamfight they had every ulti. However,
this is the fight.
Yeah.
That turns it all.
It felt like Emo was not on point with the Morphling. A couple of... His build is fine, by the way, don't get me wrong. The Yules is also completely normal in this situation. But a couple of times they just catch him off guard, or they force him into shifting Agi with the stun. Crit landed so many arrows, I think he turned their PCs off with them at some point. It's not the stun any longer, it's a logout from the game. Just very solid from EG, punishing completely the greed.
You could see the strength and why they picked the Naga, because it was so good against the Beastmaster in the lane, and it was like they were trying to keep these lanes pushed out, but I think for me, one of the key things with EG, you look at the last 20 minutes of the game, there's a lot of big team fights. You saw moments of, brilliance from IG where they're winning those fights. Every single team fight was on IG's side of the map.
Yep.
A big part of that is Beastmaster, Lacoste highlight, the vision it gives you, but it pushes out these lanes. So even when EG were trading, not winning a fight because of the big ultis, they would just come right back and they don't lose any towers because they're on IG's side of the map.
It was quite surprising to see the big team fights. EG was just allowed to back off a lot of the times. You got the Mars arena, the big Phoenix egg, and then it's like, okay, we'll just wait a second, and then we'll come back, and then all your ultimates are going to be on cooldown, and then we'll win the fight because you threw everything already.
Yep, that's one of the best
Great
things.
enjoying that live.
Yeah, that was the arrow that misses one hero and hits JT in the back. Just,
I think we're about to see it.
Yeah, JT. Yep.
Yeah, that was fun.
Unfortunate for him, a little bit. Overall, IG definitely did look solid at different parts of the game. Early on, Naga and Morphling were staying as top 2 cores in the game. Beastmaster had a ridiculously hard, difficult laning versus the Naga, which is one of the reasons why they picked it. We weren't really certain about the Morphling completion of this draft. I'm still not certain about it. I still think it's extremely greedy, but you have to also notice that I don't know what this was, but this wasn't the normal Emo Morphling.
We're in the Grand Finals. We're very far into this tournament. There are only so many excuses we can make for people underperforming. We have high expectations for Emo. Let me set that out straight first, because we have seen what he can do. Last season, he was on top, the star player to watch. This tournament, IG has looked good. I mean, they're in the Grand Finals, they're doing something right, but it is not the same star power feel from Emo that I think a lot of us were expecting coming into this.
Yeah, I think coming into most IG series, look at Emo as like he's their best player, he's their star, and definitely didn't feel it watching this game from the outside. I think there's perhaps a lot of pressure on him. And I think he just tried to do too much. Usually the idea is when you're playing Morphling, it's like, okay, I'm a Morphling, my team picked me this hero to win us this game. They didn't need Morphling to just solo carry this game. They had this crazy team fight. They had a Naga, which was going to cause a lot of problems for EG. They didn't have the best answer to. And I think Emo just overplayed his hand a bit this game.
Now, on the side of EG, we had a lot of comfort coming out in the drafts. Of course, the Abed Storm has to be mentioned. And I know it might start getting old, but I do want to give him the MVP. The other one would be the Ice Beastmaster. I'm torn. If I could give 2, I would.
You can. You've proven that you have that power.
I would say it's more Abed. I think, you know, we've given him a ton of MVPs, but right now he is not just the best mid player in this tournament, he is the best Dota player in this tournament. He has been. He's delivered time and time again. His play has just been phenomenal.
And coming into this series, we did take Abed versus Emo matchup for a reason. This is the lane to look out for. Who wins the matchup might just win the game, and Abed definitely handled him in those first couple of minutes on the first couple of CSs. And there we go with the Ice as well.
The positioning of the Hawk is as pointed out, and overall, just solid performance all around. I mean, they won. They looked very solid, and this game was the game that IG was able to prepare for most, right? You come into the first game of a best-of-5 grand finals. First game is what you are able to write out on paper, basically, the majority of the draft. And I'm a little worried that this is what they came up with, Lizard.
For EG, possibilities are endless at the moment. It looks like they can pretty much play anything that's played by the rest of the pack, and they can perform just as well, if not even better. For IG, Morphling and Naga, this is... Yeah, I'm worried as well.
Yeah, their own draft, I think, needs some tweaks, some improvements. But I think also looking at EG, we saw that Abed Storm coming. The puck wasn't going to be there. I think they had to be either more ready for it or ban it out in that second phase. And I think I like the idea of laying the Beastmaster through, but we may even see that being a first ban-worthy hero, because EG will first to Beastmaster almost every single game if they feel like it's going to be a good Beastmaster game.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what we're going to have in the second game around. Second game of this best-of-5 grand finals is, of course, right around the corner. Before we head to a break, though, let's do a quick shout-out for one of our sponsors. Toomey has been amazing, and if you want to elevate your life on the go, make sure to follow at Toomey Travel on Instagram and everywhere. Actually, it's the same tag, Toomey Travel. I know there might not be a lot traveling right now for you, but I also know you want to start traveling again when you can. So best be prepared to start doing that the moment we can, and hopefully that is soon. But soon is Game 2 of the Grand Finals. We'll be right back after a break.
That's RTC, Abadendi, Tonil, and Doggo, and Kayasen! What's up? Dude, we're such huge fans! Where did you get that skin? Whoa!
JBL presents The Sounds of Victory. JBL Quantum Gaming Headsets.
ช่วงนี้คุณกำลังเหงาขอแนะนำให้คุณเปิด Tinder Swipe Match Chat แล้วไปมีเพื่อนสัมพันธ์
เอาเลยไหมอ่ะ
เอาสิคะ
คิวไป1คิวไป2
Tinder แอปหาเพื่อนสัมพันธ์
Pressure, rising on the edge of taking everything. Life is a game I'm born to win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
Game 2 of the Grand Finals for the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major coming your way right now. I'm here with Gods and Lizard, and we're here to talk about what changes mostly IG needs to make here in their series against Evil Geniuses, because IG is one game down. Invictus Gaming lost that first game. They came in with a little bit of a greedy plan, and they paid for it with the game. But they can do it. We know this is not their normal style. We know that they can play different styles of Dota, Gods.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again. They'll happily pick a wide array of heroes for Emo in the mid lane. We've seen Flyfly on a number of heroes. They can play a less greedy style. I think they just went a bit too all in on this long cooldown team fight plus greed. And I think they just need to, pull it back a bit and give EG a bit less of what they're comfortable on.
I think they caught themselves in their own net in a way that they were trying to counter a little bit too hard with the Naga.
Yeah.
The PL was banned out. Maybe that's what they were planning, and then because of Beastmaster, right? And then you pick another high armor illusion-based hero, or Naga, and you do dominate the lane. However, you end up with Naga plus Morphling at the end of the drafting stage, and you find yourself unable to do a whole lot. I think if they adjust the drafts a little bit, they can definitely play a bit better at least.
Yeah, because we're mentioning a lot of the Naga and Morphling, and they didn't work out. But I want to talk openings, because in this first game that we just had, we talk a lot about bans. IO and Puck need to be banned mostly by the team that has not got first pick. In this case, the first game, EG was a team that did not have first pick, so they were forced to ban both the IO and the Puck, leaving IG, wow, confusing, and leaving Invictus Gaming with the freedom, I guess, to ban two actual heroes and to open with their comfort. And they went for the Phoenix Mars, Gods. I feel like that fell flat.
And it has fallen flat before. It's not a bad combo by any means, but you know what you're getting into. May put EG in a pretty comfortable position to play a game where, instead of trying to match the team fight of Mars Phoenix, they said we're going to play a vision map control game. We're going to keep all these lanes for us. We're going to have Beastmaster, and we're going to just Storm, Lesh. They had two intelligence cores. They didn't have an agi carry you typically see, but these are heroes that can just kind of play the outskirts of fights, pick off the back lines.
Agi carry was on the Mirana, right? On crit.
He was the agi carry. He was the guy that hit the egg.
The main fact I feel like from EG's draft is that they're always online. They literally don't even need that much gold coming from the laning stage from the Leshrac and Beastmaster. They're just pushing with levels.
Their longest cooldown is Beastmaster Roar.
And exactly, the cooldowns are the most important thing, because you lose a fight, but you're ready to go and engage again the moment you respawn, which
That's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and which is a tempo that Naga cannot handle. Like, he was fighting way too much on the side of Flyfly. Plus he went for a Skadi Basher kind of a build, which I don't mind. It's just still too slow versus Storm Lash Beast.
Yeah, I feel like if we saw Ortiz on the Naga, he went for that Orchid build. If you want to be more active and fight more, you need to go for something that can maybe come online a bit faster, particularly when you had that morph. But it's hard to fault him. I don't think his itemization loses in the game by anything. It's like a lot of factors that didn't go IG's way.
Just feeling out the bans and thinking, will it be the Tusk once again from Invictus Gaming? Will they maybe go with the Nurse Spirit once?
I don't think
like
they
before.
have the choice. This first game, they had the choice. They banned out Tusk Alchemist. I agree with those bans. I can see that. I was hoping that they would pick up the Timber Saw for themselves, because we know JT can handle that very well. But this time, very likely, unless something miraculous happens that a team does not want first pick, this time I'm thinking they need to ban IO and Puck. You do not want to give EG IO. We know we haven't seen them play it, but we heard Emo say it himself. He's like, yeah, let's give me a go, and he crushed with it with very little preparation. And you definitely don't want to give Evil Geniuses the Abed Puck, because that's just, you might as well just straight up call GG, go game 3.
I don't think necessarily that second pick is that bad, considering that you can kind of control the way the draft goes. You have the last pick as well, so...
It just means that you don't have the luxury of banning out some of the heroes
That's
you might not
100%
be
true, yeah.
wanting to face.
You have to figure out what the trade is going to be. Like, okay, we're going to give them a Tusk, and we're going to get this hero. That's usually what it is.
Speaking of trades, would you ever consider leaving both Io and Puck in, because then you can get one of the two? And if so, would EG go for the Io or for the Puck? Because I think that's a tricky one too.
We've seen too many teams burn themselves on this fire.
I think you have the same response as me.
Yeah.
EG's going to first pick Io, and
then you can pick whatever the hell you want to.
Yeah. I mean, Puck is good, but it's not Io good, I think, is at least how Liz and I feel about it.
Yeah, 100%. I even feel like Puck has a couple of different answers that you can go for.
I thought a team like EG may let it in because they play a lot of the Earth Spirit. We saw Thunder Predator early on in the tournament. They were giving teams Puck and just going all in on the Earth Spirit, the Lions, the Shamans, these heroes with hexes that can make Puck's life a
Dire team ban.
是因为一季节奏太快了，可能你受亡那段时间，在补的时候啊，持续被捅。
他就是带了线，然后拖节奏的，就跟那种什么，现在出现什么3号位的剧毒啊，3号位的伐木机啊有点像，就是把你这个节奏给你拖住。
这盘土猫海明都在，
太欧斗太。
energies. It just feels like more of the team hero has a save as well. Earth Spirit just feels like if you've got a super skilled 4 and he can play Earth Spirit like Crit can.
Yeah, not necessarily a hero that we see too many times in IG's hands, and this is exactly why they like to go towards these ranged position 4s, the ones that are usually on the outskirts of the fight, or the ones that are initiating with... Okay, it is fine for IG with the Lion versus the Storm. You get a lot of catch potential, but...
It works the other way around
It works the other way around.
And this is EG making a statement, because in my head I'm like, okay, the two best out here is Puck, Storm. If they... For IG, 100% they were going to ban Storm in the second phase of bans. That goes without saying. So, and I think EG knowing that, that's why they just elevated Storm from a second phase hero to a first phase hero this game, because they know they're not going to get their hands on an Abed Storm again unless it's first phase.
Okay, this is something that hasn't been banned out before. I mean, it has been banned out, sorry, in all the games previous.
But normally, I mean, we have seen JT play the Alchemist. It was actually against their series against EG.
10 seconds.
It didn't work out.
Yeah, it was the Void Spirit and Weaver one, if I'm correct, right?
You are correct.
It didn't really work out that great. Void Spirit is an amazing Aghanim carrier. Weaver, however, I remember... I think still if they adjusted the build on JT's Alchemist that game, it would have been better, because you don't necessarily need to give it to Weaver, just give it to Void Spirit and then go into Solar Crest, Link, whatnot. And Alchemist really suffered that whole game, so...
10 seconds.
We know EG plays it as the Arteezy hero, the carry hero, and so far we've seen that be more successful than the off-lane Factory Alchemist.
Definitely a possibility here for IG as well.
With that said, most of the teams from the Chinese DPC have been running it offlane.
Yes.
You know, we've seen LGD, we've seen IG, we've seen Vici, all these teams are 90% of the time running it offlane. So that would be my expectation right now. And I imagine for EG, you're thinking, let's ban out some of those Ags heroes that Alchemist is going to be looking to buff up.
And if you're IG, you're looking at the offlaners right now. To ban out the Mars, the Beastmaster that you mentioned earlier perhaps also comes to mind. Timbersaw already banned out, so Alchemist feels just so much safer in the game.
It's going to be very interesting to find out what Ice is going to play in this game. I would imagine there's going to be a lot of offlane bans coming out.
There is a bird still left in the pool.
There is.
The shiny one?
That's one of the ones that I'm expecting. Oh, you mean the shiny one?
The Phoenix?
The shiny one, yeah.
Is that the shiny one?
I thought you meant the hawk from the Beastmaster.
Yeah,
I think that's
there's another bird.
Wyvern? Fly plays Wyvern?
Sure. He was really good on that one game of Wyvern, but I think both of these teams value Phoenix quite a bit.
Yes.
I don't see the reason why not to pick it up on that position 5 for one of these, or ban it out. maybe some higher value bans coming from EG.
Yeah, thinking about it quite a bit.
It's a very open draft from IG, that's the problem. They played Lion on 5 and 4, Alchemist on... obviously they played it on offlane, but I'm sure they could flex it anywhere.
So far this tournament, this major, only Kaka has played Lion for IG.
Yep. I believe in the regionals they've had Lion on 5 too, but I don't like it at all on 5. It's just it's not that much of a strong laner on position 5 on the safe lane, and he needs farm. He needs one of these items, Aether Lance, Blink. Does not necessarily do nearly as much without farm. Gyrocopter banned out by EG, okay? They're aiming at not only the potential of a carry gyro that benefits from the Aghanims, but also that position 5.
It's Ollie himself who's played it numerous times in that 5 role in.
Is it the Jug next? What do you think?
For a ban?
Yeah.
Unless EG themselves want to play it, they don't have that last pick of the draft, so they could be taking it for themselves.
Yep. There's Ursa in the pool as well, but I'm thinking about these heroes that are good with the Aghanims. Wait, Monkey King is still in the pool, but these two teams don't necessarily value it that much, it looks like.
That we've not seen Monkey played by either of these teams the entire major, which is unusual.
I'm sure Invictus Gaming, if they wanted to, they could. There you go. Yeah, I'm sure that they won't be able to pick it because it's been banned out.
And this is where, yeah, some of those, you know, what are often considered those phase 1 heroes still in the pool. The Phoenix, the Death Prophet, both still lurking around, although we saw last game 1 draft, Death Prophet no longer that high value pick as it was for many other teams.
I still don't mind the Void Spirit plus Alchemist, by the way, as well. Even versus the Storm Spirit. I know that the Storm Spirit is difficult for Void Spirit to deal with, but when you get that early Aghanims, it doesn't feel nearly as bad. They go with an Abaddon instead first.
Yeah, so IG banned Death Prophet. That I think that would have been a nice hero to really push the tempo, take objectives, because Ice can play it, Fly can play it in the 5 position. It kind of fits both roles, and it's a nice pick just because it's going to keep IG guessing a little bit about exactly what's coming their way.
And we see another Abaddon pickup. A little bit of secure. It just feels like Oracle and Abaddon feel they are extremely popular in the Chinese region, even if you don't have a necessarily great target to false promise or to shield all the time. It's just the playstyle fits them.
And I think the Abaddon, its plays is very much like I can run anywhere I want to get vision for my team, be quote unquote out of position, but you're an Abaddon, so you just don't die. You can always run in and try to save your carry.
The only problem is when I see Landon playing that Abaddon, I'm in love, man. What he does, it's some Slav spirit infused. He dives tier 2s very early on, but Ollie, in his own right, plays a mean Abaddon too.
He does, for sure. EG. At this stage of the game, it was the same point for Invictus Gaming previously. This third pick is where most of the time has been spent because you define the rest of your draft. Beastmaster will be the pickup. We talked about it. It worked out so well in game 1, and Ice will have a field day with it. And the Void Spirit, as you mentioned, Lizard coming out still for IG.
Looking way more and more like, offlane Alchemist. I feel like even from the start, it was kind of headed that direction just because that's been the meta coming out from IG and the teams they compete against. Now you've got that mid laner that you can pull an Ag Scepter too. Not the best lane versus the Storm, but as far as the game as a whole, especially if you're getting pulled in early Ag Scepter, that can cause Storm a lot of problems. He's going to have to go for that safe build. Orchid, then BKB right away after.
Yeah, so you get that Aghanim, suddenly you have stacks on your spell, plus you have the silence. It's just very strong versus Storm Spirit. EG now have to decide whether to pick the position 5 or the carry. They go with an ancient apparition.
Traditional counter to the Alchemist, and great against Baron.
Yes and no, because this is an Alchemist on the offlane, right?
Sure.
And because of that, it doesn't really...
He's not gonna fight.
Yeah, it doesn't really bother him that much that you're gonna ulti him. He's still going to give away his Aghanims, Scepters.
But he can't farm when he's dead.
That's true. Hopefully, what they're thinking is we have Roar, we have Storm Spirit.
It's the pickoff game.
Yeah, so much magic damage, the pickoff game.
I think it's very much a playstyle thing where they feel like they see how this game is to go, and they're not going to want to fight IG and like head on 5v5s, and they're like, okay, basically what Storm AA, I think in Storm is one of the best 2 hero synergies, like one of the best hero synergies for an AA, because Storm is so good at finding those pickoffs around the map.
I'm sorry, look at the bans. Evil Genius is actually with a Tide Hunter.
Wow.
With your AA pick, I believe that you are forcing IG into the offlane role, Alchemist. However, there's a mind game happening now between the coaches, between the drafters, and you know that IG already played that Alchemist on the offlane, didn't work out for them really well. Won't they try and you know, mind game will pick the same draft but then switch it on the safe lane? They probably would, right?
And part of it, I think, is also, I feel like almost every time I've seen EG go for this Beastmaster pick, they protect it with a Tide ban, because when teams have picked Beastmaster into them, they pick Tide every time. For Ice and EG as a team, they just see Tide as like the best hero in the game against Beastmaster.
Yeah, we've talked about this on previous panels as well. Anchor Smash just makes life so much easier versus all the summons, also your passive versus the roar, but they already have Abaddon on the side of Invictus Gaming for the Beastmaster roar. He can be able to...
Last man Lycan coming out for EG.
I like it. I can definitely see that being a hero that would cause a lot of problems.
10 seconds remaining.
Would allow IG to just play much faster tempo, not give EG time to come online there. It really does feel like a game of item timings where Storm's BKB timing needs to come out quickly.
And what's the timing on Alchemist and Lycan? Brotherly love. You give him Aghanims so he can bite you.
Is that the combo now?
Then you run around.
Seems like some anti-synergy almost.
100%. 100%.
Like,
don't do this.
You're turning the Alchemist into the carry by biting him out. May as well just buy some, you know, Battle Fury BKB himself.
No, I'm still not sold that this is... okay, my problem with this is Jug would be pretty solid for IG. Not great versus Beastmaster, but one of the last remaining good Aghanims heroes, right? And they ban it out.
Yeah, because we are also still looking for an Arteezy hero for Evil Geniuses. And in terms of bans, we obviously had a couple, but the Jug is one of the most common ones still in the pool. PA now also removed.
We've seen how well PA does versus Alchemist. TB, Morphling are still left in the pool. That are
TB banned.
Morphling
still in though.
He's so dark, I can only see his eyes. Yeah, Morphling possibly an option, one of the best heroes versus Alchemist.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not loving Morphling just because I feel like EG as a team in their playstyle hasn't looked as good with those greedier carries, but they may just be at a point where
there's Ursa
like,
as well.
What's
right?
left? And Ursa AA just sounds like a stronger lane. Like typically AA is a hero that you want to have a good lane partner with. The Wraith King comes to mind, but you don't want to pick Wraith King usually into the outcome.
And we've seen this story before.
Here we go.
We have. And it was a very similar draft they played against PSG LGD. They did have the Bloodseeker, the Storm, the Beastmaster, and the Earth Spirit. The only difference is an AA instead of the Phoenix. Four heroes of the same in the same draft when they played their third game in the upper bracket finals against PSG LGD.
Feels maybe even better with the AA. You have that possibility of sniping.
Get everyone low, get Bloodseeker some movement speed.
Oh yeah.
And again, it's EG not getting too greedy. When they have this Storm mid for Abed, they're not picking that hard carry because they just want to play this tempo game on the other side of the map, and they just know there's less farm to go around. You don't need to win the game from the carry role when you have a Storm Spirit mid.
IG have to dig deep now to figure out how to deal with this very, very early aggression, let's put it that way, oriented Evil Geniuses draft, but they've seen them play something similar, so...
Do they have to switch it up and go for the Alchemist and the carry role? Because I feel like he's not going to have time to get his Ags, or a Ags complete. Maybe he's going to get one Ags for Void Spirit, but then they have to fight, so I don't know if that's...
And there's no obvious safe laner that benefits from the Ags, I feel.
2 seconds.
Yeah.
Wow.
I believe that might be our first Faceless Void.
Out of left field.
That's a grand finals right there. That's a grand finals pick.
His Axe is all right, you know. It's better than like the Weaver Axe.
mistakes.
Prepare for battle.
I mean, well, this hero, yeah, so I'm a level 25 Void at a terrible MMR, but I can confirm that this hero is legitimately one of the worst carries in the game. This hero is absolutely terrible. I don't know what they're doing. I'm ready to be blown away, but I have no idea how they're going to make a Faceless Void work in 2021.
Yeah, this, you know, they have Void Spirit, they have Faceless Avoid, which people didn't tend to pick it at all. I believe this is the first showing of the hero, and might be the last one, considering what they have. They have 0 damage inside the Chronosphere as well.
Maybe just trying to put a bit into to try and get the hero buff for the next patch, so I can appreciate that from Mike.
That's good way of thinking.
You are learned in the ways of dying.
Thank you very much. But of course, very excited to see this. As the panel touched upon, if you're picking Faceless Void in this position, you must have something phenomenal in mind.
Either that, or you're running out of options. Like, maybe just fall back. But as you said, you know, he's a golden tier, Faceless Void, so maybe he wants him, like, I invested so much time in grinding, I want this hero to have a buff in the next patch. That's how you do it.
Yep. Pull it out in the grand finals. I mean, it's incredibly hyped to see. Is of course going to have the potential to get an Ice Axe down the line from JT. And the Void Axe, it's definitely good, it's definitely worth it. Probably not going to necessarily be higher up the list than Emo's though. The Void Spirit Axe, definitely the usual reason why you're drafting it out, and a Void Spirit in the same lineup. But we'll see. You know, for Faceless Void, one of the things that kind of can make him work is if you have that insane combo with the Chronosphere. Problem is this game, IG, they just don't really have that, right?
Yeah,
Chrono,
they have
Chrono into what?
Spray, Chrono into like Finger, Earth Spike, that's it. The good thing is they don't have any like real counterplay to the Chrono. There is a Roar, but you don't have that like Wyvern, you don't have Shadow Demon, you don't have an Oracle, any kind of saves coming inside the Chronosphere. So every single time the Chrono is up, they should be able to get a kill. Even though, as you said, like, they have 1, 2, 3, 4 melee heroes.
And sort of overall, looking at EG's lineup, what do you like so much about what EG's bringing in?
Because they have such a great setup for Ancient Apparition. They have heroes that can invade the enemy jungle, something that, you know, Alchemist wants to be, let's say, 7 to 11 minutes where he's farming the Alchemist. They have pretty much the best heroes. You have Fox scouting things out, you have Earth Spirit, who's one of the best heroes to just rotate over the map. Storm Spirit on top of that. Like, such a good setup for Ancient Apparition. I don't think Fly should be able to miss a single Ice Blast this time around.
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely no excuses for missing that this game. And some heroes that aren't going to really have the greatest of times to get hit by that blast. In particular. And with the lane setups here, I mean, who's getting the edge with these lanes?
Yeah, this Faceless Void, he's not going to get too much out of the bottom lane. He might be dead if he does not body block him.
Bloodright's down. Lifeline. Ooh. Be okay. Travis South ready in the lane.
This is a bit problematic. You know, they hit level 2 before you. They are using the healing self. Only sitting at half HP, so Bloodseeker will be very speedy. He can easily trade with the Faceless Void. Faceless Void gets close. He's the very of that silence coming out, the good zoning tool, and yeah, this on top of that. So whenever you have Bloodseeker in your team, you want to be able to. You also want to play aggressive on all your other lanes. Not sure why they decided to just lane Faceless Void on the bottom instead of the top.
Maybe just wanting to avoid the Beastmaster lane. So that's not a huge amount of fun for Void to lane into.
Void has 4 CS, right?
I mean, it's not like he's doing any better down bottom. This is a pretty miserable start here for Fly. Really struggling to do anything against the Bloodseeker AA combo of Artesian Fly.
He's just being completely zoned out. Look at the aggression. Easy. He's like, I don't give a damn about CS.
Top lane, Crit coming in with a nice pick there, getting Ice Sight back to safety. And with the ball, Crit was able to turn and get first blood. It's already here from Crit on his Earth Spirit.
This game already looking really, really good for EG. Mid lane, pretty even. Abed, you know, it's Abed Storm Spirit. Like, you need to be very careful about it. Emo has a bottle. Let's see if they decide to keep it to the mid lane. Yeah, there it is. Kaka just gonna TP, refill the bottle.
Bottom lane, Fly.
Zoning Bloodright.
Consistently getting zoned. They've already been through at least 2 salves here on the bottom lane to keep Fly on the map. He's getting nothing. Nothing at all from down here. A 7 CS against 14 and 6 of Arteezy. It's going to be a slow start for the Void. A hero that as we've been talking about before, you need a lot. If you're going to make the faces work, you need a lot of items. This hero does not do much with one or two.
Yeah, compared to other carries, one of the reasons like he's not picked is like even in this heavy like farm meta where every carry pretty much wants to get a Battle Fury, Void still can't really just fight Battle Fury like a BKB. He still needs like an extra item to be able to deal the damage. 4-minute rune.
Down at the bottom, Abed. He's not going to be able to grab this. Able to head down in time with the backup of volley. Control.
They need to swap things around. Like Faceless Void, he is, I'm not gonna say win condition, because first Ags will probably gonna go to Void Spirit. It just sounds much better, you know, having that stats, Void Spirit can go in, having AoE silence is just gonna be great against some of the heroes, especially the Storm Spirit. But they need to either bring up one hero to the bottom or just swap a lane. Because right now he has 8 CS, 9, while Arteezy has 19, 20.
You just feel that there's no way that you can make this work if you're sacking the Void in the laning state.
Yeah, it's just gonna be so hard. He might get that, you know, Aghanim second Ag should belong to Faceless Void to have that AoE bash with the Time Walk. Bounty runes. Ollie also stacking.
See up top. Chris still able to pick it up despite IG's attempts to stumble with the dice. Now with the silence in and slow on the two of them. Crit nice. They're just going to battle down the two of them. They bring down Kaka. They're going to be able to get JT as well as EG. Take down both. Top lane getting kills like this going perfectly for EG. Bottom lane just completely slowing down Void starts the match. And in the mid lane, I mean, that's the only lane really where IG they're able to get something here. Zemo's keeping up with Abed.
Exactly, they're doing at least something in this lane, both side lanes not doing that well. Earth Spirit, like this is something that you don't expect. Earth Spirit for 1-1-1 build, so you have this silence. It's a 2-second silence break. He might even try to go on a mid lane. There's also 2 urn charges, so he can TP to the mid lane. Let's see where they decide to make a move, because both of them are in the base right now.
I'm over here.
Bottom lane, Fly. He's got to be very careful if that is going to be the lane that the next moves on towards. I think for now, Abed just turning towards the mid lane. Minute rune is up. He's got to be down bottom. Abed, 6 himself, so he's able to grab that. Kaka will stop him from being able to turn and get aggressive onto Emo. He wants to go for Kaka. He knows that Kaka spells are on cooldown. He can punish him. There's very little Emo to do to keep Abed off. With Abed leads the situation perfect. Knows that he can't get punished before getting in aggressively. He's able to turn towards Emo. Emo may be able to take him down. He does have 8 stick charges. Be enough to zip away. Emo already using the Remnant. Nothing else to grab out of
that in a second. It's like he knows. It's like he's actually counting. Emo's underneath the tower.
No, Abed's still got a Fairy Fire. He's still got a Fairy Fire to play with. Plus the Fairy Fire and the stick charges. Emo's got to get out of it.
Brick rotating, but a bit too late. I think he had enough time if he hit himself to actually TP to the mid lane, try to help Abed, but maybe Abed was just saying, I don't need the help. I got this.
Textbook showing of Abed knowing his limits perfectly on the field. Top lane,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Got to be a bit careful now. ISO size, he's hit the 6, he's got the roar. Crit's ever in position. Can make a go onto JT.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Before he hits level 6.
They just brought a Lion on the bottom. I don't think they cared too much about him. Like, Bloodseeker is very tanky. His armor is super high, especially when sitting near the tower. It's 12, so you don't really feel those right-click damage. Faceless Void will need some more XP to hit level 5. You can see the rotation.
Not enough to save him. Void gets taken down. Abed once again. Game 2 coming in with the perfect moves inside.
Abed very active. He understands that I can TP to the side lane. I'm not going to lose too much out of the mid lane. I'm also the one who's you know, getting those kills. He killed the Kaka, and they don't have enough tower damage. Like, if that was a DP on a mid lane instead of Void Spirit, that's like very punishable. You're gonna lose the tower top lane roar.
JT, he's off the chemical rage with the damage from these summons, bringing him very, very low. Emo will TP over. JT still just dying here to the Necro Book, as JT's gonna end up walking back in range of Ice. A few more hits. JT The Messager jump over with the Renner. ISO's able to get over, but Kaka's turned up as well. Will manage to keep JT safe. Crit tries to roll in, hits the combo off with two of them. Kaka still getting beat down by the board. Crit will be able to find the kill and return.
Boris, he gets the last hit. Twice the size, nothing to value. Monster, they also force a rotation. Abed just playing between tier 1 and tier 2 tower right now. He knows like the biggest threat is pretty much Lion. So if Lion is off the map, he can feel pretty safe.
Bottom lane, Arteezy's now got the 6, so Firefly has to be careful. Maybe with backup top lane Emo. Okay, no Raw still for 30 seconds. JT now completely Ahmed. Still aggressive here, looking for moves in the mid lane bottom. Comes in with a rotation, and it's the +1 that's all that's needed there for Arteezy to be able to take down Flyfly.
Flyfly, man, he's struggling. For people who are just tuning in, this is not a position 5. You know, Faceless Void, he's just struggling. Like, they completely dominated the lane. Arteezy, like, he's staying almost double the net reception. Going into Maelstrom.
Look at him over here, he's taking some stacks and he's taking some kills. Zemo will jump over, Ahmed immediately keeping up with the Brendan is there. Ahmed will get punished.
No, he's trying to go for a very greedy play. He gets a kill and tries to take the stack, but pretty much Sorcerer is the best one. So I expect them to try to invade this stack. They see it's pretty big. This is where Alchemist is going to farm his Aghanim.
Crit. Get over here around the ridge spot. Marcus able to turn. The setup, they've got the lockdown. Crit won't be able to interrupt the bounty ring being taken. IG will punish him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ice having a much better game than in the previous one. Like, he's super farm, staying near the top of the network. Has a boost to speed, getting closer to book 2. Like, he's just gonna be the one dominating the top part of the map. But I also want to see him, like, possibly rotate and invade that triangle. Try to steal some stacks from the Alchemist.
Miss him in mid. Flyfly does have the 6. Open up with the chrono onto bring him like they've got it. Now Arteezy looking for the counterplay though. Bloodright's down. They take down Flyfly in return. Arteezy trying to charge over towards Kaka. Emo jumps in as well over from the side. Ice bringing the boards in. Kaka getting slow. Catching it over the rock. Silence and slow. As they bring down Kaka, Raw sets them onto Ollie. They may have lost Ahmed, but EG hit back. Take way more from IG.
EG, they just bring the numbers. JT is not the one who wants to join the fight. He wants to be able to farm that Aghanim Scepter, but the EG, they're making all the right moves. Ahmed is getting the tips. No, he took the finger, he took one for the team. That's their damage. Like, this is their damage inside the corner. It was very close.
Rich is going to be able to jump. Part of he's gone. As soon as he's back in the game, he's out of it.
He's level 6. As a carry, 11 minutes in. They were giving tomes to Arteezy in the previous game. Maybe they need to start doing the same thing for Faceless Void, because he's seriously underleveled.
He's going to have such a tough game. Top lane Abed. Found JT. Fine timing for Ice to bring the army over. JT looking pretty dead here. No escape for the Alchemist. Another kill for EG. 13-4 now. Crit was getting gone up, but he's able to make it away. Kaka not able to get the grab in time.
So a lot of time wasted. They managed to kill Alchemist twice. He's not involved in any of the kills. Sometimes we see Alchemist being aggressive early on because there's a ton of damage. You know, acid spray combined with something. Most of the time it's like toss, a lot of right clicks, unstable concoction. Like, you get a kill, you get a few kills, then you clear the stacks. You have that Aghanim Scepter on time. He still needs to farm 1600 gold to actually be able to farm the first Ags.
One of those record-breaking starts that we've seen from some of these solo lane Alks with the way that he has dealt with them a couple of times. But getting very close to the order of the Magi and the recipe at Souls needed. Arteezy, Maelstrom done. His farm now going to continue at a pace that's going to be very hard for Flyfly to keep up with. Is Arteezy currently doubling the net
He
worth?
does not have a farming item on Faceless Void, while Arteezy has Maelstrom, so it's just going to keep getting worse for him.
We'll have Chrono again in 20 seconds. I feel like if you are you've got to use Chrono off cooldown.
Check this triangle. You know, he's inside the triangles. Not gonna say stealing, but taking away some CS from JT as well, because he needs to recover as well. But this also means that Aghanim Scepter will be delayed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pressure onto the bottom tier 1. G, with the strength that they have, they will not be afraid of defending. Very strong right now.
They also have very limited tower damage. These heroes inside of IG, they can't coming in.
Instead of them trying to go towards Emo, Silen's down, and Zolly's not quite 6 yet. Zolly will fall. Emo onto the side, trying to escape. If they got any more damage again, it's going to fall underneath. Pressure on the side gets the last bit of damage, takes him out. EG just letting nothing get past them here in game 2.
They're just in full control of this game. Like when they take a fight near like Roche Pit, they could easily transition that into Roche Kill with the Beastmaster, or as maxed out the boar Necro units. It's just more than enough to take it down. So next time they probably take a fight, it's just gonna be a Roche. They're also devording with the Necro units. Like Necro is just such a busted and a strong item overall, one of the strongest one in this patch for sure. Abed has the Orchid coming for him, plus a haste rune in the bottle.
Once that Orchid's done, this game is... It's already, of course, been incredibly hard for Firefly. 0-4-1 with the Orchid in play. He's got to pretty much hope that Ollie's always by his side. Otherwise, Abed will have no trouble pretty much taking down Firefly solo.
Lion still holding a tome. He just gave it to Abaddon. Abaddon is also level 5. 15 minutes in, they smoke. They have the Aghanim Scepter complete. He gives it the Void Spirit, of course, the AoE Silence, 2 charges. They need to make stuff happen right now. Like, they need to get some kind of, like, multiple kills. Right? And he'll glad to take that one. He stopped the finger. He was like, trying to, you know, cast it, but was afraid that he might get out, actually, with the Rolling Boulder.
Leave anything to chance? Fly. About 700 off the Maelstrom. Meanwhile, TZ, maybe he's going to be pretty much done on top of his Maelstrom at the same time that Fly finishes it. RTZ close to a full item ahead. Fly.
This time around, he's also going for BKB. Beastmaster, after finishing the Necro 3, doesn't care too much about any of the spells other than the Chronosphere. They have nothing else and wants to be able to, you know, deal with the silence. Ollie.
So he'll have some time to buy himself with borrowed time. Just got the pressure by D, they'll let him go. And they see an opportunity for a Chronosphere. Firefly is around. The volley gone. IG will retreat.
JT going for second Aghanim Scepter. He was thinking, do I need a Blink Dagger? Do I get the Axe here?
Almost crit.
Good silence.
Firefly gets the setup stack. Firefly falls in an instant. And EG, they'll clean up Kaka. Emo trying to bring down Abed with him as the constant flies over. Abed don't get stunned up. They'll get the trade on the Storm Spirit crit. Was having to be a bit careful, but Ice he's coming in the backup, and he's got a roar at the ready. Force JT, the next one looks down, they bring down the Alchemist, they'll take down 3.
It's just so much. Abaddon already used his Aphotic Shield. Ice sees that it came out, goes in, uses the roar on Alchemist, shut him down. Once again, this is the third death for JT. Man, Marvel's Void, he's not really having a good time. Like, he's level 8, does not have a single item pretty much. 17 minutes in. This is a good kill, you know. They rely so much on Void Spirit to actually be able to do stuff. They gave Tome of Knowledge to Void Spirit, because first it was Lion holding it, then he gave it to Abba. Abba was like, I'm fine, you know, I just got level 6.
At least for IG able to take down Abed in that fight. Other than that, game just not getting any easier for Fly.
Radiant are scanning.
Maelstrom is done. Still so much catching up to do. It's all their value and net worth, of course, with the Axe going over as well. Really resting on Emo. Emo has to have a perfect game really to hold them in on this one, IG.
It's just gonna get worse for them. Like, Fizzvoid is not gonna feel comfortable going in. He needs a BKB. Even when he gets a BKB, I just want to see if that's gonna be his next item, because he needs to be able to protect them against the silences. They still have AA Blast, they still have Roar. Dire using a scan inside the mid, they know something is up. Chronosphere is up. Seen one Chrono, right?
Just the one. The one so far in the mid lane. not being able to find a chance to use it again. They are coming over him. Roshan not quite taken out. And EG there prepared for this. They're backing off, smoking up themselves. Prepare for the attempt in from IG. JT finding a target here. Hawks are out. So setting up the vision. Emo moving over to the backlines. Crit's going to roll up the wall. Just get blocks off. Sometimes down. He's getting hot by RTZ. The mid side of the wall. Sorry. Immediately, but Ahmed's in. Grabs it with the vortex. Stops the escape. From the Void Spirit. Only falls as the borrowed time comes to an end. See Crit and ISO they even see if they can chase down for more. They know that JT still around it. Crit, he's in. No, can't be where JT. Slow, ISO has the Rorica ready, and there's no escape from JT. And EG, they'll take the 3 of them down.
Yeah, that was such a good, rotation. They use the smoke, they get out of the pit, they understand, they are coming. They also use the scan, so they probably know something is up. Crit there, sitting behind the stage, breaking also the smoke going in. Like, Abed is so careful. Like, you can see that he did not want to go in until Rupture was used, and then, like, pull the Void Spirit, will kill him. There's not going to be enough damage. If we take down Void Spirit, this is where most of the damage just comes from. Faceless Void. After getting the Maelstrom, going for a BKB, I can understand. Let's see if he can, get that Aghanim Scepter on time. But still, he's never gonna feel comfortable playing into Rupture, into Roar, into AA Blast. It's just not good of a Faceless Void game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wards are up there, quickly pinged out. EIG preparing around the area. Room ready for the next fight.
You have the best Aegis carrier in the game. Sorcerer Abaddon pretty much always gets the same item build. Orchid Rush, then he gets an Arcane Boost to have a bit more mana into BKB. AA Blast misses.
Too low mana to keep going now, but back a couple of TPs. Keep bringing in the mid lane. He's down towards the point. They want to try and get Fly. They show like a couple of heroes mid, Crit and Arteezy. They'll start setting up the box. Fly, it's been ruptured. He's going to go to the PPS. Crit, he's in. He's got the York, but the successfully escape. Fly, will go down yet again.
He was thinking about using that bonus. Like Crit missed the roll, but has the Yule Scepter to cancel the DP. Such a nice move from EG. EG, they're just completely dominating this game. Moving around the map, they have a BKB on a Beastmaster. AA, he was saving some money, bought a shard. A good shard. Like, this allows Ancient Apparition to possibly like even farm and push creep waves, 40 DPS, and attack speed reduced by 20.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Down 7 to 23, down 7k. They've really had to look for some sort of big, crazy smoke-up play around a Chronosphere, but as we said at the start, it's just, even if they do land that Chrono...
Where's the follow-up?
I mean, they have a finger, that's it, right? It's one hero gone, maybe, at best.
Radiant.
Dire's middle tower
is
under attack.
Abed does not feel comfortable. He thought maybe Lion is hiding in the trees. Lion has a Blink Dagger, so it's going to be much easier for him to get the good initiation.
Here we go. On the side, just one more easy. RTZ gets low. Gonna catch RTZ. Does he have the damage? RTZ, he's still alive. He's able to walk it off. Bloodfly goes down. That was it. That was the Chrono. Nothing happened. RTZ finally falls, but it's going to be EG with the cleanup. As Emo's going to go down. They'll lose 3 on IG.
They used everything. Like, they used everything. That Chronosphere, we talked about how they don't have enough damage inside of it, and we can see why. Like, Faceless Void just does not deal enough damage at the moment. There's no real follow-up. They try to burst him down. Arteezy super tanky, ton of armor, 21, has some status resistance. With that casual Sange, which he will turn into SNY. Rest of the team just comes in and cleans them up.
Well, it's tough. It's a very tough game here for IG. They'll have that Chrono ready to go again in just a short time of 2 minutes.
Aghanim Scepter now completed on Faceless Void. He didn't farm the gold. It was Alchemist who actually gave it to him.
Dire are scanning.
See again. I mean, Arteezy, of course, does eventually go down, but so much having to be used to kill Arteezy at this point. And that was even catching him in the chrono when he was as low as he was.
This is just a phase where he does not have attack speed. There's no Mask of Madness on anything. He's really struggling. You can feel that he's a bit more tanky right now because of that Axe. Stats are really good.
And the Axe, because it will speed up his time. Fly, able to hop around the map, clean up the waves, camps as he jumps into them. The AoE bashes. It's a lot of time. There's still many, many items to be any sort of considerable threat on his own. Comes in with the Chronosphere. Abed. Zip it, and he's on the hunt. He's actually found it. Abed hunting through the tree line, catches Emo. And there's just no hiding. There is no hiding from Abed.
Straight into silence. They're not overlapping any of their abilities. Pretty much, like, man, Prince has been amazing in this game. He's been involved in 21 out of 27 kills, all over the place. You know, like, either player is super bad when he has more than 3 earn charges, or the game is going so well that he does not even need to use it. He has 9 earn charges. You know, that's how dominant they are.
This is what happens when EG's able to get their hands on that crit spirit in the first few picks. Pretty sure we've just seen him have it. Perfect games every time. Every time he's got his Earth Spirit.
There's a TP on the ground in the river near the mid. No one wants to touch that. After seeing what happened to Puppey, after picking up the bottle, they're like, nah, we're good.
Starting things off here onto Ollie. JC and Flyfly will look to get out of it. They're on the run. JC, Kaka and Flyfly, they don't want to do so far here. Kaka, his TP still on cooldown. So he won't make it away.
Chris chasing Abaddon.
Ollie, they've got ways to cancel it though as Crit. Rolling Boulder back up and available. 2 more kills for EG. Just 29 to 8. The killing just never stopping this game.
Alchemist now needs to farm an item for himself. Abed got it.
The Flyfly. We'll get caught up by the consumption. Back up there for Flyfly is dead. Stacy as well. It's not even needed. RT taking them both down.
After seeing them out a bit, like early in the previous game, I would not be surprised if they like take one more fight, especially if EG takes the Roche before that, where they understand like we can't do anything in this game. This looks pretty over, you know, 15k gold lead is just EG who's all over the map, making the right moves, maneuverable heroes. The space where IG is farm is just non-existent. Like they can farm pretty much whatever comes to their towers right now. They're gonna go in. They're gonna get those barracks. 6 seconds until Faces Way respawns.
We'll have Chronosphere when he's back up.
Dire's middle barracks.
Rack's gone. Nothing IG could do to push back EG. 17k lead. RTZ well on the way to his Abyssal. Flyfly still struggling to get the BKB finish. He'll be able to have it for the next fight.
Probably. Still needs to farm quite a lot of gold. Next Roche may respawn in 2 seconds. Let's see if it's going to be a longer respawn timer. If you should have the Roche, like, but you know, IG does not want to give them that. It's going to be minutes and 20 seconds. If they give them Roche, Cheese and Aegis on both cores, they just not going to have enough damage because they need to play around the cooldown, the Chronosphere. 160 seconds is just a bit too high and very punishable.
Keeping themselves completely surrounding Flyfly. Make sure that Flyfly is able to farm. There it is. BKB's done. Flyfly will have now a bit of a better chance of jumping in, getting the chrono off. I think that's going to make much of a difference, though.
Okay, Alchemist. He brought Shard, Berserker Potion, so they have a Dispel mechanic, which is okay. You can't Dispel Roll to work. It's a soft Dispel. But they can Dispel Silences, which is really nice. Also, Lincoln Sphere on Void Spirit.
The BKB, don't know what's coming from right side. Cooldown onto Flyfly's cutting them down. Flies back immediately. The station of the Flyfly. The BKB, the corner wants to stop it. He got the
they don't have enough damage. Like, I go on top of them, even if I get caught by the Chronosphere, they will not have enough damage to kill me. Earthfrit is the one who's controlling them bad, and there's some really, really good showing from EG. This game was so one-sided.
I mean, as a Void player, I appreciate Blindfly's bid at trying to get Void buffed, but doing it in a grand finals, this is a bit of a risky game to do it. Get Void buffed, but doing it in a grand finals, this is a bit of a risky game to do it in. I don't think we're going to be seeing Void again in this grand final series.
For sure not. Like, I think they kind of ran out of options. You know, they were like, what do we do? Ran out of time. Maybe it's time to bring out some big guns. And it was a water gun in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, EG, thanks to that, and thanks to, of course, as you said, EG's just perfect play and a brilliant draft. Once again, EG coming in with 5 heroes, that they have no struggle playing this game from the lanes onwards. They just crush it on all fronts. They're up 2-0 now, and I don't know what IG's got to do, but they've got to come in with something completely different than costing.
Yeah, they need to do 180, or what some people call 360, which is not correct, you know, but if they do 360, it might be 3-0, but they definitely need to bounce back. They need to make something different, because EG, they got their number.
They absolutely do, especially in a game like this. EG now up 2-0 against IG in this best of 5.
And with EG on most of their comfort heroes, it looked so easy for them, especially up against the Faceless Void of IG. It was a little bit of a questionable last pick coming out from Invictus Gaming, here to talk about Game 2 and preparing for Game 3, I mean, with Gods and Lizard.
A little bit.
And I want to start with the Faceless Void, because we were very harsh on the hero when he got picked. We heard our commentators being very harsh on the hero as well. But we are that for a reason, and I want to just, you know, there's a lot of people who's like, oh, I haven't seen it. Why is it bad, Gods?
It's really bad in lane. We saw that here. It got crushed. I don't know why they sent the off lane. The Hero's Toolkit just doesn't do a whole lot at many stages of the game. You're built around a Chronosphere, which is this like team fight spell, but you need heroes that synergize with the Chronosphere, which they didn't have. And even if they do, I think it's a carry that just doesn't feel like you carry the game. You rely on your teammates to do damage in your Chronosphere.
Yeah, 2 patches ago he was pretty strong, pretty broken, picked in almost every single game. So I'm not really sad that we haven't seen him. I felt like, okay, if they're picking Faceless Void on Flyfly, he was like throughout history really strong on the hero. Maybe they have something planned. And they said before this match that they haven't prepared at all for EG, and I'm like, okay, maybe they lie, they're messing with us, mind games. No, I think they were honest.
Yeah.
They just didn't prepare, and now Faceless Void comes out in that last pick when you don't know what else to do. Aghanims on him, like, he couldn't even kill a creep wave, you noticed that, right?
In my head, I'm like, oh, I remember the carry Void. You go Battle Fury on Maelstrom into Ags, it's a pretty good farming item. One, I mean, it came way too late because IG were getting wrecked this game, so that Ags was not at a good timing. But even so, he time walks a creep wave and it's half health. It's like not even half health, and I'm just like, oh, this Ags is just bad. Like,
and the other thing, that if you want to make a Faceless Void work, I guess you have to have a lot of follow-up damage in the Chronosphere. We didn't see that either. It was a little bit of a, I don't know, almost like a mismatch, perhaps, a little bit coming out for Invictus Gaming. And it makes you wonder, this was their last pick. We know that they only had 2 seconds to pick their last hero.
Yep.
And it almost felt like, you know, they had a strategy somewhere. It probably wasn't what they had in mind, but they decided to do it anyway because it was the only option left available. Frustration coming out from Invictus Gaming here, because they are now 1 game away from not being the champion at this major.
Yep.
On the side of Invictus Gaming, nobody has ever won a major. Yeah.
It just tells the story of the whole game. It was a missed attempt at the draft.
Yeah,
and
that's the thing. A lot of people be laughing the chrono there, and maybe like, you know, thinking this Void played terribly. But I think draft-wise, the game-wise, everything was lost and fallen apart at this point. Maybe the players were a little tilted, but there's nothing you can do when EG is outmaneuvering you with heroes like Storm that can just always jump you, catch the backlines. Beastmaster, they always see you as well. It's impossible to land spells against this EG draft.
They were everywhere. They played very fast. on the side of EG, and they're making a great case for themselves for taking the series 3-0, which, once again, for people wondering, Evil Geniuses has never won a major. I know Fly and Crit have won a major. Ice has won a major as well. Abed and Arteezy, never. The team, the region, never. So it would mean a lot to EG to be able to take that third game. And I can't see, at the moment, I can't see IG winning a game here because they've not shown to us that they can go toe-to-toe with EG.
Yeah, full 180 or, as Lacoste said, 360 is necessary from them.
No, not a 360 in there for them.
I just don't, maybe go... Don't try to counterpick. Go back to your own stuff. Go back to your own drafts. I feel like in that first game, they really found themselves in a position in which IG usually is, and that is they let you have your own game, and then they pick some heroes that really work against that are out of the meta. Throughout the regionals, throughout the major, they have been picking heroes that are out of the meta. Maybe not out of the meta, but let's say Mirana mid. Naga last game as well. This time it's the Void. Really, they reach. They find different solutions. Those solutions so far have not worked versus EG.
Maybe not try them in the game.
Yeah. And they're the team who has second pick, which the strengths of second pick is having the last pick in the draft, and it felt like it was more a curse than a blessing. And so that's what we've seen a bit, where you get to this last pick, there's nothing amazing. The other strength is that last pick in the first phase going into the bans. They pick an Alchemist there, and I feel like they didn't end up with a good Alchemist draft at all, so they did not use the strengths of being second pick at all this game.
And
I agree. It's a hard choice, but we have to choose an MVP. I feel like, is it Abed Storm again?
Can I take this one? It's Crit 100% on the Earth Spirit. This guy, not only did he win the top lane, most of these fights that looked so easy for EG were won because of him. He jumps in, he silences every single time the Abaddon +1. Abaddon plus Lion is probably the best, maybe Abaddon plus Void Spirit too, but he would be the first one that silences Oli, and then Oli cannot save anyone.
Yeah.
They win the games off of that, plus the top lane went so incredibly well for EG.
He just single-handedly makes Earth Spirit look broken. Like, it's unfortunate because they're in the grand finals and he's doing this, but you know, other teams can't do what he does on Earth Spirit, at least not many of those other teams, and he's just dominated that game.
Yeah, he has played fantastic. I'm curious. I mean, Earth Spirit is not on the first ban list for any of these teams. There's so many other heroes that everybody has to ban. So what is going to be let through in Game 3? We're going to have to wait and find out. Before we head to a break, though, I got some homework for you. We have, if you buy any of the Logitech G Pro gaming gear, that's the QR code. Scan that, and with any purchase, you get a Dota 2 pin. Nice effort, Lizard. Appreciate that. But with every purchase, you get a Dota 2 pin. So every purchase of the Logitech G Pro Series gaming gear. So make sure to check that out while we take a break. We'll be right back with Game 3 of this Grand Finals.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee for Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee for Mega Shopping Day.
Get the best deals this Shopee 4 Mega Shopping Day.
Come on, let's play. Ain't nothing gonna hold us down. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the keys, we're running this town. Come on, let's play.
This is not your grandfather's apprentice. The winner will receive the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work for me as my protege. You bombed, and you bombed. I've fallen a million times, but I get back up and I fight, and that's what you guys will do. This is the toughest apprentice in history. May the best warrior win.
We all have different adventure stories to tell. different paths, different choices. I chose an unusual path, a choice that is not for everyone. You are constantly moving from place to place. You have to sacrifice a lot of time. You have to focus to be on top.
Ice does have 4-star available. Oh, Ice, he's in trouble.
Every journey has ups and downs. All you need is to focus on your goal.
Just eating them all alive. GG is gone!
We all have different adventure stories to tell, and mine is just getting started.
Pressure, rising on the edge of taking everything. Life is a game I'm born to win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
Game 3 of the grand finals here at the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major. Coming your way, it's a best of 5, but Evil Geniuses is 2 games up against Invictus Gaming right now. And on the side of Evil Geniuses, there's this one guy, Arteezy. He has played in 26 DPC leagues, or majors, minors, whatever you call them. He's been top 4 13 times. He's been doing really well, but he's never won. And I know that there's a lot of people that really want to see him win. Abed, on the side of Evil Geniuses, never won a major either. The team itself, Evil Geniuses, never won a major. The region, North America, never won a major. That could all change after the game we are about to witness here with Gods and Lizard. And I am loving what Evil Geniuses is doing in this final so far. Who couldn't? Because they are on fire. But I want to focus a little bit on IG. I want to know how we can, I don't know, maybe muddy the clean Dota that EG is playing. How can they make EG be out of their comfort, Gods?
Yeah, I feel like we come into these drafts and we're always talking about, like, okay, are they going to ban certain XYZ hero? Are they going to change the bans list? I think we need to start talking less about the bans and more about what IG, what are they picking for themselves?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, there's too many, EG play too many things at this top level. They have this, you know, defined hero pool that they play amazingly well, and you can't ban everything. IG, figure out what you're going to play. Forget, I mean, obviously you're going to ban some stuff that EG plays, but worry about yourselves.
Yeah, I'm completely with him on this, because this is, the problem is IG's style is to let you have your stuff, let you have what you think is strong, and then they're going to work around that.
Yeah.
The problem is you don't even know what EG is going to pick. Evil Geniuses, so far, they've hit us with so many different drafts, and only recently have they started repeating with the Storm Spirit and Bloodseeker, right? We've seen a couple of those, in which they switched the winning condition, let's say, from Bloodseeker into the Storm. But IG, if your solution so far has worked, but it doesn't work anymore, I think you need to go find something else.
So who do you think they need to focus on? Because we've been saying that Emo is not really playing to his full potential. So that means that we want the win condition to be on Fly, and so we want their draft to be built around that.
So far they've been building it around JT, right? They picked his hero very early on, and this is something that they needed to do in previous series, because they struggle when JT's heroes are banned out, and they have to pick something a little bit wonky on that offlane. However, that's not working in the series. They need to perhaps put a little bit higher priority on protecting Fly's hero pool.
And I think that's where, you know, I think you just have to kind of say, like, JT, you're just going to have to maybe have less support. Maybe some of your heroes get banned out, because last game they were so concerned about him having a good game. They put him safe lane. They sent the Void to the off lane where he got completely crushed. Like, you pick a Faceless Void, that is a hero you're picking to carry the game, and you want to do everything you can to secure his farm. You don't care how your offlane goes. You shouldn't even care how your mid goes. Your Void has to have a good game. And IG didn't seem like they cared at all. They were playing the Void like it was a support.
Yeah. Do you think that IG has got trouble with dealing with the pressure coming out
It
here?
looks that way. It's so difficult to say it versus for all of these players, because as much as we have superstars on Evil Geniuses, all of these players on IG are also pretty much the same level. And to see Emo fall to the same trick 3-4 times in that first game with Morphling is not something that I expect from him. Obviously, you're playing versus a team that's strong and they're making you look a little bit foolish.
Yeah.
But that's not it.
No,
how many times can we make these excuses?
Yeah, it feels like these small mistakes are snowballing into bigger ones, and we just haven't seen the dominant IG of, you know, earlier in this tournament, even just past tournaments, show up today here in the grand finals.
Yeah, because of course, I mean, IG is here in the finals. They have earned their spot here at the top 2 in the Singapore Major, but they are not yet making a case for being the top here. And we talked about best players in the game before. I think it is safe to say that of all the 10 players that we see on the board, Abed takes the cake. He is the strongest player, not just in this series, in the tournament you mentioned earlier as well, Gods. Do you have to try and figure out a way to shut his game down? Because then you're not just dealing with Abed, you're also dealing with Crit.
Where he looked immortal. On those 2 heroes, he's just dominating the game and just making an unfair playground for the enemy.
You can't just adjust your whole team identity in the middle, like going into the grand finals of a tournament. It's incredibly difficult to do, and IG is suffering because of it.
Yeah, we've not seen a lot of flexibility in Kaka's heroes pool. He's mostly been Lion and Shadow Shaman in the majority of the games.
Some Phoenix here and there as well, right?
Yeah, some Phoenix. He played one Rubik game, and then they played him on Tusk once, and it didn't work out. It was one of their losses against PSG LGD today, but that's the only time that they have tried to give him any kinds of these in-your-face position fours that we know Crit shines on.
Yeah. In the past, he was like amazing on these heroes too. You go back to the days when he was playing on Newbie. He was one of the best Earth
He
Spirits.
was the Naga as well.
Naga, Earth Spirit, like
Yeah.
he played those 4 positions that kind of get in your face and make plays. So he can do that, at least if you go way back. But right now, it's just not as
in
comfortable
the
for
regional
him.
leagues as well. It was the same situation just a month ago when you look at what IG was playing. These are his heroes. You have these ranged controllers, the Shadow Shamans, the Lions, and that's maybe the regional bias that they had. These heroes were extremely popular. Other regions didn't play them as much.
And those heroes feed against Puck Storm. Like, yeah, they have the disables to lock down Puck Storm, but Storm gets BKB, you're dead. Puck jumps on you, silences you, just has all the tools to destroy you.
It depends how the lane is going on the mid lane. I think that's also something that we have to mention. If the lane is kinda even, I feel like as a Shadow Shaman, as long as you have a normal game, perhaps find the Aether Lance and the Lion the same way, you have a decent time versus these Pucks and Storms. However, if the enemy midder is winning, that means he gets all his item timing sooner, and then you're pressured. You're always one step behind. We could see it in the first game because Disruptor was level 5, meanwhile Abed was already dominating the map. He couldn't use that Static Storm to kill
I
him.
think that's... I agree, but not like fully, because I think we've seen Abed. He's never like top 2, top 3 net worth. He sacrifices his farm to be active and start roaming around the map. Like, he uses his level advantage to go hunting. I feel like he just plays the Storm.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Evil geniuses turn to ban.
Great Storm. If they're maybe discussing, you know, if EG banned the Puck again, do we take the Storm with our second pick? Like, I don't know if it's the first overall pick, but it may be something where they just want to make sure Abed is not in his comfort zone.
I wouldn't mind seeing that whatsoever, because Emo, like you mentioned, with that Storm Spirit feels much like Abed. Maybe you just snatch it straight
First
up.
pick over.
You first pick it. It's so contested in the series. Do you really want to lose to a Storm Spirit 3 games of the Grand Finals?
If you think you can get a second pick, maybe EG's going to be thinking that. So maybe EG are going to first pick. It feels like a key hero. Maybe EG is going to value it less, though. A big part of the success we mentioned was the Beastmaster. So maybe without Beastmaster, EG could head a totally different direction.
But they can still go for both Earth Spirit and Storm Spirit, and that's also a proven recipe for success. IG will take up the Phoenix. Little word there. They opened with that the first game of this best of 5 series, and this was the combination of the Phoenix Mars that they opened with. They did it in the same sense, where they were the ones with first pick and they prioritized Phoenix.
And JT's heroes right now are still all in the pool. If you think about it, the Timbersaw, the Mars, all left remaining, so they might get drawn into that idea of getting this good combination with the Phoenix first. Something that really didn't work out for them so far in the series. Evil Geniuses now, do they pick the... I already like the Storm versus the Phoenix. That's already a nice target that you can jump on, easily eliminate before that tag.
We saw Crit go for that. There it is.
Big Storm Spirit.
I mean, it's kind of the same situation as last game. EG picked it second, but IG only had one hero to respond to. So it's kind of, you're picking it in a very similar spot, and IG adjust their pick. They go for a Nyx Assassin, and we kind of called for this. We want something a bit more active, a bit more playmaking for Kaka, and he gets it here.
And this is premeditated because they insta-picked it. This is something they knew. Okay, Storm's coming, Earth Spirit's coming, Nyx Assassin is the one we want.
Also very flexible, can be a 5, can be a 4, you can put Kaka as well on that Phoenix that he loves to play so much. And Evil Geniuses, meanwhile, they're not flexing things up whatsoever. It's Crit Earth Spirit, it's Abed Storm, you know this, you've seen this before, it works, why change it? And I actually don't mind it at all. I think Nyx Assassin, after suffering that break nerf, he no longer has break on that hit. He's fallen off in my top tier heroes, even versus the Storm Spirit.
A lot of, I feel like the talk I've heard from analysts around Nyx is just like, yeah, this hero Reservoir is like B or C tier even. Like, it just feels weak compared to the Earth Spirits, the Tusks.
But we like that they're changing, right? It might not be the best hero of the tournament. Has not had a lot of light of day remaining.
The other things did not work out for them. My worry for Invictus Gaming is that they might be identifying the wrong problem in their draft, because if I was to change something from the last one, it would probably be Faceless Void, not my position 4. And in the first draft, it would probably be the read that they had between the Naga and the Morphling on the mid lane, not the position 4 again. However, okay, Lion, we won't see you again. We're going with the Nyx Assassin.
But I think a big problem of like how... I'm sure there was something maybe better than the boys. How they got there. They got to that last pick, and there was no good hero left for them. So I think they're just, changing up the order they pick their heroes, not overly prioritizing getting JT, his hero in the first phase, and then leaving this core pool very wide open for both teams, really.
Troll banned out by Evil Geniuses, meanwhile Gaming the Jug and the Timber. So again, protecting that egg a little bit. Jug even versus Assassins in the lane. If he lanes against him, is pretty solid. You can Carapace follow around.
And EG, banning out the preferred IG carries, Troll, Monkey. And we're going to again see maybe some of these slightly less mainstream carries, just because there are going to be so many bans onto the popular ones. I wouldn't be surprised if EG banned something like the PL, perhaps.
10 seconds
and
remaining.
Are we thinking about the Alchemist? Still in the pool, a little bit greedier, I should say, with the Storm Spirit, but still a possibility.
And you see Nyx Phoenix, these are not the strongest heroes in the laning stage, so it does feel like Alchemist is not going to get pressured. They like to fly these strong laning heroes like the Enchantress, for example. They could very easily just pick a carry Alchemist that has no obvious counters.
With the ban, they can pretty much ban whatever from the cores. I wouldn't mind if they're picking the Alchemist. I wouldn't mind the more too, as that's something that Emo and Fly really love to play. We've seen it fail in the first game, but IG has played it so many times very well. They could also aim on the offlane, right?
Yeah, I think the tricky thing with the Alk is that EG are the ones picking first here, so they're going to have to pick it, and IG have plenty of time to respond to it. And then if they don't pick it in this phase, it's probably getting banned.
Maybe Mars ban, right? Still in the pool, if I'm correct.
Oh,
yeah,
for
it's
here,
still,
yeah.
You ban it versus IG. No, PL instead.
They're just targeting Fly. They just basically saying these are the heroes you're most comfortable on. We're in the grand finals. You're down 2-0. They forced him to pick a Faceless Void last night. At this point, they're basically like, let's not give him a hero he's winning games on.
When you think about what else they played, I believe there was a Spectre game, there was a Weaver game. Not sure about Spectre if it was them or PSG LGD, but they definitely did play some Weavers. Bloodseeker as well, an option, and put Emo on that win condition. The same thing that EG is doing. I actually think that these teams are very similar in the playstyle. It's just that EG has been constantly outdrafting and outplaying them.
One of the heroes still in the pool that, Ice obviously also having a little bit of a struggle in terms of heroes because he shares a lot of the pool with JT, whose heroes are also banned. But we still have Pango, and we still have Vital that we played as well. But Pango specifically, we saw that be very successful earlier on in this major. Haven't seen it yet this grand finals.
I think it might have fallen off a little bit because of the rise of Bloodseeker. If you know that someone is picking a Bloodseeker anyway, do you really want to put yourself in a position that you're a Pango or not? It's difficult, but Crit did play it on 4, right? And Ice on 1.
Yeah, both of them. They're taking their time again.
Probably just a Fly here would be my guess. I think you reveal at least by picking Fly's hero, you see what supports you're up against, and yeah, they go for CM.
Let's go. Just a good laner overall, helps out with every single play with the mana, instantly into Lycan.
That was... we didn't even have a full second to see the Void Spirit.
No.
Void Spirit hadn't even appeared from the Void before the Lycan came out.
Taking the spotlight in the game and in the draft as well. Okay, Void Spirit, it's something that we've seen. This could be an Alchemist again for Invictus Gaming. Very dangerous versus the Storm and the Lycan, who are very aggressive early on. Win rate on Radiant, 0%.
Well, I think, EG is looking to try and up that a little bit.
It's just the teams who are picking it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's probably some EU teams picking it or something.
One hero that's still in the pool that can be played in a lot of positions, Death Prophet. Seen that kind of little bit of a shift in popularity. Did see it on the banning side this series, both of the games, but always in the later stages of the draft.
It's a bit hard to fit in here, though. Like for IG, they need an offlaner if they want
It's
to
good
do
versus Lycan in the lane if they put it for free. But instead, this is even better, perhaps, right? But not only because you're strong versus Lycan, you also have the root mechanics versus both of the spirits, which can come in handy. Defends your towers a little bit from this early onslaught, but Lycan can be shifted, can be an offlane.
Well, I think it was always going to be an offlaner for EG. And I think EG is going to be looking for that carry that they can later on build an Accept on Lycan and buy.
5 seconds remaining.
Ice is like a Lycan specialist, so I would imagine we're going to see it there. For IG, it's a good Underlord pick because I think they can protect it with its bans. Monkey's already banned, and probably see that Ursa banned out as well.
Ursa banned for sure, yeah. Jug was banned way earlier too. Maybe not terribly, not too great versus the heroes that Invictus Gaming have got already, but something that EG definitely have played.
Evil geniuses turn
They
to
cannot.
bad.
Oh yeah.
How does that work? You bite the Bloodseeker, he already has movement speed, and then he's a wolf as well. Does he fly through the map?
Dire team ban.
What are the odds on a Terrorblade still coming?
I'm not quite sure. Underlord, Phoenix, Void Spirit, all of these heroes can mess him up quite a bit. Be a difficult game for him. The Ursa ban, I think, very probable,
10
right?
seconds remaining.
Yeah, even though it was an RTZ hero during more of the DPC leagues, and I don't think we've seen it here yet on the main stage, and well, the major for EG, just from other teams. But it's just so good for this game, it feels like. It's here that can kill the Supernova, has some built-in status resist against a lot of this disables. The roots can be a little annoying, but it just feels like a perfect hero for EG to round out their draft with.
Just waiting for that RT ban.
I mean, the carry pull itself is really strong.
This is interesting.
They've seen this EG look where they just don't pick these carries when they have the Storm, so maybe they're just thinking they're going to be going for that tempo hero. We've seen Leshrac, we've seen Bloodseeker, Razor still in the pool. That's another hero we could see again. from EG.
Maybe even the Lycan safe lane. It's
seconds remaining.
maybe not probable, but the way that they're playing recently, would you say that they would be the team that
5 seconds
picked Bloodseeker the most a few days ago? You wouldn't, right?
True. And when they have Lycan Storm, do you like, even if they are looking for safe lane, do you really want another hero that's going to be greedy like an Ursa who's building Battle Fury or whatnot? It feels like they may be better off going back for that Razor they picked earlier on.
I like the Razor call actually. It's pretty solid. They already have some ways of dealing with the egg. Lycan can run in, you would have your safe lane carry as well. Do that, and maybe even eliminate him before that egg is on. And they ban out the TB itself.
So let's see, what is Flyfly going to play? We want to see Flyfly on something that he can take control over the game with.
Not a Faceless Void.
Not a Faceless Void, ideally.
Yeah.
He has played Ursa, he has played Weaver. He's played everything under the sun. The question is what they prefer most in this draft and what can keep up tempo with from EG, because it looks like they're going to set a high pace.
Oh, and one hero I haven't mentioned is Alchemist is still in the pool as well. That's another carry.
That's actually very true.
Weaver, Alc, Ursa, and Razor seem to be like the main carries I see left that have at least been getting played and picked.
Evil geniuses.
They have only 5 seconds left. They won't need it. They'll go for this.
Totally different.
I actually have seen this, and I've been talking about how they're always off meta when they find a hero to play against different carries. This is literally what they did. Same thing in the regionals, in which Lycan was picked against them. Not sure if it was carry on off or offlane, but they picked Sven into it. And then Lycan just doesn't have game. It's very easy for you to clean up all of his minions.
If I'm correct, this is going to be the third Sven of the tournament. We've only seen Liquid win once and lose with it.
They definitely like to pick these carries that everyone has left in the trash can like a few months ago.
So true. But like you say, this Lycan doesn't want to lane against Sven or Underlord really. Like there is no great lane for it. But there is a great lane for Razor. No matter where Razor goes, whether it's playing into the Sven, into the Underlord, this Razor pick looked, I mean, pretty easy to read in some ways, but also just like perfect to round out the EG draft.
The teamfight composition from IG's draft is pretty solid. They have the Phoenix, the Underlord, you have ways of protecting the egg, a stun, AoE stun that's coming from your safe lane carry, and this safe lane carry later on in the game does feel like the strongest hero on the map, even versus the Razor. The only question is, do they get to that late game in which Sven just goes out of control before he's just, well, leashed by Razor and everyone else?
Well, and also before I think Abed takes over. His Storm in the mid game, we've seen what it can do. It feels like a game where Abed's going to try to come online and then win the game for EG, and IG's going to be sitting back like, all right, Sven, are you ready yet? Because if this does go late, the Sven, he's a beast. Even against the static link, I think Sven can carry this game if they don't get overrun by Abed Storm.
Well, I am not going to go against Abed Storm. I have learned from that already, so my prediction goes for the wave G. Although I would be happy to be proven wrong, because going to a fourth game would be great.
I also do really want to see the fourth game. Because of that, I'm going with IG. I also think that they have what it takes actually to win this one. They still have to prove that they're able to take EG though.
I overall like IG's draft better, so I'm gonna have to go with IG. I think EG is showing they're the better team, they're playing better Dota, but draft-wise, this Sven pick just ticks the right boxes for me. So,
all right, well, I'm very happy to hear that, and I'm sure a lot of people at home are very happy to hear that we're going to have a little bit more of a competitive game on our hands compared to what we saw previously. Isn't that right? Like
that right? And I think I would say that IG, you know, looks like they have the best draft so far in game number 3, but EG's also setting up Razor for a really, really good game. I'm leaning towards EG still. You know, I think Razor should have a really good time. It's also a possibility. I think most likely they're going to run an aggressive tri-lane, leave Ice alone, and that's what had worked for them so well so far. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I've got to kind of disagree. I think it is another outdraft fight. I don't know how IG's going to be able to lane against this Razor. You know, both side laners, the Underlord or the Sven, whatever the matchup's going to be, they're going to have a bad time. I think they overlook the potential of the Razor coming in as the last 5th pick, and I just feel it's another draft where EG just looks to be coming out ahead.
Well, will we have a 4th game of this best of 5 grand finals, or will this finally be the time for NA, the time for EG, the time for Arteezy and Abed to win a major? We're going to find out. ODPixel on Lacoste, take it away.
Thank you very much, Chief. Yes, this 3rd game now. 2-0 EG up at the moment against IG. Without a doubt, though, Lacoste, this is, I mean, as you said, you actually prefer IGs, but in comparison to the last game, it's a million times better.
Oh, for sure. They don't have the Faceless Void. We've seen Liquid had some success with Sven. I think it's a good hero here, you know, having that extra armor, extra, you know, something against Lycan, which should be good, you know, extra movement speed so you can run away from the static link. Also doesn't sound too bad. He's gonna be the primary target, you know, for that link. Razor's like, yeah, I'm just gonna link. This is my job throughout most of the game to just be able to link him. Fly does not have a sentry ward. This is the second time when IG's playing tired that they've set up observer ward behind the tower. Might get de-warded.
Abed yet again on his Storm Spirit. We've seen it now in the series sort of get pushed further and further up in the draft order. This game picks first. Do you think IG have reacted to Abed's Storm enough with their picks, or do you see this as another game where the Storm can have a pretty good time?
They're playing into the Void mechanic coming out from the Underlord into Nyx Assassin. I think Kaka, you know, he wanted to be the one that has the mana burn, has that stun, easy setup with the Carapace on the Stone Remnant, and yeah, they have much more than what they did before. Also, like Remnant coming out from the Void Spirit, also could be potential setup with the Yule Scepter. So in this particular matchup, like against the Void Spirit, you know what your item build is going to be on Emo.
That's easy. Going in onto JT.
One more hit.
One more hit. Is he going to be able to find it?
No, he can't get it anymore. Like the Tango plus the armor coming up from the tier 2 tower and some extra regeneration will keep him alive.
Just an aggressive move there from the Egyptian to level 2s.
Has been killed.
Chased down here by the two of them. The Firestorm, is it enough to bring him down? It isn't. Get a Tango going. Kaka still continue to chase down. We'll have stun again in a second. If Kaka lands the stun, Arteezy's looking pretty dead. He'll be able to do so. Kaka getting first blood for IG.
Good start. You know, they had to go in, try to get that kill. All they needed was like one extra hit. Not managed to do it. Kaka comes back with the first blood, lands another stun, boots of speed, and this sets up Underlord for a bit of a better, you know, start. Razor, he will always want to link you in the lane. One of the reasons why they picked him. The slow Crystal Maiden needs 1 mana for a bite.
Be able to get it. This time, Arteezy will manage to finish up the kill. Kaka, not quite enough mana for a stun, so couldn't hold back Arteezy chasing JT down. Lane. So far, Abed versus Emo. For Emo moment. Very, very close. Top lane. See Isosize struggling to be able to step up and get the CS. Most certainly it's just going to be a lane where Fly, he's going to have a good time. We're going to get a pretty free farming Sven up there for the back of the ball.
You don't really threaten a kill with Lycan and the Earth Spirit unless you make like a really, really big mistake. You go for some kind of a dive. He should have a really decent time. Earth Spirit trying to make a move on a mid lane, something we've seen before.
Good time. It's about the crit. No, look at the opening. See if they can grab Emo. Abed gets forward with the ball. Takes back to the ground. Is it enough? Pulses out. That will be enough to save it. Emo keeping himself alive. In that move the crit always makes around the center.
And he will have a killing cell, which will pretty much the full HP. And this is what they want to have, you know, Lycan on the top lane, getting some extra XP, because crit, they can't kill the top. So leaving Lycan alone, Sven with 2 points in cleave will push out the lane always. He wants also to be able to farm the side camp potentially, or the small camp, and then like your Lycan will also farm.
The spirits unite.
Heading over to join and Ollie in the mid lane. They're bringing the 3 of them in. Ahmed very low on mana and health at the moment. Crit, Rune will manage to refill the bottom here for Ahmed. So IG will show all 3 of them now in the mid lane. Safety is going to be there for EG on the side, thanks. You know that the supports are all pounds backing up Emo.
And if we look at the bottom lane, Razor with the Quelling Blade, it's no shame. If you need some kind of help, or like even if he's buying it for all the new players out there, you know, just buy a Quelling Blade. It will help you out, even if you're a range.
Mid lane, Ahmed. Kaka was able to close in on him. Quite enough burst though between him and Emo. Zabed bringing plenty of regen out. Salves, Clarity's Mango's good to go, as he'll be able to keep himself in the lane. 5-minute bounce runes coming up. Still just, you know, Fly having a much better time compared to what he won in the lane last game. Setup so much better. This time, actually able to hit some.
They are not making any stacks so far that I've seen. Ancients not stacked, nothing in the jungle stack. Sven with a lot to have. So maybe Phoenix eventually, you know, if Sven goes to the jungle a bit earlier, then Phoenix takes over the lane, Sven can just farm. But Sven right now does not need them, especially once he hits that level 6. There's also some kill potential, possibly on Lycan, because he's only level 5.
Gonna try and punish Emo before he's hit the 6. Another move with Crit kicks it back into the reach of Arbed. Coming in. Not quite enough to kill off Emo. Both mids to hit the 6. Arbed will do so a little sooner than Emo. Able to maintain control of the runes.
Dire's structures are fortified.
So having the coming over towards the mid as well. Still Crit, he's going to be the one to grab it. Takes it away. Kaka won't be able to make the move in on the sort of moments with Kaka coming over towards the mid. It is giving more and more space for RTZ down bottom to get ahead in this matchup. 30 for 8 against the 15 for 3 of JT. JT having slightly tougher time than that of Ice in the other half.
Storm Spirit, he got level 6, going back to base. Let's see if he decides to make an aggressive move on the bottom lane. Lane is in a good state, you know, he has, but he's moving top. Lycan just hit level 6, does not like, ideally we would want to have a Necro Book as well, so you can make a move. Crit is already there, level 3, still saving a point, there's another point in Boulder Smash.
Mark with initiation and multiple TPs coming in from IG. Over both Emo and Kaka. Arbed out with the zip just in time. Close there, Emo nearly finding the Remnant follower.
They kind of split the stack 50-50. This time around, they're easy going for a Falcon lane. Last time he played the Razor safe lane, like he was set up for such a good game, went straight into Boots of Travel, but this hero needs some kind of mana, even though you have Crystal Maiden in your team. Maiden usually does not put more than 1 point in aura anyway, especially early on. You just want to max that Frostbite, especially against Void Spirit. The root mechanic is super good. So I can understand why he's getting that a bit of damage, a bit of a tankiness, and some extra mana regen.
Really want to try and catch Arbed out around the mid. Kaka just sitting on the sidelines. Case aggression's there from EG onto Emo. This is flying Arbed. They're ready to try and hold for the top one. Remnant's down. Bottom end. Then maintaining control of the power. Gonna get himself in, force Solly to take it, so it won't be safe for Emo.
What a move from Crit. You know, he uses a TP just to secure that the enemy mid laner does not get a refill on the bottle, that he does not get any power rune. Underlord playing very aggressive here.
Starting to rift out though. Water from the cliff around the mid. They know that movement was being made towards him. JT around any longer than he needs to. Fly. We'll see what sort of build-up he goes for Manus. If it varies from what we did see from Mickey. Sven performances here at the Major.
Yeah, a bit more like status resistance with the SNY. He also went for a Blink that game, upgraded it to Swift Blink, I believe, later on. He didn't go for Aghanim Scepter at all.
Jump in, trying to set up onto Crit, they've got
to deny my wisdom is to choose death.
They're not having any opportunity to get in and help. Kaka looking pretty strong here in the mid lane. Top tower, starting to get pressured a bit by Ice with the Necro Books. Be able to force Solly all the way back in. Quite the nuisance here for the Phoenix. Does best with the body blocks to get some more damage in. A lot of space given for Ice to continue farming right up by the tower. also having Abed and Crit in the neighborhood. If any TPs come in from IG, trying to hold off this push.
Right now, Sven is just jungling. Having that Mask of Madness, clearing the stacks. They're also gonna stack Ancient Creep Camp one more time. While meanwhile on the top lane, Exercise, high level. All needs a bit under level. Like, he's level 3 on Phoenix. He needs it though.
A couple of times now, waking out to pick up these supports. Six in from Ahmed.
He's not a man.
As they bring down the storm. They'll turn over towards RTZ, run. Control on this, set up the counter. RTZ looking to be the whole world in trouble as the stuns around. IG bring the fight around the mid lane as they take down the 2-4.
There from IG, also Storm Spirit zipping in, and then like nice dodge with the illusion rune, but does not pop a mango. Get one mango to work with, I believe, and also a bottle charge. Maybe he could have gotten out of trouble, but decided to focus on the voice line.
There's that temptation.
Let the fun begin!
Base being brought for Ice though, with all the action going on mid. The levels on the Necro book. Overall 2k lead here for IG. Fly to be in a perfect spot. Dream scenario, getting involved in early action. Cleaning up the entrance stat. This is then.
He's going to be big. Yeah, this time around, Fly, much better game, especially compared to Faceless Void. In game number 2, Phoenix still struggling a bit with the levels, you know, trying to take some XP from those stacks. One who's also having a really good time is Underlord. Like, he's going for Road of Atos against the Storm Spirit, so Abed, he needs a BKB. Like, after he finishes that board, the BKB is pretty much one.
We're gonna see if they can burst down outside sides, coin the room, they can. Even with the reset get out of there, same time mid, Abed closing with the dive. We're able to collapse onto Ollie. Something in return, but again, these trades each and every time favoring that of IG, as IG the stronger hold on this early game.
They're moving together as a unit, Sven being, you know, very active. He doesn't necessarily need to be involved in the kills, but he shows up. They're like, yeah, we can't really fight Sven right now. He feels super strong, has Yasha, Bracer, Mask of Madness, going into that Sanj, you know, the extra movement speed to break the link from the Razor is going to be really good.
Try and catch them with the smoke, EG. So they've got to be careful. Fly has got strength ready to pop, but he can turn if they don't quite get the quick kill that they're looking for. Lane as well, also a hard place to fight into. JT's around. One pit laid out, could set up for Abed to get collapsed on completely by the following stuns.
And now it's Road of Atos done on Underlord, so he can keep them inside 3 points in Pit of Malice. It's just gonna be so hard for EG to push the towers. Like, this pit, as you mentioned, pretty much covers the whole area of the mid lane. Abed this time around not having a good game as we've seen in the other ones. Struggling a bit. They have the counters playing into Nyx Assassin. He's about to be level 8 compared to Emo, who's like level 10. I talked about the items but didn't finish my sentence where, like, whenever you play against the Storm Spirit as a Void Spirit, most of the time it's going to be you'll set the Spirit, be able to jump that flag, getting caught.
Still going down, we'll see if Ice does pretty get everything in return they can. Golden gets the connection onto Ollie. JT turns hold back for him. So actually will back off with their Phoenix gone. Make Kaka on the hunt. Abed.
Radiant's bottom tower
HP and
is
full
under
mana.
attack.
Super alone won't be able to do much. Maybe if Emo's able to close in on this, the two of them together can take this. Zabed stepping up.
Where's the party?
Won't quite be able to get in. Kaka didn't quite get in range there once the remnant exploded. So Abed will manage to live another day.
Oh, he's just on top.
Starting some action down bottom. Abed's going to be into the follow-up. With the control.
EG, they see, you know, they saw 3 heroes on a mid lane. They're like, we caught a glimpse of Sven. Let's just go and try to take it down. Because they know there's not going to be any follow-up. He's not going to get any help. Nyx Assassin shown mid with Vendetta. Like, very nice move from EG there.
Pick-off potential was still incredibly strong for the Storm Earth Spirit duo we've seen run so many times with great success. Trying to soak up some XP behind the tower. IG, let that pass. Dive in, take him out. Will manage to claim this tier 1 for themselves. The objectives.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Even with Fly off the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
JT will be able to secure the bottom tower. Like, this Underlord is in the middle of the pack, but feels very unkillable unless they bring the numbers.
Right in here for Ice. Sprint. Not doing anything to say.
Is under attack.
Ice goes down. Didn't have the summons out. The Fly could be able to head over. Not dealing with enough. Be able to control, take down both of them. 9-4, 3k lead. IG holding onto this advantage. No signs at the moment of VG being able to really close the gap on Fly's farm. This Sven is going to be able to stay nearly sort of an item ahead of this place. Fiji can't find enough action going in their favor.
Necro 3 is done on Lycan, so they should be, ready to fight, especially once Abed is there. It is, they can't stop him. But the Pit of Malice, like, this is your biggest problem in this game, besides Sven, because Underlord with the good Pit of Malice into another Road of Atos, it's just too good. Like, he's also completely nullifying the damage that comes from Lycan these fights, especially in these smaller areas where like you can't just pass. Okay, moon top.
Don't get it! He's going Emo's dead as well! He had just take him down as well, and team wipe out of nowhere. They're 3-6.
This was a fight, Boisterous, he goes in, he uses a Yule Scepter on himself, and yeah, just a perfect setup for Earthbrit to use his abilities. Abed, meanwhile, picks up that 13 rune on the Storm Spirit, kind of a bad act there to try to make stuff happen, but they already lost multiple heroes. Man, EG, we're gonna see that one again.
As you said it, such an aggressive move from Emo, using pretty much all his mobility and escape to fully initiate. JT drops to bail them out. Must have been so close to completing the rift, but the damage just very well prioritized there by EG as they bring down JT's Underlord. And from that point onwards, IG, they didn't have a backup plan.
They did not. They get the good jump, they get the good initiation, and as you mentioned, like Emo using all of his abilities pretty much to close the gap and aggress Yule Scepter. He has nothing to protect himself with anymore.
9-10, that lead that IG had closed completely there off the back of that team fight. See that all that progress that IG were building up off the back of a solid start with the lanes and with Fly's farm, it's just gone in an instant.
I want to see what Arteezy's next item is going to be. Last time, when he was playing Razor, he got so much value from a Blink Dagger pickup. I believe it was against Amiz Monkey King, where he just wanted to get on top of him. And then this might be also the item build here, against Sven, now that you have BKB, you don't care about any of the abilities pretty much that they can throw at you. So it could be a really nice pickup.
Down in position to go for Roche. It has been scanned out immediately by IG, and IG have the ults ready to go. They've got Supernova actually ready for this fight. Trying to head in with the image. Can't beat him. It's on. Puts the ball back to the vortex. He might control it. He might come down to the ultimate. Straight back down to the stone. Quick catch the perfect. Around the target. Then we'll fall for the firestorm. Let's get out of there. But again, IG losing the team fight, and once again, Emo, he's on the front. He's just not prepared for EG to react as quickly as they do. He feels that he's so strong with the invis. Sentries laid down, EG know he's there, and crit instant set up there with the silence into the stun. There's no escape for Emo.
Oh, they just have his number this time around, because like Emo is playing so aggressive. Like they have Necrobook units, they're trying to go for Roche. There's gonna be Sentry there like 99% of the time. He still decides to go for that play. And he gets punished.
Definitely start IG. After he was having a very solid start. I think there's 7-0-2 in the beginning. Big kills now back-to-back on Emo, slowing the momentum down. EG over to the side. Crit finds the catch onto Ollie.
Ollie can catch a break this game. Like, they have so many tools to deal with him. They don't really have that, you know, high attack speed hero, but also he did not really place some good eggs this time around. Break!
Starting to come out as Grit is just setting up kill after kill after kill. As you said, catch a break ID, but they seem to consistently catch a Grit. As he's on them every single time.
Crit has just been a slower start to his first Grit. Didn't manage to find any openings early on, but he's rolled, he's silences, like with spell cast. Everything was pretty much on point, and this should be the free Roche.
No, I don't think after those last few events, Saji's going to risk going over there again. GG. Got this area perfectly. Not leaving any chance for us to get a good setting up around Roche. Zarbev is going to have the Aegis ready for the next fight.
RTZ was thinking, do I get a Sange? Do I get a Blink Dagger? He saw how the last fight went. Decided to go for that Blink Dagger, which is really like, you know, being able to just jump on the Sven. Like, he's never gonna feel that comfortable playing into Razor. They've shut down. Emo was having such a good time. Now he's nowhere near his second item.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
3 back-to-back deaths, just destroying his early game completely.
Dire's top tower.
One more move like that, no impact. It's going to fall off the
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top lane EG.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Tier 2s.
Dire's top tower.
Why do you want to do anything about this? See with the way last few fights have gone. Very hard to make that call, especially into the Aegis. And then, outside side,
oh, not again.
Line up the roll. And another death. Modern lane, they're looking to take him out. JT is going to be able to bring Lifeline Kaka back to safety. Ollie will manage to TP out, but they can't let the voice spirit die like this.
No, this is fourth time, exactly. Like Grit, he used the roll a bit prematurely, you know, considering if you use the Stone Remnant. So he didn't even use the Stone Remnant, still connects on the target. And you can feel that JP is afraid. While he's using Dark Rift, he needs to be able to control Void Spirit, otherwise someone might get kicked out of the range, and then you're just gonna be left there alone.
Very risky here. IG, they've smoked up whilst they don't have Emo, and it's into an Aegis. Maybe, I mean, it's gonna be that sort of surprising a move that it will catch EG by...
Oh, they're not gonna catch it. Even if they caught Fly, it's still not. I can understand the aggression that they wanted to do, be a bit more, you know, active, because there's no shapeshift, there was no BKB on Razor. But even, as you said, they still have Aegis on the Storm up and running for 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Back on with the push, will manage to finish off the tier 2.
Oh, they need to talk about the items, because Lycan and Razor are going for the same item though, so he just like swaps. He bought a casual plate mail, which is also fine. He wanted to get the AC, but realized Lycan is also going for one.
Pick the axe instead.
Casual plate mail is also fine. I don't know,
yeah,
playing into Sven feels like a good item.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You just, as you said, you just need to be able to BKB, get on top of the Sven, get the link going, and just survive through the initial physical burst that Sven will still have at the start of the link with the God Strength. If you live through that, Sven's not been able to take you down. Razor, you're just going to be able to force the Sven to have to back off each time, and with the control that EG has, it will be rather difficult for Fly to do. Doesn't the BKB now, but those BKB usages have to be flawless from the Sven.
For sure. JP is Lord of Chaos, oh, another jump. It's just gonna be on the Nexus Assassin. And Nexus Assassin does not ever feel comfortable playing in any of the Necro Speed heroes like a Beastmaster, Lycan, Detox, see the damage. And they try to start something on block. The way that this fight's going is starting to rip him out. Constrict has been committed though by Fly. A bit of an awkward move there. And you can see very early on that JT had no
Collective stick around for the fight.
If they get a stun on Razor, I think they commit instead of getting back, because they could potentially just bring down Razor low enough to kill him with the Sven's God Strength. Seng. No fling.
Still wants to make something happen with this monster. He's stepping up. He's in with the standing link. All of it damage. Breathing through with the high ground and flying so far. He's going to get chased out by a breaks it again with the wall. Closes the gap on JT as JT's gone.
That was not a good bit of Malice. If we're going to see that again, Razor managed to walk around the bit of Malice, like good moves from Arteezy there, gets the static link off, and also he did not block that passage. Like, check the bit of Malice. Like, it was a bit more aggressive, good jump from the Storm Spirit, and the Razor just goes around, manages to get out and follow them.
Yeah, it stays on Fly for more than long enough to force Fly to have to run. No chance of taking the fight anymore when Fly just 120 damage there to Link. 4K lead now for each. Fly's farm still in a good place, but his last 3 fights, Arteezy's caught up completely on his Razor.
He's going into Aghanim Scepter, which is also okay. Was thinking about Sanj, a bit of a status resistance, maybe transition that into Heaven's Halberd against Sven, which would also be fine, but getting Aghanim Scepter gives them a bit more push potential, and then you can deal with the 2 targets. I don't know why, like, in the description it says when striking buildings, it will only target towers, barracks, and the Ancient. Like, those buildings are actually, those buildings inside the base are not affected. Like, it would be too powerful if you could actually go for that.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I like how that's still called a building. Couldn't think of anything different.
I mean, Dota's a very creative game. You know, there's going to be limits.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Building. Maybe we'll see again in
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
Ison again. This is
Dire's bottom tower
can't do anything here if you're IG. Can't turn up these pushes from EG right now. You've got to try and look to get the trade going. Take the tier 1 top, IG.
Crit has a BKB. Urn of Shadows, BKB.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lycan units trying to push on the bottom lane. They also have a siege creep. They know something is up. Like EG, they have a good read. IG smoked on a completely different side of the map.
It'll take them quite a while to get over it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're heading in the right direction.
Scanning.
See if they can get a jump. Say EG's going to feel that something's coming over. EG, they're going to be prepared. They're holding close to one another on the high ground. Do I really want to try and fight into this?
Dire's bottom
EG, they have vision on the high ground. They're scouting things out. They're sure that there are no boards from the enemy team with the Necros, and now they're going to start pushing in some damage, forcing a glyph from IG. Next Roche may respawn in 30 seconds.
The next objective they'll look for are Arteezy will have the full Aghanims, while they EG lose a curry in the river, but that gives up the full move of IG. So IG will have to get back and show themselves in the mid lane. Really just prepare for the high ground effect. IG outside of the base has rendered terribly the last 2 times that IG tried to go for it. Mid lane.
That's a good job.
He's going to get blown up. He's taking out 100 to 0. Now he's going to go for the Chris's name's going to be blown off. IG able to find that opening. And Darcy wasn't quite ready for that opening start.
I mean, if he pops a BKB there, not sure if Blink Dagger was ready, but he needs to be careful. They have so many stuns, like stun from Sven, stun from Nyx Assassin. Let's see the Roche respawn, minute and 5 seconds, so Arteezy will be out, but need to be a bit more careful.
A little bit too close to the base. Quite prepared. You know the IG was all up there, and the pace had kind of slowed down. Things had started to calm off a little bit, so just getting a bit of a rude awakening there for that jump of IG.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What IG can do with this. Seconds now until RTC's backups and not too long whatsoever. Expect that until the storm comes in. Themselves their half of the map.
Damage coming up Sven is still super high. You also find a really good neutral item like spider legs that's gonna give you move speed, ability to go over the cliffs. So like that static link is not gonna be that great. He has a lot of movement speed from the Warcry, Massive Madness, SM1 might be able to just play great.
We're seeing it every single game really when Eyesight down is running Beastmaster, Johnny Blackton, the Micro, the pushing game. He gets Phoenix as well. And RTC, who's going to be JP's not getting over tonight.
Crypt understands, like, we have enough damage to bring him down. Rolls onto the Phoenix, almost gets like a solo kill until Sven shows up. Fly back from Nix's assassin.
Otherwise they're going to start losing the base. RTC stepping up to the high ground. And with the push of Icesight's army, Tier 3's gone. What they're going to throw this back up on the old impact, ready to look to maybe even pressure a dive. They'll force out another buyback from IG.
That's a big one.
With a setup, he's taking it available. Smartmake's going to pop up the beat and try to force Flightlight to 2 points. Sven Flightlight's going to put the BKB and run. Supernova down.
This is so big from EG. They just forced them to use 2 buybacks. They got the tower, and they also forced the egg plus the BKB from Sven. Roshan is up. They can go in. Like, they have enough damage. Necrobook is available. There's also AC on Lycan right now. So much minus armor coming out. They just have enough. Arteezy finishing off the Aghanim Scepter as well. You also found the Spider Legs. Gonna have a bit easier time chasing Sven with that static link.
He's spotted out. It's Aegis and Cheese. IG, they don't want to let this get away. Coming in with the smoke. They have got strength. No Supernova, no Rift either, so JT won't be able to bail them out if the fight goes wrong.
No BKB for 20 as well on Sven. EG, go back. They're holding the high ground. They know that they are aware of this. Look at Crit positioning.
Crit trying to dispel any sort of smoke movement that IG attempt from the low ground. IG very hesitant about making moves into the triangle. Ollie. Ward down. Taking advantage there. Gonna try something. It's gonna look for the double end, the 3-man silence. Pushing the back line. They've got a split. A little jump ball from Armega. JT's trying to bail the rest of the map, but Emo's dead. Out for 90. Ollie's trying to TP away, but crits him with the stun. Stops the TP at stake.
Man, Crit, what a performance by him, you know, holding there, they've split the Necrobook unit, they want to enter from this or the other side, and then he lands a 3-man silence, a good link from Arteezy, the reason why he bought a Blink Dagger. Yeah, we're going to see that one again.
I mean, the jump there, but Crit, he's just fully heads over, boom, suddenly 3-man silence, they have to split, Kanka and JT can't operate the start of it, as Crit just splits IG apart, and allows Zeke to clean them up one by one. JT's very lucky to get away with his life. And Ollie left behind. EG's got the space to move in. Aegis on Arteezy and Cheese on Arbed, ready for the next fight.
They swap things around a little bit. They still show that, you know, Razor. I like that because Razor will be the one possibly going in a bit more aggressive, sieging the high ground with the Eye of the Storm, especially with the Aghanim Scepter. So they give advantage to that, which I really, really like.
Here comes the first for the Aghanims. After using the light to break down the barracks. 1 second until he mows up. The rest will be fast as well with the AC help. Coming in, look at the qualification. Burn down a little bit. Back in that armor. It's good well. Don't buy back on the Knicks.
They do not want to lose this game yet because they just picked it up.
They're instantly out of there. Eyesight popping the ult, break away from IG. IG won't be able to punish EG at all there.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They're still going to have Cheese. They're still going to have Aegis for the next fight. Well, maybe they use the Cheese. Who's holding the Cheese? They don't have the Cheese.
They had it on Arbed before.
Okay, he popped it.
24 to 13, 10k lead. Again, this third game, once more, IG just finding themselves in a position that... How do they get themselves out of it?
They're just crumbling. Like, the decision making after a couple of deaths on Evo, he died for like 4 times in a row. Wolves, they're scouting them out.
There we go, jumping from RC, he's on the slide, one from the BKB. He's got to run. He's got to get out of there. Emo's stomping no buyback for a minute, and RC is ready to head back up to the high ground and into the base. No creep wave at the moment, though.
This is also the perfect item for RTG, you know. You get stuck on a glitch, just use the spider legs, can easily get off of it, and this allows him to just chase the Sven. It also allows him to not have boots of speed in his inventory, just keeping that blade mail. Like, if he gets the first jump on Sven, if they don't stun lock him, Arteezy is good to go, and Flyfly will need the bail.
And every time I have to use those to survive and run. Making it increasingly harder for IG to just set up a scenario where they can pop BKB God Strength and get the jump themselves, with EG's aggression just beating IG at it every single time. IG to keep up with once again.
Bloodstone, Orchid on Storm Spirit, level 20. He also went for the Electric Vortex Duration talent. Like, this Crystal Maiden Aura really helping out how much farm Abed can get, and now going into Aghanim Scepter, which I really like. He also, you know, just prefers to get that item as like sometimes third, sometimes fourth, but really works well. Kind of like a budget black hole.
IG just having to sit back and wait now.
Lotus Orb is done on Underlord, but he needs to like precast it on Sven before Sven gets a good jump.
Emo, very careful how he jumps out of the base like this. Know that EG, if they feel time is right, they'll be great on top of it. RTZ's got the ones. Got the enemies. He's going back for a second round of the Supernova. It's going to be successful. Easy trying to get back to the house now. The Supernova goes off. RTZ's dead. RT finds over with the magic side. Quick, trying to do his best to rectify. Fight, keeping the magic side going to the spot now. Trips up Crip. IG turn, they take him down as well.
Yeah, this is the fight that IG needed. You know, they go in, Flyfly gets a good ulti up. Like, if he does not get static linked, or if the static link is like 100 damage, you're still gonna feel those right clicks coming out from Sven, almost 600 damage on him, getting him closer to like level 25, even more damage, and getting him closer to the Swift link. Then he's gonna have unlocked movement speed, will be able to break that link.
So just the initiation this time around, just a little too aggressive from EG. They both commit in onto Flyfly, but JC, perfect Lotus, lays it down onto Flyfly, causing Abed to pull himself in with the Vortex. And with Abed gone, things start to fall apart very quickly. Perfect use of the Supernova to guarantee that stun on Arteezy's revival from the Aegis.
Yeah, that was such a clutch move as well on top of that. And Lotus Orb, like, this is the best item pretty much that they can get against the Sven. Sorry, against the Razor. Also, he decided to get a Lotus Orb for himself and Razor. There aren't too many like things to dispel. There is a silence from the Void Spirit. Sven does not have that Aghanim Scepter, so he's not following you, which is a really good item to counter it. I guess he just wants to have something against a bit of Malice to be able to move around freely.
But he's already got the BKB.
Maybe he was thinking, you know, I'm running out of slots. I bought that casual plate mail. What do I turn this into?
Sure, I think that's almost certainly it. And it is something that does mean when he convinces Flyfly, he doesn't want to use the BKB straight away. Suddenly Flyfly can't hold him back with the stun, because it's only going to cause Flyfly to stun himself. Flyfly does also have a BKB, but we'll see. Definitely didn't do too much for him in that last situation. Minotaur Horn also on Flyfly. Yeah, he's getting tankier and tankier, and a big bit of that lead shut down there off the back of that last defense from IG, showing that they've still got a good punch ready to come out.
They still have to respect the damage coming out from Sven, because it's insane, especially if they get a Lotus Orb on him. Then you're not gonna feel like the static link. Crit still deals a ton of damage in the team fight. They also gave him Spell Prism to lower the cooldown on his abilities. More rolls, more silences, and the lower cooldown on a BKB plus the Spirit Vessel. Next Roche may respawn in a minute and 30. Emo holding a gem. Wally picked that one up.
Just showing at the moment in the mid, Kaka. With a spot camera set up, open up with the stun. IG, if they can commit onto him, RG is going to be able to easily get the BKB off. IG, they'll start to back off. Right side slice in Arbed. They won't check. IG succeeding in getting the BKB charge down on Arteezy. Now they want to fight. Now that they know the BKB is on cooldown, they can go for a big play. They're going to come in with the rift, overlook the bottom lane. Iso says he's heading over to clean it up, but he's going to have a nasty surprise. As IG turn up, Iso has instant reactions though. As soon as he sees the team, BKB in a TPL, Iso says is fine.
Sven even popped the ult. Maybe he thought, you know, with 1 or 2 crits from Daedalus, I will have enough damage to bring him down. Lycan is super tanky, especially with the AC, and realizes they have nothing that go to Magic Immunity, so I'm just going to TP out.
Huzzah! About 2k away from the Aghanims on Arbed. Make a big difference in these fights. Play around all the counter plays that IG have going for themselves. Fly, finish with Swiftling, so big step up to his damage output. So being able to close the gap and get that initiation from God Strength, Ben is going to hit incredibly hard.
Storm, he found Timeless Relic for himself. That's going to be a great item, especially once he picks up that Aghanim Scepter. He's getting very close, double damage in the bottle. Next Roche, minute and 30.
See as well with the timing, Fly gets himself, gets 2 tomes actually sent out that were available still. So that puts him up just half a level away from the level 25 now.
Stacking the domes, new strat.
Yeah, hit them with so that surprise speed jump at the end. In terms of 25s for EG, it's a little away from them.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Close to having his next time done. He's got it here, I believe.
Emo has a 10-second BKB. They need to be careful about this because he did not use it yet. And it's
Stormcraft is actually kind of giving it away.
Oh yeah, I just forgot about that item. You know, it's one item that has a good dispel mechanic, but doesn't feel like it has a lot of synergy. You know, who's gonna bring that? Do you want to have that on the spellcaster? Do you want to have that on someone who deals the damage? Mana regen is nice.
We're holding it like they were just then. I mean, the EG are fully aware of where IG is sneaking around. Crafter procking against the wolves and the creeps.
Kill that egg.
He takes that Arbed, Crit pulling on as well. The Brendan, one way around and Crit still alive. Kicks back Emo turns over towards him. Your setup onto Crit. Crit will go down.
Like they thought Sven's not gonna hurt, but he also didn't have 25 there yet. But you can see the damage. Like with the Swift Blink, unlocks the Magic's movement speed, just like completely turns around with the God Strength, gets 2 hits, and they're all like half HP or almost gone. Storm Spirit, you know, he does not have a defensive item for himself other than the Black King bar, so that's a bit problematic. You also need to respect still the damage coming out from Sven.
See as well, they did force out a couple of buybacks from IG, so IG putting a bit more money into that fight. At the same time, Crit comes out with his. As EG, they don't want to let IG get the chance to get into Roche, using those buybacks, seeing the fight again. Good pick off, good way to start this stuff. Fly, holding his ground, knowing that he would have the damage to turn and take down the 2 of them.
Roche is alive. Aegis, Cheese, and Aghanim Scepter.
Who's eyeing up that Ags? I mean, I guess, you know, Arbed would love to have to not buy his own. Still yet to buy into it.
And they can give it to him. They could also give it to Earth Spirit. I wouldn't mind seeing Earth Spirit with it. If they get it. But on the other side, Emo already has one. I think it just give it to Sven, if they are the ones who can pick it up. Like that transportation, the Superman mode unlocked. Oh, he also found, and not found, he also built the Lincoln Sphere, which I really like. You know, a Lotus Orb and the Lincoln Sphere against the Razor. It's a 9k gold lead for EG, but at the moment, like, you can't feel that they're missing that amount of gold. It doesn't really matter.
They can't jump Fly and deal with him at the start of the fight. Fly is just going to cause a whole lot of issues as the fight draws on. If he can give it that BKB and God Strength off without the threat of being static linked by our TG.
Bounty.
Around this area, lost fight here. I mean, a lost Aegis, Cheese and Aghanim. Zarbed spending up the money. He'll invest in the Aghanim for himself.
Agents of the void.
Have that good to go for the next fight.
They don't have too many abilities that they can, like, pierce this Lincoln Sphere with. They might use Frostbite. I don't think you want to use Force Staff from the Crystal Maiden. You want to save that for defensive purposes.
Bounty.
They lost the gem. This is also the big part. You know, now IG, they're holding 2 gems. They still have Necro units to deboard any possible boards. A big item on Razor, he got that Butterfly. Sven does not have a True Strike.
Cautious about Emo. Level 25 Hex Stun. That's a lot of lockdown from the Hex and the Dissimilate Stun. EG don't get their BKBs off in time. There will be more than enough chain stun to hold Arteezy in place to allow Fly to get the kill.
And the BKBs are down to 5.
Crit goes down as well.
Yeah, that jump, you know, they go in, but they get caught. There's so much control coming up from the Void Spirit. You have the Hex, you have that AoE silence, Simulate also stuns, level 25 talent. Now they can go inside the pit. Crit already bought back in the previous fight, so he's not going to have it. Storm Spirit invested all of his gold into that new shiny Aghanim Scepter. I don't think they have enough to deal with that super farm Sven right now, and also Emo. Like, he managed to make a comeback after getting caught multiple times in a row, and he's super strong right now.
The impact he can have at this point, that much lockdown around these pretty much unmatched from EG. Anytime IG get the jump and have the better time.
Oh, it's Nyx Assassin who picks up the axe. He wants to throw himself.
Something else in this team fights that is going to make it pretty much impossible for EG to fight going when the BKBs end. He'll have such an easy time just throwing out his abilities from a distance.
Radiant's middle tower
IG
has
ready
fallen.
to push up to the high ground their time. They're now holding the 5k lead. EG letting that strong mid-gander they had really slip away now as IG, they're back in charge with how large Fly is.
Blanket Wolves and Necro units, like, you need to keep that away from Sven. He pretty much one-shots it. Also, you need to keep it away from Pit of Malice. It will, this lineup will start to fall off. You know, you have a Razor, he deals the damage, but they have the tools to deal with him, right? There is a Lincoln Sphere, there is a Lotus Orb.
He's on the front, he's got a buyback! Arteezy dead for 100, 350 gold short from buyback. And Crit's got as well, his buyback on cooldown. Arlington sitting on the high ground, having a look out, suddenly they're on top of him. He's gone. I can have all the space in the world to take so much here from the base of EG.
Yeah, that's a minute and 20 seconds without... Oh my god, they can't pick up any bounties. They probably think, you know, he has it, but we'll see what happens.
I mean, if they're poking pretty hard here with Fly. No, they're being cautious though. They're looking towards the rank instead, already with a jump straight up towards the fence. And Emo's looking to get more kills here. Fly will live. As he gets away, actually Emo losing his shot. They took that dive. We have Ice trying to split this. He does have creeps pushing in with him, Ice. So Ice might just get up to stop the G's from losing anything more than the mid and the top rack.
He's being very cautious about what's happening. He has the Wolves, Necro available, but they might go for the Mega.
And then they're sticking
30
around.
seconds without RTZ.
They know now that RTZ has not got the gold to get back in. Still 100 gold short on the Razor. ZG then trying to start him. They've got to be careful. Can't come with the power. He's able to try and get the setup. Once a fly forces safety. JT, he's going to look to take them out here. Narvek comes in. They look for the jump on the safety. Then JT gets them all out.
That's a level 3 ulti for second teleport delay. At least they did not get the Mega Creep, so they still have possibly one more fight. RTZ definitely needs to farm up his buyback. He's gonna have it in the 400 gold. Double damage spawned on top. They're still ages for almost 2 minutes. IG, they want to take another fight.
They still know how strong of a position they're in right now off the back of those last few moves. 11k lead. IG just playing this late game perfectly, and EG starting to make some mistakes.
This could be the big one. You know, Storm Spirit hitting level 25. He has that Electric Rave as well on top of the Aghanim Scepter. I'm not sure if anyone bought the Dome or was it him, but they might need this. Like, it's a ton of damage.
It's so much damage. It really is. Times overload attack bouncing your whole team. As long as they can live to get their hits off. The BKBs are down on IG. Can't underestimate how much magical burst that will be at this stage again. Fly is just ever so tanky. 4.4k gold as he's ready to start building towards his next item. 10k ahead of that of the farm of Arteezy right now.
Still have that Aegis. They have gems, so they can get rid of any kind of vision. They also have cheese on Void Spirit.
The IG they're looking for the jump. They want to make it.
They did not time it. Oh, that would be so big.
And as it is, Emo's just going to get a free reset. As time for important for the rest of IG to get back over. And now still 50 seconds without Arbed. IG, they'll still play it careful, not wanting to push him with Kakar dead.
Surprised that JT decided to just bail him out completely. I think like they can go for this kind of a play with Sven focusing the barracks and then bailing. They also need to be careful about the Force Staff so that someone does not get caught inside of the base without getting back. Oh, we can see that. Like Razor, he's also level 25, extra attack speed. It's just a lot of damage. A lot of damage. He might not be able to get the static link off the Sven anymore unless they proc his Lincoln Sphere, so might just go for a different target.
See it again here. She said, well, what do you reckon the time it was on that Aegis? Were you keeping track of it? It was
yeah, I was keeping track.
It was 4 seconds apparently. So close to making such a big play, but couldn't quite control how quickly they took down Emo. So Emo able to get away with sticking around, and
it was like 3-0-1, you know, but once it needs to kick in, so it was very close.
G to hit out with a smoke here. See there, the Aghanims. JT's going to have an even easier time of quickly taking his team out if he feels that the fight is going the wrong way.
EG will love to farm up buybacks on especially on the Storm Spirit. Like Lycan doesn't matter that much, especially if he uses the form already. But they need this buyback on the Storm Spirit, and they would also love to get that level 25. 29 to 24. IG still with the 12k lead. Fly.
getting close to the money to be able to slot something out and get his Abyssal Blade in. Still have buyback gold available for him. Incredibly rich.
Radiant's middle
the pressure,
tower
and of course
is
with
under
that
attack.
shard, that extra reach to simulate that he'll have means that just the area of coverage that he can get in and onto you and get that 2.5 second stun off, it makes it so hard to choose the right time to start retreating, as he'll always be able to chase you with that much range.
Dark Rift, Aghanim Scepter upgraded by Underlord, so that means 1 second less delay.
They're gonna jump on easy, she finished! But they're in, they've got the Hex, they've got the Dissimulate, still on easy, totally get it taken out, gets the BKB off! Oh, so very good, easy will be able to keep himself alive! Offset comes through, some of the backlash, takes down only, but the Rock's there, they control ice, they bring him down, the Lycan falls. Somehow though, Easy able to keep RTZ alive. Near the ending in another disaster there, RTZ still does not have the buyback goal.
He's gonna try.
He must have to just walk back up to him and have the Hex. He must have to set him on crit. The Hex is gonna start. A
Question mark in the whole chat. All right, I love that. GG's called. He was just standing there. All right.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Spicing it up a little bit. As, oh my goodness.
That was so close. They managed to get out. Whitbread still stays in, and they get the kill on Ovid. Unfortunately for EG, they did not have buybacks on any of the 3 cores.
What a game 3. Whew. What a game 3. It ain't over yet. It's not over yet at all. Game 3, IG able to take it. I mean, it gets to the late stages of the game, and IG, they're just able to step up the execution. And EG just sort of caught off guard too many times going into the late game, the cost.
Yeah, they needed to close out this game a bit earlier because Sven, he scaled. That's a Sven with the new upgrade on the Blink Dagger. He's not really a popular hero, but he could, you could get so many items. You could get 12 slotted on Sven pretty much. So it's not an old Sven where he does not scale. And the emo, with the question mark in the end, what's going on? Let's go for game number 4.
I mean, he definitely had sort of the redemption game there. He had a tough mid-game. They were able to catch him multiple times, sort of 4 times back-to-back, but then coming in with those plays at the end, the Dissimulate stun the Hex, too much lockdown, and getting the jump with those aggressive steps into the Hex each and every time on the high ground siege. But yeah, with question marks like that, I'm glad this series is still going. We're going to see what happens in game 4 as it really is heating up here in the grand finals. As IG with that 3rd game, they'll bring it to 2-1.
Oh, we're going to a 4th game, and that 3rd game, that's what we came here to see. Not necessarily the result of it, but the play of the game itself. Here with Gods and Lizard, I could not be more happy to be wrong with my prediction, because more Dota with these 2 squads. If it's going to be like that, I'm all for it, Gods.
It was spectacular. The game, the storyline, Emo finally kind of getting his revenge. You could see, it was so much I think, built up frustration because EG had been tipping him game after game. He's the player who's been disappointing this series, playing his worst Dota of the tournament, and EG knew it. That's why they keep tipping this young, inexperienced player, and he finally turned around, got his revenge, and took a game off of EG.
Oh yeah, that question mark, I'm not
question
mad.
It was
personal.
It was, yeah, but he deserved that question mark put down there, because yes, you are absolutely right.
After all the
definitely
tips,
made him feel a little awkward in this game also at times.
Yeah, after all the tips, you can't really take it, against him. That question mark, he deserves it.
It's when he can't tip all 5 players, so he's like, I guess I'm gonna all check because I can't tip 5 people at once.
Yeah.
This game was far from perfect when it comes to IG and how they performed. Still, they had, like some of us predicted, a much more solid of a draft than before, and they had the late game potential that can carry the game. This idea that you can link up a Sven and that he won't be able to deal damage only goes so far into the game, after which it falls off. He just gets plus 500. Yeah, you can link him, but he's going to kill you while you link him in a couple of seconds.
You want to link him and stay as far away as possible
Exactly.
as a Razor. Anytime Sven was on top of an enemy hero, they were getting deleted. And we saw time and time again, Abed Storm had a rough one. You know, he had a great
Started
early...
well.
Yeah, started well, but the turnaround came from him just kind of overstepping, being a bit too confident. The first one, the mid lane, where he goes in, Lotus Orb, pulls himself, gets blown up.
That was pretty much what turned the game.
That
It wasn't
turned the
only
game.
it wasn't only him that got caught there. He caught himself and Arteezy too.
Yeah.
The poor Razor was just there.
And that can
both of
happen
them.
once. I think EG's okay, but then there was like multiple more fights. You'll see it again here where he goes in with the BKB, but Sven has the Abyssal Blade. He itemized, ready for the Storm Spirit, so it was just really good play coming out from the Sven.
There was a move on the top lane as well where Fly outplayed him a little bit, held that Minotaur Horn for the last second.
Yeah.
Abed jumps on top of him, he pops the Minotaur Horn and turns because he couldn't pull him, he couldn't actually do anything.
This is the one where Sven turns around, gets the bashes or Abyssal.
Is this the 1-star Uber?
No, this is the good Uber.
Ah, this is the good Uber.
This is
okay.
the 5-star.
This is the 5-star. Yeah,
Saving
there was.
Fly.
Yeah, there was one-star Uber coming from
Now
JT.
I gotta walk back.
Yeah.
You mentioned that it wasn't the cleanest game from IG, but it wasn't the cleanest game from EG either,
Oh,
because
100%.
they did look like they were gonna take this 3-0. And if you were to ask me 20-25 minutes into the game who's gonna win this, I think everybody watching that game would have said EG is taking this. And then they do make those misplays, and IG being on top of things, able to
For sure.
capitalize on that mistake.
For sure, but you also have to keep in mind that they had this early aggressive draft that we've seen in the game 1. It worked there. However, here you can't allow yourself to make too many mistakes. If you do, the enemy team just comes back, especially when they have a Sven. Sven is not the Void. This hero does hurt if he gets a couple of items, and they secured his farming patterns well enough. They secured the Ancients and made a couple of mistakes. Emo as well, throughout the mid-game you could see him jump in, catch crit, then Yule himself, and Crit for me still was the outstanding player of this game and the series so far. If I was going to give someone an MVP, it would be Crit.
But we should try to give an MVP to the winners. IG, they had, I mean, Fly on the Sven obviously played really well. I think Emo stepped it up. Yes, he had some misplays as well, and he definitely did struggle a little bit, but he came out on top.
For the question mark.
For the question mark.
He added a lot more spiciness to this series.
Yes.
So, yeah, not a perfect game from him, but the kind of game that is going to give you a lot of confidence going in Game 4. So I think you've got to really feel like Emo could step it up even more going into the next game, just based on what we saw at the end.
The Emo redemption arc.
Yeah, did they awaken the beast?
They might have. They might have. I like this game. It felt personal. We saw the question mark. Could there be a reverse sweep? Because I feel like this is the sort of game that can put emotion, some momentum on Invictus Gaming, because they look like a different team compared to the first 2 games.
100%. And my question is, how many times can Crit perform on such a high level like he did in the
He'll do a 5
first
games
3
if
games?
needed.
5 games?
I feel like I can't remember the last time I saw a bad game from Crit. And I think as far as reverse sweep goes, I think, you know, we've seen EG lose games. It doesn't throw him off. I don't think EG is going to suddenly be playing bad Dota, but it's more IG is going to have a lot more confidence. They're stepping up. They've made the tweaks needed in the draft. I think banning Beastmaster was absolutely crucial. To me, it should have been maybe done after Game 1, but I don't think we're going to see EG get to play Beastmaster again.
Well, there's a very high chance that this time around it will be IG on the side that has to ban IO and Puck, meaning Beastmaster might be in the pool. It's difficult. I mean, do you want to give Abed Puck? Is that a thing? I don't think you do. Like, what would you rather have, Abed Storm or Abed Puck? He's going to go out of control on both, I feel. We're going to have to wait and see what happens in the 4th game of this best-of-5 grand finals, because that is right around the corner. Maybe a little bit of a longer break this time around to give players also some time to eat a bite. Sometimes that happens after the 3rd game, so we'll have to wait and see. And while we're waiting, we can get ourselves be comfortable, because we have our lovely Secret Lab chair partner, getting us comfortable throughout this entire major, getting the players comfortable as well. And if you want to experience some professional grade sitting experience, you can get yourself one on secretlab.co. Make sure to check that out in the break. It will give you loads of browsing pleasure and perhaps some sitting pleasure at the end of that as well. We'll see you right after the break for Game 4.
That's RTC, Abudendi, Tonil, and Dogo, and Kayasen! What's up? Dude, we're such huge fans! Where did you get that skin? Whoa!
JBL presents The Sounds of Victory. JBL Quantum Gaming Headsets.
Okay, alright.
Đôi khi mình chỉ cần một ai đó lắng nghe. Tinder đã giúp mình tìm được những người bạn thú vị để sẻ chia. Giờ đây, ngày mới của mình tràn đầy những trải nghiệm mới mẻ cùng những người bạn đến từ Tinder. Tinder, thêm bạn, thêm trải nghiệm.
Pressure, rising on the edge of taking everything. Life is a game I'm born to win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
For a third major in a row, Evil Geniuses and Invictus Gaming meet each other at a crucial point of the tournament. The second to last time was IG knocking out, or IG knocking out EG. Then the major after that it was EG knocking out IG. This time round, they meet for the first time in the grand finals, and we are going to find out which one of these two teams will take the championship. The first major of the season, so much prestige behind it as well. We're heading to a fourth game. We have Evil Geniuses up by 2 games versus Invictus Gaming, a 1 game just now. So they will have to try and go for the full reverse sweep if they want to take this championship. I'm here with Gods and Lizard, and we're preparing for this fourth game. A lot is going to ride on the draft, Gods.
Totally agreed. I think we saw IG finally put themselves in a place where they had an even draft. I wouldn't say they outdrafted EG there. The Sven pick, you know, a little unproven. Definitely a bit out there. Not as bad as the Faceless Void, but a perfect game for it. And they had a win condition this time, which, you know, was not convincing, but they did manage to get the win.
Also, no one thought really that IG is going to fall without a battle, without at least taking one game, without giving their best.
I mean, the first 2 games did not give me a lot of hope. I think the fact that they were able to bounce back in that 3rd game, it shows so much about this team and their resilience, because that's when all the pressure is on, right? It's so easy to let tilt get to you at that point.
Especially if you get tipped too many times in a game.
Yeah, I want. Hopefully, there's someone out there who can go back through those first 2 games. I want to know how many times Emo was tipped. Those 3 games, I feel like it was at least 10 plus times per game. So that man is being targeted by Crit, by Abed, and for me, going to Game 4, all eyes on that mid lane.
Also, we have to again say Emo has been the star performer of IG, and in the first 2 games we have not seen the same Emo. This time around it's looking much better, and what I liked is that they won with a strategy that they've drafted before, with something that fits their style. They let you have your own heroes, and then they pick something completely off meta like Sven, and they make it work, because it was a solid Sven game.
Yeah, a little bit better than the Faceless Void game.
Okay, let's not go that off meta. Let's not choose heroes that can't be played even.
There should be limits to the madness. Absolutely. We're gonna also find out who's gonna get Radiant, who's gonna get Dire, and who's gonna get first pick. I think that's a very important one as well. And again, I kind of feel like there should be one game where IO or Puck is not going to get banned.
Where Puck is not going to get banned, maybe.
IO is going to get banned.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think IO just, especially the further you get into the series, I think it's like, if you're going to try a game where you give away IO,
it's in the first
it should
one.
happen in the first game, or maybe EG they get up 2 and they're like, okay, let's give them IO and see what happens. But
and when we look how hard it is to play versus the Storm Spirit, that's also one of the reasons why we want to ban out the Puck, because the matchup can be a little bit more difficult for him. You're working with the Silence, with the Dream Coil catch. Dream Coil with the Aghanims as well is a problem later on throughout the game. So I still think we won't really see much different first 4 bans, really.
Maybe much different first couple of picks. We saw Storm Spirit and Earth Spirit 2 times, 2 games in a row on the side of EG, and it's just, it feels too good to give away.
You told me about the Crit, playing Earth Spirit 5 games in a row, and if necessary, he's going to play them on the same standard. What do you think about Abed and the Storm Spirit?
He'll play 5 games if needed. I think where EG is going to look at their... I mean, I don't think they necessarily think they're outdrafted. Clearly, the way the game was going, they had a big lead, they were going high ground. They're going to feel like they could have won that game. But I don't think they're going to go for the Lycan again, would be my guess. I think that's the hero that was more like a let's do this one game, but not every game. The Storm, they're going to pick it, 5 games if needed.
Do you feel like IG made the game a little, like we said that EG played very clean Dota, right? Do you think that IG muddied the waters in that game, or was that just the late game potential of their draft coming through? Because I also thought that in the lanes they did do a little bit better. They didn't let EG get ahead as much as they
For sure, overall
to.
they did better. Overall their draft was better, but then again, maybe it was, not maybe, EG was a little bit too hungry to end the game. Some of those moves on the high ground and on the top lane, if you don't go too deep, if you're satisfied with, let's say, forcing 1 buyback and getting 1 kill instead of going for that Sven 2-3 times in a row, I think the game would still be in their hands, because Razor wouldn't have died and his item progression would come a little bit faster.
It's kind of like they didn't respect the power on what a Sven can do, as well as even like the supporting cast heroes like Phoenix. It's kind of like they, maybe partly because Sven's not a hero you play against every day, or probably really not at all. Like EG probably can't remember the last time they played against
that's the biggest thing, right? That's probably the biggest problem, is you haven't played against this Sven, and because of that you feel like you're still going to end the game the same way you ended it against Naga. You're going to outscale her, never mind, and then you get critted by 1,000 damage to the face.
Exactly.
And
the player you noticed it most with, I think, was Abed. He's just used to this Storm timing where he gets BKB and can just zip in and be unkillable, kill all the supports. But this time around, he zipped in, and multiple times Sven just turned, right-clicked him, went for this Abyssal Blade to lock him down, and Abed got bursted.
Yeah,
so
the Lotus Orb for me is a big deal that came on the side of IG.
Yeah.
It completely changed the game together with another item, and that's an Atos. Atos plus the Pit of Malice. It's probably something that we'll see in the future again.
We were questioning Kaka's versatility this major in his total. We saw him on the Nyx Assassin in the game just now. What was our thoughts afterwards? Did we like to see that? That was one of the heroes that they prioritized in the first 2.
it gave him. I mean, I think there were multiple fights where there was either Arteez or Abed somehow got stunned before they even used a BKB, because you forget about that carapace sometimes. We saw it with the Storm zipping in, we saw it with the Razor Plasma Field. It was a good pick for them because they saw the Storm, and it's something I would maybe expect them to do again if they give away the Storm.
But it wasn't the greatest game.
Yeah.
Earth Spirit caught him too many times. It's hard to play against Necros as well. Maybe if they ban out the Lycan and then they get it. But they also pick Sven exclusively into the Lycan. I've seen them so far in the regional league as well. It was pretty much against the offlane. I'm not sure if it was Fatebian or some other team that played it, but they picked Sven already once. Meanwhile, Nyx Assassin, it's difficult for him to play that game.
Yeah.
It really is.
It's also, it feels weird for me to compare Kaka with Crit because they play such different roles in their teams.
They do, but I think to compare them, Crit's just having way bigger impact on every game.
Yeah,
I think the way Crit plays the 4 position is much more effective. I also think he can play those. We've seen him on the range 4s as well. He plays the Moran if needed. He's played Shadow Shaman if the game calls for it. So he's flexible, but he feels the Earth Spirit, the Tusk. These are the best 4 positions to go with.
And he won't be able to play the Earth Spirit because Invictus Gaming, for the first time, is it the first time they banned out the Tusk?
In this series, yes.
In this series, yeah.
Been, I mean, obviously they had an IO puck.
They banned it out both games in the last
series. But Tusk
series.
has been their preferred 4 to ban out.
Yep. I believe in the series that they lost 0-2, they've been banning out the Earth Spirit, if I'm correct, in the first stage. But in this one, they were banning out the Tusk.
And they'll open again with the Phoenix. They really believe in that hero.
Okay, is it
Mirana again? This
Mirana or
feels
Storm,
like,
right?
deja vu from game 1. I guess, yeah, if you pick the Mirana, IG could take the Storm themselves if they want to basically block pick Abed, so...
And
Dire team pick.
they definitely could. Phoenix already is a nice support to have against us because you're able to get away from him in the early game. But Invictus Gaming, okay, they go with the Lion, and I wouldn't mind the Tusk now with Evil Geniuses. I've seen this matchup many times. Most recently it was the Secret game. It didn't work out for them, but their whole draft was a little too EU.
10 seconds remaining.
Sorry.
We'll see this time.
It's kind of funny.
We gotta make the jokes while we can.
Yeah.
I don't know how...
I mean, it burns me the most here. I guess Shiver as well, obviously.
Yeah, but it's at the same time, it's good for the scene. It's refreshing. I love that our top 8 had all 6 different regions in it. And credit to the Chinese region, they had 3 teams, of course, in there. And
10 seconds remaining.
They're the strongest. It's just hands down. They have also just have a really good infrastructure to promote the games. I think
the
that
academy
helps
teams.
a ton. Yeah, academy teams, all the leagues going on.
Evil Geniuses.
It's impressive.
And great at kind of developing the young players with those academy teams. Like you see IG, it's not just let's you play with the same veterans and maybe put a young player in it. It's mostly younger, newer roster players.
Yeah, and then with the veteran coach. In this case, we have lowercase
10 seconds remaining.
In this case, we have a Storm Spirit once again. They're not straying away from that road.
They'll do 5 games of it. Okay. I mean, you see these supports, and I'm sure I was just like, yeah, these supports alive. That's what he did in game 1. So
for sure, Lion still. I'm saying that it can be problematic for the Storm Spirit throughout the game. We haven't seen it pan out that way, but I have seen it in general in other in other series in which Lion or Shadow Shaman catch that Storm every time he tries to zip, to creep skip or whatever. Now, what my thoughts are, obviously the Juggernaut versus the Egg. What about Bloodseeker? Will Evil Genius let that go through to Fly or not? Because they do have the Pang already, and there is no chance for IG to counter it from a support position like Grimstroke, let's say.
Would you consider Fly someone who would be willing to pull out the Bloodseeker?
Oh, for sure, 100%. He's one of those carry players that can also be put in the side position. Meanwhile, Emo takes over and becomes the true win condition from a Morphling or similar.
They played Bloodseeker in the series that they played against EG earlier on in the tournament. Actually, that one didn't go the way they wanted it to, but it does prove them.
One Void Spirit banned out by Evil Geniuses, securing, well, not necessarily securing the Storm, just banning out. Maybe the Squap ban is a bigger issue for the Storm Spirit than the Void Spirit.
They ban that every single game. I think they.
Yep, and that's every game.
So what lanes well against Storm Spirit? If we're gonna focus on the Emo versus Abed lane, but what do we want to see against that Storm?
I mean, we've seen Death Prophet, I think, be one of the better mids against it, but it doesn't seem like a perhaps Emo hero. It's not as flashy, kind of carry the game. But I mean, we honestly have seen Death Prophets kind of carry the game in their own way. But
for sure, but it's all about moving from one objective to another and playing around your team, not necessarily being the star performer that's able to question mark afterwards after some good plays. Alchemist banned out by gaming, and for me, Storm just feels like really good place in which you don't have to protect him with way too many bans. I at least haven't seen heroes just dominate that lane too hard.
Especially not with position 4s coming by every time. It feels like normally that period is the first where Storm would struggle. But if your position 4 can help you through it, you're good.
Well, and particularly against the teams who are doing the line shaman support, they don't rotate mid.
Yeah,
and I think that's where, EG's run through this bracket, the team they played, LGD, IG, the mostly Chinese C teams, they do run those ranged support positions that they're not the non-roamers. So
they don't
play against a crit who's on Earth Spirit camping mid.
And then they don't give IG the chance to pick up the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
They pick a DP themselves, but also this DP and Pangolier may still keep you thinking which lane they're going, how are they going to lane. A Pango can be 4, Death Prophet can be 3, Death Prophet can be 5.
Yeah, I think they've run it mostly on 5, but I want to say there's been one Ice game maybe on it.
Not in the
not
DPC,
here, okay.
rather
not
in the major, yeah.
So
and
we're expecting it on 5.
Yeah, usually that third pick is where they pick flies here as well, because they feel like, okay, let's just pick out 5, not reveal too much, so perhaps leaving the Pango flexible, but...
Yeah, when you think about position 4 is the task still able for EG, that task is still in the pool if they wanted to snatch that away. If they wanted to pick the Pango off lane.
I like the Mirana a lot too, like you're playing into the Phoenix, it lanes well with the Pango.
For sure.
A little bit greedier, but it just seemed to suit EG going back to that game 1 draft.
And in Victus Gaming, they've already shown 2 supports, so it's going to be an Ember Spirit. Just the Spirit, right?
Yeah.
Any Spirit against the Storm Spirit will be okay.
Yeah, your lane maybe not going to be the best, but you've got to have a way to not let Abed just have this free reign over team fights because there's no control for it.
I feel like it's a skill-based matchup in which still Storm Spirit is the big brother that takes over eventually. If he goes for aggressive builds like an Orchid early on, he can still hunt you across the map, and it becomes a little bit harder. But still, it's a Storm. It's a Spirit on Spirit, like Parker said. It's really down to the player.
And I think another good adjustment we're seeing from IG is they're not over prioritizing JT's hero too early. They realize they're going to get something. He's going to have a game, but you've got to make sure you get those supports and the heroes for him.
Yeah, we still have Mars and Timbersaw in the pool. Could also go the way of EG, by the way. There's still that potential as well.
Because EG hasn't banned any, right? Like they banned what 0 offlane heroes so far?
Yeah, the only one is of course the Beastmaster that IG banned at the start.
If you pick, let's say, a Timbersaw on IG, it's fine, but that Prophet has a lot of damage against you. If it's a core Storm Spirit as well, is a bit problematic, so might not be the best option, but JT is a phenomenal Timber player, so it could work. The Mars perhaps a better option that you mentioned earlier.
Do you want to see the Underlord from him again, or still?
I think that's matchup dependent, so maybe depending what EG pick here, if they pick a carry where the Underlord matches up well, or an offlane, I mean last game against Lycan, like if they pick Lycan again, 100% pick Underlord.
Yeah, they picked it versus the Lycan, but also it did do quite well versus the Spirit, versus Storm.
Yeah, the Atos, the Roots, the Pit of Malice.
Oh,
we talk about this hero a lot,
right.
and we see it banned against EG, but this will be the first time that they actually get to play it.
First time on the major that I'm seeing it, so looking forward to watching the position 5 enchanters. This should mean that Prophet is offlane and Pangolier is 4, right? Because I don't think Crit will play that Prophet. I haven't even seen position 4 that Prophet this tournament, so what are the positives? You have a very strong lane, you're strong versus the Ember Spirit with the enchant. Besides that, I don't feel the Enchantress in the meta. It's only Secret and EG that are rolling.
Ooh, the Troll for the first time, I think, not banned in this phase, makes it through. And we'll be on the side of Invictus Gaming. Are we okay with this? I know that there was a little bit of a too greedy draft in the first game of this best of 5, and it's edging that way, depending on their last pick.
From who do you think? From IG?
From IG.
Draft looks very solid. Yeah. I think they have what it takes, and they just need a solid offlaner with some stuns that can protect Yeg and bring that teamfight potential. They have Skirmish from the Ember Spirit. Troll is a good carry to rely on. In the current meta, there goes the Mars, so we won't see that. And they banned out the Razor to protect the Troll Warlord as well.
I feel like we'll have to see where EG go if they try and go back to that more farming style. I think typically when they pick the Enchantress, it's because they are going for that greedier carry pick. They could try pull out something like the Arteezy Terrorblade.
Oh yeah.
Here I thought we'd see more because there was so much Terrorblade during the group stage and it was doing so well. I'm like, what? Sure, Arteezy Hero, but EG.
We could see it. I don't mind the Ember too much into the Terrorblade. You get that. Yeah. You can itemize properly against them. It's still decent versus the Troll. Troll used to be pretty good against TB. I think it's a little bit easier to play this time around, and Monkey banned out by IG.
Surprised by Monkey. Yeah, oh yeah, by the way, this hero
still in the pool.
Usually first pick, first ban in many games.
How do you feel about the Monkey on EG? Is that something Arteezy plays? I haven't seen it too many times.
I think Arteezy plays every character.
I'm sure he can. It's one of those things where I imagine he's played in pubs and stuff, but it's never been a go-to hero of his. Or, you know, usually I think EG in the past have even run beta fan.
So go-to heroes would be Wraith King, Terrorblade, right? These types.
For Arteezy, yeah. Ursa even.
Please tell me this is not an Alchemist game.
It's banned for EG. It would have been. They love Enchantress Alchemist.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that for a second.
And the
it might have been a Bloodseeker game for EG, so it gets taken away by IG.
We talked about the Bloodseeker early on. After the first bans, we talked about the Bloodseeker being a potential ban or a pickup for IG, and they get it. They get it for free, and they get it on JT on offlane. And it's also a hero that loves buying that Atos from the offlane, which can be a little bit problematic for the Storm and Rupture versus the Panda.
A lot of carries you're thinking like, I don't really want to play into Rupture. Like we saw PA, like you can't really blink around, maneuver around fights, because I feel like this would be like, often like, you know, Arteezy may just be like, yeah, it's a good PA game, but then this Bloodseeker comes out and you're maybe second guessing that a bit.
Emo Ember Spirit looks pretty damn solid so far in the game.
Phantom, that's your hero.
Okay. I'll give it a go. I like this. It is that kind of laning carry.
I've seen this story before. I've seen Bloodseeker into the PA. It didn't work out.
That was.
What do we think?
What do we think?
All right, not this time. I'm thinking, you know, Pangolier has a counter. I think EG also spent probably like 20% of their time between the games to think about the draft, 80% of the time how to counter that question mark. Because it's a mental warfare out there.
Looking good. You thought to taste the
I'm very excited to see it. I'm very happy that we're getting to see an Arteezy PA. I think this is going to be one of those carry heroes that either just his explosive pops off and carries the whole game on his back, or he's going to look very underwhelming. So a lot of focus on whether Arteezy's going to have an amazing game, or if maybe that question mark is going to tilt him off his sort of game. Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, getting ourselves ready for this fourth game now. 2-1 at the moment. EG still with the advantage here in this best of 5. And Lacoste. Now, I've got to ask, if you're getting question marked, are you playing better the next game, or does it get to you?
There needs to be some kind of response. You know, you need to have a strat prepared for this, because you cannot let this not be punished. Like, you need to punish the question mark in the old chat. You need to start tipping. Like, if Emo gets killed, I expect all 5 tips, you know, just straight going onto him.
Let's see what sort of game Emo can have. We saw last time Emo had a really good start, a tough mid-game, but a few over-aggressive moves did hurt him. And then obviously was able to pick it back up in the late game, at level 20. And overall, what sort of jumps out to you as being necessarily strong, weak from both of these drafts?
IG, they have like a good laning stage. You know, Troll, pretty much he always finds a farm, goes back to jungle, farms that Battle Fury. Emo on Ember Spirit has been really impressive. Like, whenever you have Ember Spirit, you need to have something that deals the tower damage. JT on the bottom lane, on a Bloodseeker. We've seen what Bloodseeker can do. Either to position 4 Pangolier or to position 1 Phantom Assassin. Like, it just kind of cripples your Arteezy. Played the exact same matchup, I believe, in the first game. Like, you can't blink. Like, you blink, you take the damage, it's gonna be hard. Also, JT should have a relatively good time on the bottom lane. Playing into Phantom Assassin, there isn't just not enough damage to threaten a kill. I would say on a Bloodseeker, he has 6 armor, starting with the magic stick. One thing they need to do is block the big camp. Just Kaka needs to body block the big camp, and so Fly can't get the big creep.
Ollie nearly gets taken out there. There's a fire. Salve here is crit. Get aggressive onto him. Right, got to be careful. Kaka, especially when they hit level 2, they're going to have good setup to hold either Fly or Arteezy in the blood right.
Yeah, that's what you want to have. Whenever the Bloodseeker is picked, you want to have some kind of slow, some kind of stun, pair it up with the Blood Right, keep them inside.
Yeah, he's going in the mid lane, pretty even so far in the early levels. Now Abed, very comfortable now into the Storm with the amount of games that we've go for it in the draft.
He's just heating up. Now, these were just practices, and this is the game that matters.
Where are you going?
What a Bloodseeker. Put the stick charges. Arteezy turns attention over towards Kaka. The Blood Right's down. Arteezy's got to with the head. He's going to catch Arteezy inside of the Blood Right. JT and Kaka, they're going to dive to finish off the kill. They'll get it. First blood for Arteezy as they take down Arteezy. Stuns back up for Kaka, who looks to Fly. He's getting both of them as Fly. After the last couple of tangos, does have a salve going out. Smart moves there from IG. They bait Arteezy in.
Bloodseeker is so tanky. Like, you could see him holding on to the Fairy Fire, comes back in, Magic Stick, gets some heal from the turret. It's a lot of damage, you know, because there was a fight going on, they could not block the camp, so Fly will take over the big creep.
Oh, sweet.
Now they need to be careful. Having Hellbear Smasher with that flap, it's a lot of damage. It's 150 damage.
Big crit. Coming in for that extra bit of damage onto Emo. Emo's got the Fairy Fire. But can he get one more hit in? Emo's going to be fine. Still has 2 tangos to keep himself in the lane.
the next day.
Okay, here we come. Tips, bit of a voice line used. This is a standard Brett move from position 4 whenever he has any kind of slow, any kind of stun. He hides and then TP's to the mid lane, leaves some solo XP to Ice Ice Ice.
Yeah, Shield gives him the opportunity to solo XP. Is he actually going to live it, Ice Ice Ice? Not quite. Fly, just enough damage there to take him out.
Yeah, that Orb of Venom actually making the difference. You know, just holding him a bit closer to them so they can deal the damage.
No. See him hit. Fully back to them. It does have a salve. Again, multiple mangoes and clarities coming out to keep him in the lane. That 4-minute power rune going to be incredibly important here between these 2 spirits. See what sort of moves are made to secure that for each side's mid. Bottom lane, despite that kill and the pressure being put on Arteezy, Farm still looking solid. 16-5 against the 13-4 of JT. Gonna look to try and chase down Kaka here.
They're making a move. Online, already used pretty much everything they had. Blood right.
Turn in, set up for the Blood Right, but he's going to go down. He get the kill, JT won't be able to finish off Blood.
This was an easy one. Kaka just kind of handles this kill to them. Runes, Emo bottled DD. Abed needs to be a bit more careful with that double damage on the Ember Spirit, like also rotation from line could possibly come onto the mid lane.
Prepare for a lesson.
Job by Sice. You have three-way also able to get. Fly's courier there. Turns. Fly, try for maybe another move down bottom with the set. Like a beat down onto JT. And the Blood Right. Fly will still be caught in it, so we continue to commit on to JT.
A lot of flow, 100 move speed.
Control here with the stun of the Centaur, but the stick charges are up and the TP's coming in as well. Zanti's still be careful, Emo making the moves over and he has that DD room. Here we go, holding him in the Blood Right. RTZ trying to run, is he going to be able to jump out in time? He is, hoping at the safety of Fly. IG will continue to run him down and will manage to take his courier, so that's the one gone for a minute. Emo, is he going to have another catch? Still closing in on RTZ. Chasing him away from the lane. Arteezy needs help, but
he wants to blink out once again. 2 blinks. He lost a lot of CS, but this showed in JT, but JT realizes, you know, I'm not gonna chase. I do not have boots of speed. Instead, I'll come back to the lane and get some extra levels. Also, I want to see another point in the Blood Right. He went for 2 points in Thirst. And he got nerfed. You know, that this spell was so OP mid lane.
Going in onto Arbed. TP coming in. Arbed, he may just be able to take down Holy. Pots the Fairy Fire, but Emo's chasing him down. Burning him. It's not enough though. So Arbed will live, and now Emo underneath the tower. Fly's going to be able to turn and pressure Emo. Emo's got the bottle charges. He's alving up as well.
He's out of mana. Does not have enough for a spear. Oh, that was so close. Like if that connects, he's just straight up dead. The slow from Orb of Venom damage might just be enough. Top rune, haste. Emo, his bottle will get refilled.
Yeah, we grab that haste though. So Arbed. Haste! Gonna have that. Play is definitely not to me being made. But now,
Dire's
like
top tower is under attack.
Speed to get around some jungle camps. Look to just head back to base, get that reset. Look for some sort of TP gang, because level 6 has been a hit. Arbed can look to make an impact on the side lanes if he's an opportunity.
Fly is very low on the top lane, needs 1 CS to be level 6. Let's see where he decides to... Top is being pinged out. Move on a mid. He just uses Remnant, gets back to safety. Arteezy not getting too much out of the bottom lane.
He's done spent quite a bit of time moving away after Emo came in and chased him away from this. Arteezy having a bit of a slower start. Pressure from IG, and now IG getting some damage done to the tower. Arteezy still left on his own on this bottom. As see Fly has to TP over towards the mid. What a refill for Arbed. Playing quick, playing the faces of Ollie and Fly.
And now they need to help Arteezy. He's level 5, we're 7 minutes in. Doesn't have too much CS, like that Prophet has more CS than Arteezy right now. It's kind of worrying, so they need to gank his lane.
See if Arbed can get the jump in his Kaka. To start things with the stun onto Arteezy, but IG, they are relatively aware of this. They can lead in, but the Hex and the Blood Right laid down will stop them from being able to close the gap onto JT. Make as much of them getting Kaka now. Arbed's going to look to dive. He's able to dodge the stun, gets in on top of him. He'll be able to free up the space for Arteezy on this bottom lane a little bit more.
Even though there was a good Hex into silence, they still get the kill on position 5. They wanted to kill Bloodseeker there because he is, you know, he's more farmed than Arteezy at this point. Like he has 14 denied, 32 CS.
See the jump from Arbed and Fly, back to the mid, but crits around and he's picked up the arcane rune. Emo up to the high ground and the TP coming in from Cup. Stop EG from diving with the 3 of them.
Seems like the story of this major for the mid laners is refill the bottle. Like whoever can die, whoever can go to the base, just please refill my bottle so I can keep playing aggressively.
And in Secret's case, it's Oops, I shouldn't have picked up that ball. A lot of bottle shenanigans around the mid lane have occurred this tournament.
Yeah, no one lost their bottle in this game. That's what's important. That Prophet is level 6. They can start putting some pressure on the top tower because Troll does not want to be in the lane anymore. Someone else needs to be there. I'm not sure if they can defend. Like, one thing they can do is possibly rotate another hero to the bottom and just outnumber them in pressure. And that's exactly what the Fly does. Like, he wants to get a trade from it.
Our top lane space is there for Ice. Split with the Ghost. This tier 1 will be taken down by EG. No defense from IG. They look to just try and find space to farm Fly.
So it will be a trade. Bottom tower dropping very low. They know no one is there. Defending, JT going for Road of Atos, which I really like, against the Phantom Assassin, against the Storm Spirit, and Ahmed. Good setup for Blood Red.
A little bit baited here. Carl's going to step up and turn things to the Hexen has done. They lock down Ahmed. Ahmed, very aggressive move there as he starts to punch into Emo, but Emo's got backup.
Emo also needs to be careful about using those tips straight away. You need to save some for the mid and late game.
Tip management, a very, very important level of resource management in Dota 2. Games like this where quite a bit's on the line, major grand finals. Gotta make sure you're ready to hit.
I'm looking at the chat right now, a lot of question marks. Seems like chat does not know what we're talking about. We need to explain things, because
it's a very confusing game, Dota 2, so I think it's a natural response from the viewers.
They're like, what is this? What's happening? Like, everything needs to be explained. No one knows anything. 2021, what a year to be in.
Big crit. He's gonna roll, he's gonna TP with the blood. Ooh, he has to stop it. Has to stop it to stop the bleed.
You just die. Like, if you try to TP out at these early levels and you're not tanky enough, you just straight up die.
Stupendous!
Making some good space to push in on the mid here with JT.
Dire structures.
So that Rod of Atos first. Ollie.
Radiant structures
level 5.
Fortified.
Try and find a
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
One of Fly getting some good space health coming out. Perseverance done. Away to Battle Fury and still
Dire's top
spot.
Is under attack.
Network. RTZ also making steps towards his. Picked up the broadsword.
Yeah, you want to get, as a Phantom Assassin, you do not pick up Ring of Health. In the laning stage, you really don't need it for the jungle pretty much, especially if you find something like a Royal Jelly that have enough regeneration, so just get more damage, you're going to get more farm because of the damage, makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you can see here, now Emo does not want to use his tip there, so Kaka steps in, like a real bro.
That tip spread nice and even. No telling how long the game could go. With both teams having a Battle Fury carry, this could step up to be one of the longer ones. Coming in very aggressively here. Ahmed's going to be able to set things up. Silence from Ice not quite there in time. Emo's able to just escape.
If they connect with that silence, roll, and another roll, bounce, I think they have enough damage to bring him down. They also have enchant, so they can dispel his flame guard, which is a pretty big deal.
Dire are scanning.
For JT, they're out on the hunt. This smoke, seeing if they can maybe find Arteezy. Crit again, just trying to get in position to put a stop to these sort of moves, but it's a good long wraparound from IG.
And look what Kaka is doing. He's saving the tome, does not want to use it to show on the board. You know, maybe they use the tome. He's still level 5, so he does not want to show that he can, you know, have that finger in a team fight.
Right? They're going to be able to get the set on a Fly, calling the blood right Fly. Keep it up. And IG don't chase him down, take out the Enchantress. With that, they'll have the space to push down this tier 1.
And now, because he got that XP, Kaka hands over book to Phoenix, who kind of needs a bit more XP. They're stacking the books. This is what I've noticed throughout this series. Like, Phoenix will not use this book. He'll try to get level 6 and give it to someone else if it's needed.
Yeah, it's sort of just being used as, like an emergency.
Yeah, exactly. IG's library. But you need to return the book. Otherwise, police gonna get you.
Yeah, fine's gonna be. Fury progress, Fly, sword away. As well, it's easy. Not enough to pick up his claymore. Very close still between the two of them. A little bit of a lead for Fly. Smoke up from him. Get aggressive with the Rolling Thunder and the lead in from Abed. good ways to start the fights. JT is pushing out on this bottom lane alone. So if they can punish this, is JT around a little too long, as here we have sets up a triple perfect to get the rolling contact. There'll be no chance for a turnaround from JT. Smoke pays off.
They're going to delay that. Sort of ATOS, going to be a pretty good deal. Great setup for the Blood Right once again. Bit of a more like team fight oriented build. These are like 2 points in Silence, 2 points in Crypt Swap, but he's still keeping at the top 3 networks, which is pretty impressive.
This extended silence is going to be ever so more effective against Emo as well. When you see the Javelin, you know that he's not going to have a straight up Yule's run. You're going to have that extra window where there won't be any counter side. Over here! Now bottom, Fly. It's got no mana. There's Abed with no chance of an escape. Fly's able to put the ult, take him down.
No tips whatsoever, so they're just keeping it. You know, they feel maybe Abed's gonna die multiple times. And this is gonna get the Troll Warlord to his Battle Fury, a bit of a delayed Battle Fury, but you know, it's an Orb of Venom, Magic Wand, Phase Boots Battle Fury 15 minutes in, it's still fine. Phantom Assassin just needs another 800 gold to finish off hers.
You know, messing around from Emo and his build. After the Maelstrom, going straight into the BKB. Won't have to deal with the threat of the Orchid of Abed, the Silence of Ice.
BKB is just a much safer choice, where like you don't care about pretty much any of the abilities other than the Exorcism.
Well, Abed, he's got to be careful. Rod of Atos done on JT. IG have some pretty phenomenal setup.
And once you get a BKB on Ember Spirit, your Flame Guard cannot be purged off by Enchantress. Smoke from IG.
It's scanned out though. EG, a little moves being made upon them. Careful how they stand around this position with no tier 1 tower backing them up. Nice. They're going to be able to find the setup. They're getting shot down into the Blood Right. Pretty tanky, but not tanky enough to withstand the damage from all these arguments. Also has no escape. And just quite the fact that just scan it out. They knew something was coming. They weren't able to react or get away in time as they still lose too.
Like they tried to pull themselves a bit more towards the north. They thought that Prophet can potentially, you know, tank all that damage. She's super tanky. Like look at all these small items on Ice. Power Treads and Strength, Wand, Casual Urn, Casual Medallion. Like he does not have enough items for everything. Just wants to use Raindrops, slow game, going to
Holiday's damage here. Abed, he's got to run. He takes him with a Remnant. Sifumo's got enough mana. He hasn't got another Remnant to play with, so Abed will manage to get out. But a lot of damage being done there. I think Emo pretty much got 2 back-to-back Maelstrom procs off on him.
A bit of a different game for Abed. Like they managed to shut him down in game 3. Also in game 4, he's not having that good of a time. It's gonna be like 17, 18-minute Orchid.
Definitely seems as the games go on in this series, with the amount of times they've had to play against Abed Storm, each and every time
they play better.
A little better at dealing.
And it's a huge difference when your carry is like, you compare 2 Battle Fury carries, like ones get Battle Fury like maybe 2 minutes before, like his items just skyrocket.
Fly, 1.5k ahead of RTZ right now. And arguably it's a little easier for Fly to fight us this time as a troll compared to what RTZ is going to need on the PA before he can really turn up and be confident that IG aren't going to handle him completely.
Another smoke from IG, no scan this time around for EG. Orchid is done. Dire. Now they connect with the scan.
Sice has got to be careful here.
So EG should know something is up. You see this kind of a scan, no one showing them the lane. You pretty much know their smoke.
Actually, they could look to Roche with Tron. If they catch a kill off, this is cut off. It's got the opening onto one easier. He needs help, but he needs it now. He's gonna have the macro damage, holding him in the gun by Harder. He's taking the side, RTZ getting low, he's backing away. RTZ not playing alive for now, but over to the side, Lifelike on top of Ice. Supernova going off, Ice will fall.
Ice giving away his life for Arteezy. Uses a nice silence. Uses the Bloodseeker, so he can't use Rupture on him. And as you said, like they're going inside the pit, so they have enough damage coming up to control, but they need to be a bit more careful. Then Prophet will be out, no exorcism whatsoever. Let's see. Ahmed Storm wants to jump in, silent, online, already has the leg.
Ahmed is coming very close, they're going to turn it into chase. The root setting up onto Ahmed. Ahmed, head second finger comes down, Ahmed's gone. The dagger from Arteezy will bring down Kaka. So 1-for-1. The IG still with the strength to push back easy away from the pit.
Roll is available.
And they get ready for the steal. Chris is going to try and start something off. He's going to get a fire down the hill. The three of them. Arteezy is going to do it as well. They're bringing the corner on. Arteezy gets it. Arteezy's able to pick up the Aegis. JT's got to run, but he can't. As Fly will take him down. EG with a perfect fight around the pit as Crit gets the exact time to jump.
Man, he just got to that Rolling Thunder off cooldown, goes in, like, it does not get better than this. He goes in, gets the multiple, bounces off the walls, Arteezy goes in, gets the last hit. Who got the Roche kill?
It was EG as well.
Yeah, it was EG.
EG got it all. They get the kill, they just, and the timing there from Crit could have been more perfect. The IG were trying to finish it off, trying to commit, but the Rolling Thunder just creating a huge problem for them in this area, and they have nothing itemized to deal with that. They have
yeah, there are no BKBs yet, so I believe Bloodseeker needs to use that Rupture on him in the team fights. We've seen what he can do, and chance of getting caught should be an easy one.
Actually have to use Rupture to guarantee it there. Now with the Aegis on Arteezy, he's going to be at the point where 500 gold, Desolator's going to be done on top of the Battle Fury, and usually in this sort of a game with that amount of disable, you're probably going to look to try and farm out the BKB, but now because he's got the Aegis, EG could look to get aggressive already with just the Deso and the Battle Fury.
Yeah, you can skip. You can afford to skip the BKB here. If he does not have Aegis bottom lane, Storm is going to zip out. Not fast enough to use the Sword of Atos.
Regeneration. Next fight could be very scary for IG. Aegis Deso coming out on Arteezy. Regeneration Rune actually will already be popped. You can see that being saved. Fight timing out anyway. EG, they're looking to go. They're smoking up. They're heading over.
Dire's
the outpost is still in their control, so Arteezy can shoot the other to get involved. Might not be. As they'll get a very quick and easy kill onto Ollie. Over into the trees, they're looking for JT, they found it. Down there, enough banner to close the gap. Quick in with a follow-up. EG, they'll catch and kill the two of them.
They're gonna get this kill. Storm Spirit, Rupture used. Once he respawns, he will have another Rupture. So it's all good, just try to make something happen. Gives them a charge on a magic one. That's the bad side of it. So Deso done on Phantom Assassin. Now they can start playing aggressively. They still have 2.5 minutes on that Aegis. Phantom Assassin just, oh, and the double damage, because why not?
Oh boy.
Level 15 on top of that as well, so Blink, cast range, Phantom Strike.
Here come the crits.
Top tower is under attack.
They better, you gotta watch out. A stray dagger here from Arteezy could just take your head off. You better hide it. IG's coming up. Fly and Emo stepping forward. Remaining hidden in the shadows. Rabbit's going to be over towards mid lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's spoken. Like, if he gets the crit, he's probably going to try to jump, fly,
Dire's middle tower has
gets the
fallen.
last hit on the tower. Just too much damage coming out from Arteezy. Definitely did not expect that.
With that play around the pit, Arteezy very much closing the gap between himself and Fly's drop.
Dire are scanning.
They know where EG is. EG likes to hold the high ground, especially when they have another hero that can like control the vision, like a Lycan or a Beastmaster. EG still trying to see what he can do with the dagger. You know, check how much damage when he uses a crit. Emo a bit too tanky, just get bursted down immediately. But the supports are very vulnerable.
Still hunting for a target. Fly underneath the ward top. They know that the rest of IG did start to back up towards the base, so these two, separate from the rest of the team.
Good reaction time from Kaka. Jumps away from a Blink dagger, dagger from Phantom Assassin. Look at the armor on Bloodseeker. He has 34 armor when he's sitting next to tier 2 tower, has a dragon scale, has an armor talent, phase boots, and this hero just has a lot of starting armor to work with. They're waiting for 2 BKBs. One on Emo, which is done, one on Troll, which will be done in the next 30 seconds. Aegis will run out the door. Let's roll in there. We're going to jump down around the finish, switching the nexus for the only gun. Over towards the Bloodseeker, RTZ close to Gam. They're trying to get the Bloodseeker out of this. Emo coming to the BKB, but the crunch coming out from RTZ. Emo's got to be careful. He's trying to alive. Quick to the rim. A big kick from Armin. Got flying across the map. Over towards JT. He's going to run towards Emo. Got the BKB. Finger. Stop the finger. They burst down Armin. Armin the ball. Chase. Can't like jumping in as well. The coach is around from my side. Aegis is gone. Into the tower. Ice trying to give him some life to Cyphers, but the damage is too much. Ice will fall. Flies out with the TP crit, and RTZ they'll also be able to get away. As IG do buy back there, JT buying back to get back in the fight. Will allow them to push back the rest of EG. Fly, keeping Crit alive with the Glimmer Cape and the 4 points in Nature's Attendance. They don't get the kill. He stops the Rolling Thunder immediately. They also needed to use the buyback there on the Bloodseeker. Abed needs to be a bit more careful, you know, how he's zipping in, controlling his mana, because the rest of the team was just not there. They were focusing the other stuff. So RTZ, he was thinking about, you know, maybe I can get away with a Basher. BKB is a much safer. You know, BKB is a BKB.
Only to some Ice, he's already managed to do so. BKB is going to be done on Ice for the next fight. Will help him a whole lot to what has been some pretty nice turnaround from Kaka. We're seeing some X is causing massive problems for his cause. And they look to try and chase on for target after target. It's bottom lane IG onto the tier 2 tower as EG themselves not interested in turning up for this fight.
They can take the outpost right now after taking a tower, Troll. Getting SNY, just need to finish it off. Some status resistance is going to be great against those silences, against Bangalore's Rolling Thunder.
Dire's top tower is under
I love the way IG's itemizing. Like, even Bloodseeker is going for that BKB. Still far away from it, but the 2 cores got it.
Good. RTZ 100 gold away from the BKB, finding the PA now. Pretty huge for them as a lineup. Back to their jungle. Fly's already got his hands on Fly. Fly going down. EG, be happy with Huntress tanking that movement.
Emo's pretty big in this game. Like, he's staying 3k gold ahead of the Storm Spirit, BKB done, DD in a bottle. Like, they want to take this kill. Also has the Grow Bow, so that's going to reduce their magic. Magic resistance with the Sleight of Fist.
See, Ice there immediately spooked. The Atos connects, BKB gets out of there.
tower is under attack.
I mean, IG has the space, pushing on. Another tier 2 tower being taken away from EG.
Radiant structures
Not feeling confident enough to try and charge headfirst into a fight quite yet.
Storm Spirit without a BKB does not feel comfortable jumping the Lion. Lion has a way of protecting himself with the Ghost Scepter. A lot of things on the mid lane.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Tower's gone. He's not able to make a jump. We're very scared of IG's cause. Fly. Level advantage and a bit too tanky really for RTZ to commit on.
This is a big power spike for Phantom Assassin. Hitting that level 18, the crit is 450, so that's quite a lot of damage as a 10-second BKB.
Get in there! Towards the river, trying to set this up onto JT. And he is continuing to bleed out, hooking the disarm off onto Fly, but Crit's down. Double damage on Emo as well as IG. They're ready to try and chase more. Ice did pop the Ghost. Ice, he's trying to get back in there. BKB up, Fly, get the jump up, he doesn't put the BKB on. The Super Nova can be successful. He's got to run. He can't get out of range in time. The Super Nova from Army catches them all.
JT and the Gege, the old chat. Like, without Bangalore, they do not have enough DP. fight. They cannot match Supernova, which is level 2. That double damage on Ember Spirit dealing a ton of damage, and now Flyfly, he feels very comfortable going for the high ground.
Middle tower has fallen.
And they're at least going to get this middle set of wraps. No Ice, no RTZ. Cannot defend it down the middle lane. Top lane will be very safe still with tier 1s and tier 2 still up. IG able to take this big objective and get out without EG being able to punish them at all.
It's very hard for Pangolier to play into Bloodseeker. Like, just Bloodseeker, Beastmaster, Grimstroke, these are hard counters, especially Bloodseeker. Like, you can try to buy some time, he uses a roll-up. Also, you need to have a Eul Scepter to have that 2.5 extra seconds. Try to buy some time, extra duration. Other than that, like, you as a position 4 can't really, you know, itemize. You don't get that much farm to buy a Lotus Orb or the Lincoln Sphere. And I did not see anyone trying to go for the Lotus, that Prophet, trying to tank up a bit.
Whoa, what'd I miss?
Going for the Solar Crest, they need this Storm BKB. They need him to be able to jump the Lion, possibly follow up with the Pangolier Rolling Thunder and just delete it before he can get any spells off.
IG.
For the twins.
Chance of going for these bouncy runes. I think Rune in the river, the one that Arben's going to be able to come and grab this. So they make the move over IG.
Here I am.
Back in the bar, Cheesy, going to have to Paladin, a bit of life steal. Staying if you can land crits in the next fight.
And this item is so good. You have damage, you have the life steal, exactly what Phantom Assassin needs. Flyfly on the other side, he's found Elven Tunic, more attack speed, evasion, move speed. Like, Phantom Assassin can't deal with Troll right now, especially because he has like a Basher, so Storm also needs to be very careful. Eventually, Troll will need to buy MKB because you're playing into Phantom Assassin. It's just something that you do not like want to buy straight away, but playing into that high evasion is kind of a must-have to go for it. He's still thinking, you know, he's changing his mind. Do I need to get the Abyssal Blade? I lock down the Storm Spirit, I can lock down Pango or a Dead Prophet, or do I need to deal with the Phantom Assassin?
He's going to start things straight away with the jump onto Ice side.
Can't get the BKB on.
They'll bring down the line, but they can't kill the Supernova. They're trying to run out Cheesy. He's on time. The Supernova's just going to go on, holding his position. RTZ can't fight. This is Hill forward. 3 dead on EG. Over the water side, they're looking to chase down Arben, but he's got enough mana to get all the way back to the high ground. Arben will live. But another fight where Ollie's just able to get these Supernovas off, and EG, they can't deal with them. They don't have anybody to get on top and
no,
take the egg down.
Don't have that hero that just goes on and kills the egg. They do not have enough attack speed. IG, they go inside the pit. They feel very confident in this game right now. But they have the counters. They have the counters for Pangolier. They have the counters for the Phantom Assassin. The way they itemize, you have a Troll with the Skull Basher against the Storm Spirit going into Abyssal Blade. You just need to get the rest speed. This should be 2 towers. EG does not.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
To that point where it's going to be up to EG's high ground defense. Arben still scrambling for that BKB. He's got so much trouble switching off before each and every fight that EG have ended up in against IG.
This is a huge lead. Even though it says 9, 10, it feels like a lot more, considering the situation they're in right now. And I love this. I've seen this in the Chinese DPC Season 1. Ember Spirit's going for Refresher Orb, refreshing the Fire Remnant, refreshing the BKB. They also bought a gem. Ollie, he loves to buy an earlier gem. Like, they want to get rid of the vision, choke them, just reduce the amount of farm that EG can get.
And it's absolutely one of those games. RTZ next time is going to be the Rapier. Nothing else will cut it at this point. He has to dream big. Will he get the time to get it? Almost feels like they have to at least trade evenly with IG in one more team fight. One more lost fight could lead to IG being able to close this game up.
RTZ knows what's up. Like, the way we come back into this game, if I land some big crits, use up Divine Rapier, they need a good fight. Like, they still have more than 3 minutes left of that Aegis. Full Abyssal Blade done. Flyfly can't get a really good jump. Bye.
blood right here. Big glimmered. Emo still. That's an Abed. In. More than the illusion. Fly will be able to take over. IG will back off for now.
It's always tricky to play into Lion. Like, they're not gonna feel comfortable. We've seen what Shamans position 4 Lions can do. We try to go for a split push. They still have a tier 1 tower on the bottom, so they can easily connect. Someone goes for that one extra wave, you will get punished.
And it really does feel, once that BKB step up in, which it is now, in these fights, he has to get this Phoenix. Every single time we're seeing he trying to fight back and pop BKBs, a Supernova just puts a stop to the attempt completely. Someone's got to stop Ollie.
They just don't have that hero. Like, Phantom Assassin is not gonna go and try to kill the edge. Like, she needs to deal with other heroes. And I love this. JT straight into Aghanim Scepter after finishing the Black King bar. Wants to have 1 charge for Pangolier, 1 charge for Phantom Assassin. Easy, getting closer to that Divine Rapier. It's around 4,000 gold to finish it off.
How many waves is that, would you say?
How many waves? Well, why are you putting me in this spot, though? Like, I need to do some, like, real math. The other day, I'm watching Titanic, and I was like, man, what was the name of that ship? Titanic.
Top lane. We're starting to come in from RG. They've got a DD room. The remainder of it keep pushing on with the still with the AG.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
Lifeline getting low, but he won't mind if he loses that first life. Very cautious about it. We're halfway to the Rapier. That really is all eyes at the moment on fine Rapier progression from Arteezy. Is he going to be able to get it before RG come in looking for the finishing blow?
We're getting closer. Like, what they need to do is survive for another 50 seconds. This is the window of opportunity for the IG to go in, use that Aegis.
He's going to win the BKB for this one. He is healing up thanks to Nature's attendance. And in fact, that's a BKB committed for nothing. Emo won't get the kill. Rash is falling low. And Firefly is going to be able to get back in and get the job done. Another set of melee racks is taken away from EG.
Like, Troll is just massive right now. He's completely bonkers. After he gets that MKB, like Phantom Assassin, if he sees Divine Rapier on Phantom Assassin, like, he just goes on her. No doubt about it. No, we're still in the game.
Close, and even when that Rapier's done, you started to see the items for IG's sheer heroes come out on disc. Kaka, so no longer a target that Arties will be able to BKB and commit on. IG will to sort of sit back and chill. Probably just wait for the MKB on the Troll. The next chance at Roshan.
Like, they're not in a rush, but, you know, playing against the Phantom Assassin is always a bit tricky. That Divine Rapier, you have a True Strike against the Whirling Axis. Like, you need to be careful. I see Abed queuing up the Aghanim Scepter, still far away from it, but like, one good jump, one crit could make a difference.
That crit he's showing. He's out again. Nice one with Firefly appearing on the lane. Back to base. So around down here, refresher up done. No. He's gonna get the Rapier, he's gonna get it. Pretty much got it done. Another wave, a sold item. Rapier is going to be in the game. Is it going to be enough though? Guys, of course, by no means does this suddenly turn the game completely on its head.
Yeah, so did we answer your question? How many waves was that?
Were you counting?
Yeah, I was not counting. But it took him like 4 or 5 minutes to get it. Chat knew. Chat probably knew.
3 types of people. Those who can count and those who can't.
Dire's turret has been killed.
I thought of something else, can't say it, but yeah. Let's Divine Rapier is done.
For the after hours.
Yeah, I'll save it for you.
all about the timing right now. All about it. Which remind me, because you know I used to work in a club.
You did?
Yeah, I got fired.
Why so?
Didn't put enough hours. Didn't get much better either when I moved over to the calendar factory.
Oh, you have to stop.
I got fired again because you know why?
And now?
I took a day off. Here we go, jump from IG straight away down towards the bottom. And then onto Ice. EKB ready for Finger comes out. Ice into the trees, but Emo's on top of it. Ice has gone quick, jump onto the high ground with the squad front over the rush and down, 12-4. And both the buybacks available. And finish users, IG diving in, out easy. Getting closer, he's out for blow. Will manage to get down to now the spin in the Arbex. Oh, back, the front right, Mitchell coming on the Arbex, and has to use the rest of his man and get out. Hunter jumping in another bash. Arbex gone. No buyback available on Arbex.
He needs 200 gold. ISSI bought back as well. So did Cred. Like IG, they could try to reset. They don't need to go for it. Roche may respawn if it's a fast respawn timer. The problem is, EG, they do not have any vision whatsoever on the map. This earlier gem picked up by Holy. He gave it to Ember Spirit, who was pretty much controlling everything. Spell Prism done on him. Like Ember Spirit is
Radiant's
just
bottom
out of
tower
control.
is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
When you play like this, you kind of get away with dropping the question marks in the previous game. 4-0-11, and now I'm starting to make this call Crit. Emo and Kaka make their jump, and that's a die back from Crit. And they're already moving over Arteezy. He needs help, and he needs it now. He's hiding in the trees, he's got the TP out, they've got the chest, they're going to go for the stop. EKB still on cooldown for 10 seconds. Arteezy is gone. GG is pulled, and IG will take game 4. Lacoste, we're going to a game 5.
That's what everyone wants to see. Whenever there's a grand final, there's also high chances of getting that game 5, and it's gonna be a spicy one.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
What a series we've had so far. 2 dominating games from EG that started off. Game 3, a fantastic turnaround as EG struggle. IG hit them where it hurts. They drop question marks, and IG, they come in game. IG hit them where it hurts, they drop question marks, and IG, they come in game 4 and continue to back up their ability to drop the all chat as they get another victory here.
Yeah, this one was very one-sided. You know, the IG, they were just out of control. He got that bit earlier timing on the battlefield. He continued to farm up, even with the Divine Rapier. They were like so tanky, playing into a couple of counters. Like this Bloodseeker pick was really, really amazing.
Yeah, we've seen it a few times now when these early Pangos come out.
Yeah.
The hero, if the teams are able to grab their hands on something like the Bloodseeker, it becomes so hard. And Crit, we saw, still able to make some great plays that move around the Roshan pitch huge and giving EG a chance in this match. But at the end of the day, it's just too much to deal with.
Yeah, it was just a bit too much playing into Bloodseeker. Phantom Assassin also struggled a bit in the lane, and Emo, like he redeemed himself. He had a really good performance.
Didn't die at the end of that one, Emo, but there we go, ladies and gentlemen. As you said, we're getting what I think a lot of us hope for, a deciding game. 2-2 at the moment between EG and IG, as game 5 will decide it all.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. They might have just woken the dragon and Emo there. No deaths on his Ember Spirit. He crushed it. Loads of tips on Abed and EG. They are looking at a potential reverse sweep. We're going to be at match point. It's 2-2. I'm here with Gods and Lizard.
Is this the curse? Is this the curse? The famous, fabled one, Parker? Is it happening?
The EG curse. Is it happening? I mean, okay, let's break that game down. You know, we're chill. We're just watching get him done.
Wow.
All right, where do you want to begin? Because it started very even, actually. It looked pretty okay from both sides, Gods.
It did. I don't think either team had to dominate the lane stage. I think you could see EG, from me in the lanes, over-prioritize trying to tilt Emo a bit. Crit TP'd mid very early, trying to surprise him with a swashbuckle kill. Missed it, immediately gets tipped, of course. And then he came again. They kept trying to kill Emo. It felt like they over-focused on that mid lane. Particularly the TP, like when he TP'd, it was like 2 or 3 minutes in the game. I was just like, whoa, that's like out of nowhere.
Oh, and this dive, he goes too far, he goes too deep, and he pays for it with his life, because this whole team is like, The whole team of IG is backing him up.
I heard someone in the green room saying, why are they throwing this? Why are they going too deep? And the replay that was before this one, the highlight is pretty much where they still had the game in control when
they stole the
Arteezy
Roche,
takes Roche.
Yeah.
It takes ages, exactly. But afterwards, it felt like it's one throw after another, one bad fight after another. They couldn't deal with the egg. They couldn't deal with the rupture. Pango crit. He gets ruptured. He still tries to make stuff happen in that fight, but you can't. You're just
I think it's a little. I think I think that was an overextension, but I think all the other fights, like I don't think EG were throwing. I think IG just had a far superior team fight. Superior hero counters, like the Bloodseeker ruined Crit's game. Yeah. And if anything, I would say IG kind of messed up going for that Roche against Pango, whose Rolling Thunder came up at the perfect time to steal Roche, secure an Aegis. It gave EG basically had momentum for all of 2 minutes. The rest of the game, IG to me were in control.
Yep, the itemization from every and each one of them on the side of IG was really good. Emo as well going for that early Aghanims to be able to just dive even harder. You could see a couple of those dives weren't perfect. Diving Fly, trying to kill off the Enchantress, even popping a BKB there, but doesn't work. However, he does secure Troll every single fight. Eggs from this Phoenix were always on point.
I feel like we don't really... I mean, with this meta, we don't really get to talk too much about the position 5s because the 4s and the mids are so flashy, but definitely Ollie on his Phoenix. We have to talk about that because we see that Phoenix picked up first in a lot of the games for IG, and sometimes, doesn't really work out for Invictus Gaming, but we now see why they pick it up first, why they're prioritizing it. Ollie with his positioning on point. That entire game.
Usually there's a hero that teams pick up against that Phoenix. That's why we see it fail multiple times. You go with the Mirana, you go with the Jug, you go with anything that can break it at every point in the game. However, this time around, they just didn't have that recipe for success, really.
Yeah, it felt like they didn't draft against the Phoenix. Not that you have to maybe overcommit to that. They also let through a Bloodseeker for that final
and the Troll.
pick. Yeah. And the Troll. I feel like they gave IG just a bit too much, and it wasn't like they were getting something amazing in exchange. They got a last pick PA, which I was like, okay, PA against the Troll seems okay, but PA into the Bloodseeker, not great. So it wasn't like a dream last pick by any means. No. And they gave IG tons of comfort picks, and IG played it perfectly.
But the drafts were fairly even. I feel like there was definitely a mental game in this
it's 100%. You don't dive that much. You can even see IG. They're way more disciplined in this game. They're not making the same silly mistakes that they were making in that first one.
That question mark and the tipping, it's fueling them.
The man who is not being disciplined right now is Abed. He's the one I feel like more than anyone in EG is getting a little bit, shaky on the main stage. They were up 2-0. They kind of turned around the game 3, which wasn't all on him, but that game 4, he made some pretty bad plays, basically.
I asked you about, is he able to play the same hero 5 times in a row? Not because I'm doubting that he can play the same hero 5 times in a row without being too tired. It's about when you have such good performances in the first couple of games. I've seen this pattern so many times in different players. You tend to fall off afterwards. You become a little bit too sloppy. You're not tired. You're just used to be dominating. So you become a little bit less precise in your movements, a little bit too free, and a little bit too divey. Let's talk about the tier 2s on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I think we've seen reverse sweeps before in Dota 2. Not even that long ago. A lot of people will remember a best of 5 between Team Nigma and Team Secret at the Mad Moon event, where Team Nigma ended up winning the whole thing, reverse sweeping Team Secret. Before that already there was Alliance versus Demon Slayers, I want to say, at a DreamHack Rotterdam.
Yeah, I remember.
Another reverse. So we have seen quite a few, but I feel like every time it is not the play that is the deciding factor, it is the mental fortitude. And I am worried for EG. They have been in this position last year around at the Leipzig Major. It was not a reverse sweep scenario, but it was a scenario where they were in that match point and they couldn't close it out. Also want to point out, IG, this will be their 8th game in a row.
Yeah,
they played a best of 3 earlier today.
They played a ton of Dota, but you know what? Teams from the group stage and the wildcards are like, okay, you now taste this.
They've been practicing for this. The group stage was the true boot camp. Oh, we're gonna go to a 5th game of the series now that the players will get a little bit of a longer break before this last game to actually this time get some proper food in them. So keep that in mind while getting your own snacks ready. And I also want to point out that we're able to be here and do this because of our wonderful sponsors, and one of them is DBS. And with the Live Fresh card from DBS, you can get 5% cash back. Keep that in mind when you're gaming and you're spending all that money online and all your cosmetics and stuff. Could be getting some of that money back. We'll be right back. We'll have a break, and then it is grand final deciding game 5 time. We'll see you soon.
Right now, I'm going to ask you 5 questions. And if you can get my 5 questions correct, I will give you a one esports Dota 2 goodie bag. Got Meepo t-shirt.
Meepo? I like Meepo ta leh.
Out of all these names, who do you think is the real in-game name of a Dota 2 player? A. Chicken Wing. B. Tuna Melt. And C. Ice, ice, ice.
I think it's the second one.
Tuna Melt.
Tuna Melt.
Ice, ice, ice. Because ice, 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 Singapore represent.
Ice, ice, ice. That's like hands down.
Oh, ice, ice, ice.
Even if you don't play Dota, people will have heard of the name Ice, Ice, Ice.
C. Ice, ice, ice.
Oh, you heard about Ice, ice, ice?
Yeah, Singaporean.
It's like the 90s, the ice, ice, baby.
So what is the first ever competitive version of Dota 2 called? A. Dota 5.76, B. Dota 5.82, or C. Dota 5.84?
Don't think I was old enough to have started playing the first.
Okay.
Dude, was I even born yet? I don't even know. 5.84.
Hey, how do you know?
It just sounds familiar. 5.76.
Wrong.
B lah. 5.84C.
How you know?
Because that's the All-Stars one after he went for competition.
So next, okay, I'm going to show you some images of Dota heroes. I want you to tell me who are these heroes. First one.
Prophet.
What prophet?
Tree Prophet. And B, Nature's Prophet.
Nature's Prophet.
Oh, this guy is disgusting. Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, Nature's Prophet. Nature Prophet.
Correct. Okay, second one.
I know I used to call him Chainsaw.
Timbersaw?
Timbersaw?
Timbersaw.
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 The next one.
Meepo. Not Meepo, Meepo.
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 Meepok ta. Meepo.
Number 4.
This is Tinker.
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 A lot of army one. The crystal can come out one. The Tinker.
Correct. Wow, you actually know, huh?
Yeah, hero name only.
Okay, this is the last one.
Yeah. Shadow.
Hey, I thought hero name only, come on.
Hey, this one I know, but the name something I forget. Shadow something one.
I know this one, but I don't know the name.
Dazzle.
This guy is called Dazzle.
Dazzle.
2, 1. Shadow Priest. The next question, actually this is not a question. We would like you to give your best impression of a Dota hero.
Oh, shaky. Oh, fresh meat.
Meepo then.
Ice is nice. Queen of Pain.
What's that?
My first meeting.
The same qualities it takes to be a world champion is the same qualities it requires to be a champion in esports. The belt for us signifies and pays homage to where we come from. One Esports is part of the One family, and we got our start in martial arts, and so we think having the teams go after a belt and raising that belt when they win, we think is massively appropriate.
When I start designing this belt, I start to think about what it represents, possibility that it provides to experience something out of this world.
这种感觉就是特别的另类，好不好？做出来那种非常人眼前一亮啊，感觉就像那种搏击比赛那种冠军腰带，非常的鼓舞人心吧。拿到冠军后。
When champions lifted the belt that I designed, I always feel that I'm part of the celebration and in some degree part of their success.
Shopping Day. Shopee 44 Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee 44 Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee 44 Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee 44 Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee 44 Mega Shopping Day.
Shopee 44 Mega deals, free shipping every day. Shopee 44 Mega Shopping Day.
Get the best deals this Shopee 44 Mega Shopping Day.
Come on, let's play. Ain't nothing gonna hold us down. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the keys, we're running this town. Come on, let's play.
This is not your grandfather's apprentice. The winner will receive the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to work for me as my protege. You bombed, and you bombed.
I've fallen a million times, but I get back up and I fight, and that's what you guys will do.
This is the toughest apprentice in history. May the best warrior win.
We all have different adventure stories to tell. Different paths, different choices. I chose an unusual path, a choice that is not for everyone. You are constantly moving from place to place. You have to sacrifice a lot of time. You have to focus to be on top.
Ice does have 4-star available. Oh, Ice he's in trouble.
Every journey has ups and downs. All you need is to focus on your goal.
Just eating them all alive. GG, let's go!
We all have different adventure stories to tell, and mine is just getting started.
Pressure, rising on the edge of taking everything. Life is a game, I wanna win it. See me burning through the atmosphere. I'm born to win. Your life is a game, and I'm born to win. I'm born to win.
The deciding Game 5 of this grand finals here for the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major is so close to happening. We have Evil Geniuses and Invictus Gaming both at 2 points, 1 game away from the championship, and there is so much on the line for this one. Points, money aside, I want to talk about what this means for these teams if they can take this game home. I'm here with Gods and Lizard, and Gods, this I want you to make the case for North America, for EG to take this home.
For Evil Geniuses for North America, it's about proving to their fans, and I think more than anyone themselves, they can win a championship. For EG, it's been so long. The last tournaments they've won were kind of small minor tournaments. They won an actual DPC called Valve Minor.
Yeah.
They won a Dota Summit, but they haven't won a tournament that's meant as much as a major since really TI, it feels like.
Absolutely. And on the other side, a team that with this roster was doing so well last year, Lizard, coming very high, only barely missed TI9 because of the qualifiers there. This major here, they have said they want to take it home for the region.
Definitely finished first in the regional league, came here in the group stage, same like, not in the group stage, in the upper bracket, same like EG. Got a little bit punished there, 2-0 by EG, and then got tipped a lot. And you know what? After those tips, it became exactly. No more region, no more NA, CN, whatever. Emo, I think he's taking things into his own hands, and he's proving a point. That question mark, that's pure rage right there.
I love it, because last year when we were talking about IG, and we talked a lot about IG because they were doing really well. They were doing really well in both of the majors they played in. But last year we would talk about Emo all the time because he was the star player, on fire every single time. This major, that part of IG has been a little lacking until that third game, Gods. I don't know what changed. There was a switch.
there was just a complete switch in momentum for the entire series. It felt like, you know, EG was just going to steamroll over, give us a, you know, an unfortunately one-sided 3-0 finals. But yeah, it was just one overextension. The Storm Spirit game in Game 3, where Abed goes in, pulls himself in a Lotus Orb, and suddenly IG's like, oh, we're still in this game. We're going to hold on.
Yeah.
We're going to turn it around. And Emo just started playing better. IG as a team started playing better and showing tons of signs of life.
And as far as the Dota development goes, do you feel we've seen a little bit of the, you know, normally when two teams face each other, you get like the meta between the teams, especially in a best-of-5, Lizard.
Yeah, 100%. In this game, you can see that the third and the fourth game had a little bit of a different bands, a little bit of a different pick. So far that it went so far that in the fourth game, Troll went through, it instantly got picked up. Pangolier was picked up by EG, but without Bloodseeker being banned. Yeah. I really think that IG right now, maybe not right now, but in the previous two games was 100% in their heads.
And I think importantly from EG, we've seen almost stubbornness in Game 3 and Game 4, because as far as the meta development, I don't think EG's changed anything from game to game. Yeah, they're picking some different things, maybe slight tweaks, but realistically, I think Game 3, their takeaway was like, oh, you know, we were ahead, we should have won that game. Let's just keep picking kind of the same way. IG, we've seen massive growth, massive adaptation throughout this best-of-5, and now going to Game 5, EG, they have to adapt. They have to do something different. They can't just keep doing trying to shovel the same thing in front of IG and expecting it to work.
And when IG was forced to adapt, they still had some wiggle room to play with. They could still lose a game or two, and they did as well. Now that that EG needs to adapt,
they can't.
They have no room for mistakes. We've seen Abed Storm 4 games in a row, and I love Abed Storm, don't get me wrong. But maybe IG has figured it out, his play style, how to bait him out, how to work around it. Maybe it's time for something different. And we have seen Abed play different things, but do we really think he's going to get his hands on the puck? We see IO Puck banned by the team that is not first pick every single game so far.
I believe we shall see the same situation once again. I think that Storm Spirit usually is picked up by Evil Geniuses also because you aren't giving it away to IG. Puck needs to be banned. If it's banned, you take the Storm. If you do not, the other team will. That Prophet obviously not nearly as highly rated as we've seen her in the last series here. It's one pick. Besides that, not even touched, not banned.
Yeah, it was banned at least in one of the early games.
It
felt like an afterthought. Yeah, it's like, okay, Abed, what hero do you not want to play against me? And he's like, ban a Death Prophet. You know, it didn't seem like it was like a last ban, if anything. So, very curious to see what comes out in this final game. As far as will we see another Abed Storm, or do EG feel like they need to head a different direction? And I imagine IG, it feels like they found a formula that works a lot better against EG with their bans, especially.
Absolutely. We have in the drafter seats, we have Bulba versus Super, of course, with this matchup as well. And I hope that both of the guys had some great pep talks during the break, because the mental battle is, other than the drafting battle, I mean, that's just, it's so important.
I feel like in this Game 5, the draft is obviously super important, but it's a mental warfare. It's which one of these players breaks first. Emo, he was already broken. He came into the series seemingly broken, and I think that he has found himself. He has collected the pieces and made himself into a new mid laner with Yember and with the Void Spirit, with the question mark. He glued himself back up. Can Evil Geniuses, after falling now 0-2, can they do the same thing?
He has ruined Twitch chat for the rest of the series forever. Every time a mid dies, it will be question marks regardless who it
and
is.
we see very similar bans. Beastmaster on IG, Earth Spirit as well. We could have called it. Meanwhile, IO and what else from EG? Will it be the Puck?
That being said, maybe that would be a little bit of cockiness, because yes, Emo's Puck is very good, but is it as good as Abed Puck?
Yeah. They still drafted it before. They also have the first pick, if I'm correct. And because of that,
they do.
I think you're banning it, because if you give away the Puck, Storm becomes a little bit harder to draft.
Evil Geniuses turn to pick.
Go back to that strategy, or Well,
5 seconds
here
remaining.
in the ban, Juggernaut again versus the Phoenix. This is
Dire team
pretty much
back.
every single time they pick Phoenix, they ban out the Jug instantly. Yeah.
This time, EG will not make the mistake of leaving that troll in the pool. That was definitely the comfort zone of IG, also, of course, showing up in the previous game.
Troll, the Monkey King, these kind of heroes that we have seen banned out in every series,
10
Terrorblade as well.
seconds remaining.
For IG, mentioned now, they have to consider both, Abed and Ortiz. Do they want to ban the Alchemist, the Storm? Maybe there's a few more heroes they have to consider when it comes to...
Some decent control for Invictus Gaming would be coming from that offlane, and most likely is what they're gonna go for on JT, right? Like your Mars is still in the pool, perhaps something that EG will look forward to banning. But all these tanky heroes on the offlane fall under tag team. Tusk is a specialist at eliminating.
The other scary thing I always feel like with EG and this Tusk is they're always happy to run tri-lane. They've done these aggressive tri-lanes. If they find themselves with a good 1v1 matchup, particularly for ISI sides, they'll play aggressive, use that tag team in the tri-lane, secure Ortiz